Good morning, folks. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Representative John Michael Parker. Thank you all for joining us for the public hearing on Friday, January 31st for the Environment Committee. We've got 11 bills that we're hearing on today's agenda. About 75 people signed up, and we look forward to learning more about all these important issues and to having some time to speak with you all. So before we jump in, I will invite my co-chair and our ranking members if they have any remarks. Senator Lopes.
No, we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan, how are you this morning, sir?
Good morning. It wasn't a bad ride up. I want to thank everyone for participating in legislative process. We certainly don't know everything, and what you people talk to us about today helps us learn. And another thing I always like to say is during these public hearings, they're long. If you see some of us get up and leave, it's not because we're disinterested. It's because we're human and we have to eat and use the restroom. So that's part of what happens. But we look forward to hearing the information so we can make better decisions. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. And yeah, thank you to our colleagues that are with us to get started. We've got some folks online too, and recording is in progress. So let's get started with the folks at the top of the list. We have listed here the commissioner. I know the team from DEEP is here, so invite you all up to come and get us started. Please state your name and where you're from. Thank you, Rick.
Good morning, folks. My name is Mason Trumbull. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Commissioner Dyke sends her regrets. She had a sick kiddo this morning, so she had to unexpectedly not be here today, so you're stuck with a second string quarterback. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Representative Callahan, Senator Huckadell, Representative Baumgartner. I don't see Senator Harding. I know he's not here today, but and members of the Environment Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for your care for the environment and all the hard work you have done and are doing throughout the course of the session. We've submitted testimony on 9 bills and are here to answer any questions you may have. We have the full team here, so we'll play musical chairs and bring folks up as you have questions.
I can get started with a question.
Great.
And please, folks, chime in if you'd like. I want to ask about SB 80, AC burning medical waste. And there's been some testimony about whether or not the federal standard sort of already automatically applies in Connecticut. And so we had some competing testimony around, hey, is this redundant if we say that we want to hold these facilities to that standard? Or some people saying, no, it's actually, there's a gap and there's a space we need to fill. So can you speak a little bit from your perspective how the regulatory framework works in terms of the state versus the federal guidelines? And
glad to. Here, generally speaking, we're here to support the integrity of our permitting processes. Our goal is to, across the state, to have consistent standards and enforce them in a consistent manner. It's not my area of expertise, so we have a Tracy Babbage. Tracy, want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Babbage. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Air Program at DEEP. Thank you for the question. Happy to be here. Happy to spend just a few minutes explaining our regulatory framework. It's quite robust, and I think, Representative Parker, to your question, in terms of federal standards, actually, in many cases, more stringent than the federal standards. So let me explain that a bit. So we have a comprehensive regulatory framework that applies both from under the Clean Air Act and also under our waste regulations. The other important thing to understand, I know the conversation has really been about medical waste incinerators, but from DEEP's perspective, what we're regulating are municipal waste combustors that, and the question is about burning medical waste. So I just want to make that clear. And just by way of background, there are 4 medical waste facilities that are regulated in the state. They're in Bridgeport, Lisbon, Preston, and Bristol. So there actually aren't any medical waste incineration facilities in the state. So I think that's important from a federal framework perspective. So our waste requirements are under section 22A-208. And what the waste requirements cover is treating biomedical waste, and there are limits in terms of the combustion of treated biomedical waste that are limited to 8%. Let me just pause here to say that's an example of where our state regulations are more stringent than, for example, there is a federal requirement. Bear with me. It's a requirement that applies to hospital medical waste incineration. It's a federal, what we call a new source performance standard rule. And that exempts facilities that are processing below 10% of medical waste. So that may be some of the questions that you may be hearing about the applicability of the federal standard. Actually doesn't apply because our state standard is more stringent, and the federal applicability threshold never applies. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I might have, thank you, Brendan Shane, our attorney, who is ensuring that my language is precise. I want to make it clear that it's municipal waste combustors, not medical waste incineration, medical waste combustors. Municipal waste, yeah, sorry, I misspoke. For facilities that are municipal waste combustors, not medical waste facilities. I apologize for that. Thank you, Brendan. That's a really important point. So just a few words on the regulatory regime that applies to the municipal waste combustor facilities in the state. There are requirements for performance testing, compliance monitoring, record keeping. It is probably the most heavily regulated source in the state. And so we have, robust permitting and enforcement requirements that apply to these facilities. They all are required to do annual testing. We review all of that testing, and it includes a full suite of emissions, including toxic pollutants. So I will stop there and see if there are any follow-up questions.
I appreciate that. I think I'm still trying to understand. So, that came up about if the facility's processing less than 10% of their overall, then it doesn't actually get captured by the federal standard. So is in fact there a Connecticut standard that is at least as robust as the federal one that these already apply to? And therefore, do you have a thought about this legislation? And is this language helpful to make sure that we have the protections in place?
So I think it's important to understand specifically what the committee is interested in terms of from the air emission side. Are there particular pollutants of concern? I think we would want to understand that. I will say, one of the things that we continue to look at in terms of municipal waste combustors, separate from medical waste incineration, they are one of the largest sources of ozone precursor emissions, nitrogen oxides. So we continue to look at, sister states that have adopted more stringent limits for NOx, nitrogen oxides. That's an area that we think is helpful just because Connecticut continues to struggle with a pervasive ozone non-attainment problem. So that from that perspective, we do think it's helpful. I think it would be helpful to hear from the committee if there are particular, pollutants of concern that would help us evaluate. I think one of the things we would take back is to fully evaluate the applicability of the federal hospital medical waste incineration performance standard, and if there are any areas. I don't believe that there are, just because of the testing requirements that we have are, as I mentioned, extremely robust.
And
All right, thank you for that. Go ahead, Mason.
yeah, if I could just summarize, I think, Tracy, and correct me if I'm wrong, the federal standard exempts facilities under 10%, and the Connecticut standard actually regulates facilities under 8%. So our standard is actually more strict. Is that
In
correct?
terms of medical waste specifically.
Okay, thank you. I think what they proposed was 8%. So we're right at that line, which maybe is a place we have to make sure we capture it. But it sounds like a conversation we can have in the future. I've been taking up a lot of time. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Representative? Or hold on one second. Excuse me. Senator, do you have anything? I know you didn't raise your hand. I'm just trying to follow protocol. I would never dare disrespect you. Okay, thank you. Please, Mike.
None of us would dare disrespect the Senate Chair of the Environment Committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying. I'm still a little confused on this, so maybe I can get a little bit of clarity. I heard something about other states and how they deal with this. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. So I want to be clear too. Medical, municipal waste combustion. I seem to be having a problem with this morning. Municipal, so basically the burning of municipal waste, solid waste. In other states, similar to, so this really goes to Connecticut's air quality challenges around ozone. And there's a regional organization called the Ozone Transport Commission, and many of the states have looked at tighter standards to reduce emissions of nitrogen oxide, because nitrogen oxides are a precursor emission to the formation of ozone. So in other states, for example, New Jersey and Pennsylvania in particular, have been looking at tightening standards for municipal waste combustors in terms of their limits for nitrogen oxides. So we've been looking very closely at that, and it's something, as Connecticut continues to struggle with an ozone non-attainment problem, that's an area that's definitely on our list for additional regulatory action. We have authority to do that. It's not like, we have an existing regulation that there are current standards that are in there that all 4 of the municipal waste combustor facilities I mentioned earlier currently comply with, but this would be tightening that standard.
So if I could follow up, Mr. Chair. So thank you for that. Again, you might have addressed this, but again, it's still not clear to me. There is another bill in front of this committee that is not on today's agenda, did not get raised. It's a proposed bill, and it calls for establishing a moratorium on approval of permits for the burning of medical waste to allow DEEP to work with the Department of Public Health to assess any risks and to develop health and safety standards. Would that be a better way to do this?
Yeah, I can start out with a general overview on that. I think, generally speaking, this is not my area of expertise, but generally speaking, across all of our permitting programs, we try to have, consistent, clear enforcement and standards. So to go and disrupt that process, I think generally speaking, at a general level, the agency would be opposed to that. Brendan, do you want to?
Brendan, I think may want to, yeah, yeah, sure.
We're going to pull up Brendan Shane, who can talk a little bit more about that.
Good morning. Thank you. I think one point we do want to make is that in order for a bill to apply retroactively to a pending application, because that seems like what many people are concerned about, the bill would have to explicitly state that it's retroactive application and would have to meet, a series of due process tests. And courts have disfavored the retroactive application of changes to statutes or regulations as they apply to existing permits. And so I think one thing we want to be really clear about is that the bill that's proposed, either bill that's proposed, is not explicitly indicating that it's applying retroactively. And if it were, that would change, our approach to testimony. We would have to very carefully consider questions about retroactive application, questions about fundamental fairness, in order to really provide the committee testimony and guidance on a moratorium, for example, that applied even if there were pending applications. So I think it's just something we want to be very clear about in the language of the bills as they're proposed today.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whose idea was this? Is there a backlog of medical waste that's not being processed properly? I mean, there's a business that came to the city of Bridgeport, American Futures, to strictly handle medical waste treatment before it's brought across the street, basically, to the wind waste plant to be burned. So where's this coming from?
I think just to clarify one thing I know you know this, Representative Gresco, but for folks in the room, this was not a deep proposed bill. However, Brendan, you want to talk a little bit more about potentially where this may have come from?
I think one important clarification is that facilities like the Bristol facility can burn municipal solid waste, and they can also burn up to 8% of what are called special wastes. And medical waste is considered to be a special waste. And so today, the Bristol facility can burn up to 8% medical waste, provided it's been treated in an autoclave. Right. And so the only proposed change here is the only proposed change in that permit is to allow the waste to be combusted in that facility without autoclaving it beforehand. And that's, to seek that authorization is likely a business decision from an applicant.
From if I may. So I'm hearing that DEEP is preliminarily going to approve this. And why are we circumventing a standard that the state of Connecticut has that is above federal levels? It's something that's in place to protect people, and I just don't understand. Normally, we're here trying to catch up to federal levels, and in this instance, we do a very good job, even better. I don't understand why this is even being considered.
But I would disagree that we're circumventing a standard. And I can talk about where this process is. So the department did issue a notice of tentative determination to approve new and modified permits for this facility to conduct this activity. A petition for hearing was filed. That hearing process has included a public comment hearing, a site visit, and an evidentiary hearing where the parties have provided testimony and documentary exhibits. The parties have filed post-hearing briefs that are now with a department hearing officer, an independent hearing officer, to issue a proposed final decision. So there's been a tentative determination that the permit should be approved. That's like the technical staff's review that it meets relevant standards that Bureau Chief Babbage talked about. But there's been no final decision by the department to issue this permit.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've looked through some of the written testimony. There's lots and lots of written testimony on the bills presented today, but I'll focus on a couple. DEEP did give response on SB 63, which is a bill that is before us today regarding an act concerning the mitigation of effects on wildlife and fisheries from offshore wind projects. And DEEP is against that, saying there's enough research looking into this. Well, I'm hearing the opposite from the fishing industry, that it's having a severely detrimental effect. I spoke to several fishermen on the way up. There's a couple testifying today. We just want to look into it a little bit further, and I'm wondering why DEEP would be against that.
Yeah, this is a great question. Thank you, Representative Callahan. We work with the commercial fishing industry on a regular basis. I'm from Maine, where the commercial fishing industry was really a bedrock of the economy there. So it's certainly an industry that we support here at DEEP. That being said, I think we've developed and we work closely through the procurement process to develop mitigation standards and compensatory mitigation for the commercial fishing industry, as well as for wildlife impacts throughout these procurements to be able to mitigate that. And Justin Davis he's our Bureau Chief for Natural Resources. He's been working with 11 other states on the Eastern Seaboard to tackle this issue, because not a lot of these issues aren't just state specific, but they affect multiple states. And as you know, here in Long Island Sound, we can have commercial fishing folks who fish in New York waters, Rhode Island waters, and Connecticut waters. So Justin, you want to talk a little bit more about what you're doing at a regional level?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So my name is Justin Davis. I'm the Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at Connecticut DEEP. So I think the attention to the need to avoid and minimize impacts to the fishing industry from offshore wind development and then mitigate for those impacts we can avoid is absolutely appropriate. I think the agency feels like the most beneficial use of our resources and time is to focus on regional efforts along those lines. So as Deputy Commissioner Trumbull mentioned, we've been working with a group of other 11 coastal states since 2021 to develop, in collaboration with federal agencies, a regional approach to handling mitigation funds. We've also worked through our energy procurement process to establish pretty robust mitigation measures that were in our last 2023 offshore energy procurement. So that RFP included stipulations requiring developers to make an upfront substantial financial commitment towards fisheries mitigation that would be on top of federal requirements for fisheries mitigation established through the federal permitting process. So certainly through the federal permitting process and our state energy procurement process, I'm confident that there is adequate measures and attention in place to make sure there's appropriate mitigation for impacts to fisheries. So the stance of the agency is that working through these regional efforts, the federal permitting process, our state energy procurement process is doing a good job of ensuring that there's going to be appropriate mitigation in place for impacts to fisheries.
I hear your answer, sir, but to me, it sounds like if they put up enough money towards mitigation, that's enough. But are you saying that offshore wind doesn't have an impact to the marine fisheries?
No, so that's an important distinction. So the general framework is that we first need to seek to avoid impacts wherever possible, and that is a focus of the federal mitigation guidance. And it's also been a focus of the guidance we provided through our state procurement process. So first, trying to do everything we can to avoid impacts to fishing activity happening off the coast. For those impacts we can avoid, we need to find ways to minimize the impacts. So things like ensuring appropriate transit lanes that minimize, disruptions to fishing activity in the area, ensuring that turbines are marked appropriately so that fishermen can see them on the radar and it doesn't pose a safety hazard, things like that. For impacts that we can't avoid or, minimize, financial mitigation is sort of the last resort. But the general consensus regionally is that's going to need to be a part of the picture. The overall impact is uncertain. We won't know exactly how much impact there's going to be on fishing activity, but there are safeguards in place to make sure it's mitigated for.
Okay, I'm in favor of this bill because what I'm hearing is, yeah, there's some impact and yeah, it does affect marine life, but we need to study it further. If you look at what's been developed between Nantucket and say Newport and Block Island, there's been a massive impact to the squid breeding grounds. There's been a massive impact. We're all seeing on the news, a huge number of whales washing up on the East Coast. The wind farms absolutely have an impact on that. And I don't think that's acceptable. So I think this is a good bill and I'm hoping we do. I know we're going to get more testimony in support of it. So I just vehemently disagree with Deep on this. Just because you put up enough money to study mitigation doesn't mean it's not doing damage now. So I appreciate your answers, but I frankly, I kind of see it as there's a certain amount of damage that's okay. We're going to keep doing it. So that's it.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Rep. Piscopo, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming here. Appreciate your testimony. I just want to follow up on those questions the ranking member just asked on 63. He pretty much covered it with marine, the effects of marine life. It also mentions birds, the effect it has on birds. I think our offshore wind project in Connecticut that's going up now is in a migratory pattern of a lot of species of birds. Is there a new technology? Is there something we can do in regulation to try and mitigate that problem we're having with windmills and the effect it has on our bird populations?
Yes, I can start there and we can follow up. But I think at a broad level here, when we look at commercial fishing and wildlife, we're seeing some changes here related to climate change in Long Island Sound that are irrefutable. We see new species of fish showing up in Long Island Sound that maybe were caught once in a while, that are common to North Carolina, states that are farther south that are now commonly being caught in Long Island Sound. I think many folks here are familiar with the decline of the lobster fishery in Connecticut. That's basically because the waters in Long Island Sound have warmed. So I think there's on the other side of it, there's changing climate here in Long Island Sound that's having an effect on our commercial fishing industry and on our wildlife. Related to birds specifically, we have joined the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative, and they are studying how, it's an independent group that's studying how offshore wind impacts wildlife. And so we're confident we're working with them on a regular basis. Glad to set up a follow-up conversation with you and that group if you have more, interest in the specifics related to birds specifically. I think we can get you some more information on that.
Thank you. Would you repeat the group that you said you said you just joined?
Thank you.
Just the name of the group, please.
The Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Rep. Piscopo. One quick follow-up from Rep. Callahan.
Deputy Commissioner, I hear some of your answers, and speaking to over the off session, numerous fishermen from the Maryland area up through Montauk. They're saying that the lobster fishery is greatly impacted by chemicals being put down upriver to combat mosquito-borne illnesses. And their warmest years on the water were 88 and 89. Since then, they've seen really no significant changes. So they're telling me it's the chemicals. You're telling me it's the water's warming to unprecedented levels. I'm talking to people that are on the water. So I'm just curious about the differential.
Yeah, it's a fair question, Representative Callahan. I think there's probably a case to be made for both, quite frankly. But I do know, related to lobster specifically, lobster are highly sensitive to water temperatures, and that's why you don't see lobsters. You see Caribbean lobsters in the Caribbean, but you don't see the same lobsters you see in Maine. The Gulf of Maine. I'm from Maine. I have friends who grew up with people who are lobster fishermen. They're seeing declines in the lobster population in the Gulf of Maine. It's concerning. The Maine fishing industry is concerned. The body that governs the lobster fishery regionally, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, is working on reduction measures, which are going to impact Maine's economy based on the declines that they're starting to see in Maine. So, do chemicals help? I'm willing to concede that that could be part of the picture. But I think you can't ignore the fact that it's also a result of warming water temperatures as well.
I appreciate it. I'm just hearing the opposite from fishermen, so I hope the committee does move forward with this bill. I appreciate your answers.
Thanks, Rep. Callahan. I think we got one more question from the committee. The good vice chair, Rep. Baumgartner.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and great to see our friends from Deep this morning. Always a pleasure, and look forward to working with you the next 2 years. 3 questions with respect to 3 bills. We'll start with 5013, an act concerning plants to the invasive, adding certain plants to the invasive plants list. Obviously, a good chunk of those are invasives from much more otherworldly places halfway around the world, in the case of the Japanese barberry, for example. My question is, there was one species that was added as part of the proposal, a black locust. I know a tree that is or native to the southeast. So my question is kind of how deep determines kind of that terminology with respect to invasive versus naturalized. Like if, for example, a tree from the southeast, even though more native to that region, would be considered invasive in the Northeast?
That's a great question. One I don't have a direct answer for you on. I think generally speaking, when we look at native species, we look at species that have been here. We look at the historical records, the geological records, and basically are looking for evidence that the species have been here since known recorded time. Certainly, we're seeing things change, as I mentioned before, with the climate. So, but generally speaking, yeah, black locust we consider to be invasives.
Thank you for that. My second question regarding HB 59, it would be requiring DEEP to conduct a report regarding dredging, the use of dredge materials that could be used, say, for resilience projects or other projects. Can you explain kind of very quickly DEEP's process to approving dredging, and also what DEEP considers appropriate uses of those dredge spoils?
Glad to. Graham Stevens, you're up.
Hey, Graham.
Good morning, folks. My name is Graham Stevens. I'm with the department. I'm the Bureau Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. So dredging is a very important part of the coastal ecosystem and the coastal economy, right? So we have channels which are used for navigation. We also have recreational uses, whether they be marinas or beaches or other uses. And because we're blessed with the Long Island Sound, which is a wonderful watershed, if you look at the size of that Long Island Sound watershed, it's massive, creates a lot of sediment and erosion through the natural processes, and sometimes through disturbances by human activity. That ends up in areas where that sediment is not advantageous for our life as we know it. So there's a lot of different options for managing that sediment. And this bill in particular speaks to a beneficial use of the sediment, which is sometimes called thin layer deposition, where this sediment, provided it meets certain chemical levels, is laid over, tidal wetlands, and wetlands that might be, either collapsing over their own weight or being greatly impacted or potentially greatly impacted by the effects of sea level rise. So what we're trying to do through that process, and partnering with partners, is to build up those wetlands that protects the habitat, which many species rely upon. It also serves a bit of a resilience function for the communities as well, because those wetlands buffer the effects of storm, the effects of, whether it's tidal surge or additional rainfall. They absorb those waters. We are right now working with two parties on some great pilot work in this space. The Connecticut DOT and DEEP are partnering on Rocky Neck State Park, and behind that park is Bridesbrook. And Bridesbrook has an extensive wetlands complex. It actually is the second largest alewife run in Connecticut to the Connecticut River, so it's a really important resource. And it's really important for those surrounding communities as well and the ecosystems that it creates. But we know that wetland system is becoming submerged more and more often. So that's going to lead to a change in the type of wetlands, a loss of the habitat for those species. So we're looking to use some of the material that DOT is dredging from its projects and laying it over those wetlands to make sure that those wetlands persist. There's other options for disposal. Some of those are regulated by the department and some of those are jointly regulated. I'm glad the mood lighting came on, because this is where I really, there we go, Representative, cut it off. I could talk for days about this, but some other options would be upland management of those materials. And we're trying to facilitate that through a brand new program that we launched, which is an opportunity for municipalities to raise their hand and say, hey, I have this site that is, significant topographic issues associated with its redevelopment. It has some levels of contamination from past uses. It would be a great place to build up and do so in a safe manner with respect to our waters and our wetlands, and eventually reuse that site for something beneficial. That would be a great place to manage some of these sediment materials depending upon their chemical characteristics. And also, there are 3 sites that EPA has regulated for open water disposal within the Long Island Sound, and those are in waters that are a jurisdictional overlap between the state of New York, the state of Connecticut. EPA, the Army Corps are involved in determining the suitability. The states both weigh in on that process. There's no fee for the disposal. So this is an advantageous process, but there are some conflicts with getting that sediment in those disposal sites, as the state of New York is really pushing us to try to find more beneficial uses, as is EPA through those regulations which authorize those 3 disposal sites. More information than anyone wanted, but I'm happy to provide any more detail if you wish.
Well, thank you, Graham. Unlike this room, we certainly don't want to put the salt marsh sparrow to sleep, certainly permanently in their species, species that's very vulnerable as a result of rising tides, especially in those wetlands, and hummocks, for example, can give them a fighting chance of survival, which can be made obviously with those dredge materials. I won't get to my question regarding SB 63 just because to respect my colleagues' time and your time this morning. I just want to align myself with remarks made this morning about some concerns I have about our fisheries. Certainly the fisheries and fishermen I represent my district, the last remaining fishing fleet in Connecticut and Stonington. And I do also want to thank Mr. Davis for the many conversations we've had offline in the off season, and his help as well in the work he does to support our fisheries. But I just want to vocalize it's a major concern that I'm hearing, especially with more offshore wind going online, and certainly the impacts of to their fishery and their livelihood long term. These are folks who have been fishing these waters for a long time and do contribute so much to our local economy. So I just wanted to state that on the record, and thank you again for your very robust answers.
Thank you, Representative. A first question from Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Just following up briefly, it was a good segue, my good colleague on SB 63 in looking at the testimony, it looks like the basis of Deep's opposition is that this is somewhat duplicative, as I understand it. And looking at the last sentence of the second paragraph, it says, in addition, the Regional Offshore Wind Mitigation Fund is under development in which Connecticut will play a part. And once established, the fund will provide the administrative function contemplated in the proposed bill. So I guess I apologize. I have not drilled down into that. When is that going to be developed? It's under development. And what part is Connecticut going to play in that?
Thank you for that question. Excellent question. So the effort to stand up the Regional Mitigation Fund has been ongoing since 2021. The general goal is to stand up one fund with a unified set of eligibility criteria and a claims process that's transparent and consistent. So as projects are built out along the coast by various states, mitigation funds can go to one place. There's an economy of scale there, consistency of process. People applying for those mitigation funds are going to one place and using a consistent, transparent process rather than doing it on a state by state or project by project basis. The current status of that initiative is that a regional fund administrator has been hired. That is an independent entity that was hired through a procurement process run by NYSERDA, New York's energy agency. That administrator is now working with a group of advisors and oversight committee comprised of representatives from states, the fishing industry, and offshore wind developers to start developing that sort of unified approach to managing the fund, claims process, eligibility. The hope is that this will be operational by 2026. That's the goal right now. Now, there's a lot of work that's got to happen between now and then to get to the finish line, but the process has been moving along pretty well, and I'm at this point feeling confident we'll hit that mark of having the fund stood up by 2026.
Thank you for that. I would just encourage, hopefully, when Connecticut's at the table negotiating our input. So it sounds like the person that's been hired to oversee it was hired by the New York Energy Agency. Is that what I just heard?
That's correct. The New York State Energy and Research Development Authority, NYSERDA.
As someone who, I am landlocked in New Canaan, so, but I do observe how we're getting the short end of the stick on Metro North, because when that original agreement was done, Connecticut, although we were involved, we clearly were not and are not the focus, and I think have not gotten the focus from Metro North that we wanted. So I just point out when we're being involved in this process that I hope that you guys get a seat at the table, or Connecticut gets a seat at the table in this one claims process, so that our concerns are heard. The other thing,
Representative, can I speak to that just
yes,
briefly?
please.
I think that is I share your concern there. We've sent, Justin's traveled. We've invested a lot of his time personally into setting this up. He's been there at the table for many of these meetings that have happened up and down the Eastern Seaboard. The other thing is, as Justin mentioned, and you're right, this is the reason why we've submitted testimony opposing. It's not because we don't like the idea of supporting our commercial fishermen. It's because we do think it's duplicative. And there's two hooks, as Justin mentioned, to get funds. One is through the federal permitting process, but the other is through our procurement process. And as Justin said, when we do RFPs, we do have compensatory mitigation included in those. And the benefit of this fund is there's some efficiencies here, so we can send those. That fund can act as an administrator for our dollars, separate and aside, over and above the federal dollars as well. So we can use that fund to perform some of the administrative functions that we would need to use as well.
Thank you for that. What would be the difference between that fund that's being set up and the 11 state initiative of offshore wind fisheries mitigation fund, I guess, that's been established as well?
So the regional fund we're talking about is that fund that's being established through the 11 states initiative. So that initiative, that's sort of where it ended up going, was towards development of that fund. the early stages of the initiative were focused a lot on trying to work with BOEM on developing a mitigation framework that they've now finalized and put in place for the federal permitting process. That mitigation framework sort of determines how much financial commitment developers have to make up front for mitigation, but BOEM does not have the authority to manage the money. So BOEM sort of turned to the states and said, we've developed this framework that determines how much money has to go into a fund, but we can't manage the fund. And so the states decided to work collaboratively to stand up an independent third party that could manage the money.
So is that Brown Greer in partnership with the Carbon Trust? That's the entity that was selected?
Correct. That's the regional fund administrator that was selected.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. We're going to keep moving. We can circle back for a second time if needed. We've got more hands that are coming up, and we've spent a lot of time on this. We've got a long day. Appreciate the information we're getting. Rep. Chafee, I saw you had a hand. You're in the room. Thanks, Rep. Chafee. One second, Brandon. I just wanted to my colleagues ask us to be judicious in our question asking and our opining. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep the opining to a minimum.
A little bit of opining is okay.
Yeah.
Judicious was the word. I appreciate it. Everyone needs to take their chance, but I want to make sure we get to these questions. So thank you.
So I had a question on the dredging. What is the current standard or what is the current process for testing the spoils before they're disposed of? Are we testing for heavy metals and PCBs and things like that?
Hey, Representative, great question. And sorry, I missed it a little bit at the beginning, but your question is, what is the standard? What are the analytes that we're sampling for when we're thinking about how to reuse sediment?
Yeah, exactly. What exactly are we testing for to see, if there's...
So it can be a very broad suite of analytes. It really is dependent upon what we anticipate would be in those sediments. But generally a base of types of materials that we're sampling for are heavy metals, semi-volatile organic compounds. It could potentially include things like, PCBs. It could include, other contaminants. It really is based on an understanding of what we believe is going into the sediments, but generally speaking, metals, semi-volatile organic compounds are the things that we will see most often.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. That was my main concern. It does make sense to try to reuse the spoils as much as we can for habitat restoration, but I know, sediments contain a lot of toxins from our industrial past.
And just from normal stormwater runoff, you can pick up contaminants from the roadways. That may be minor from a human perspective, but maybe more impactful from an ecosystem risk perspective.
When toxins are discovered, is there a different disposal process?
There are absolutely different paths that sediment can take, and oftentimes the first step is always understanding the amount of sediment you have. It's not only its chemical or contaminant signature, but also, is it sand? Is it the black goo that we find in some harbors? Because another beneficial reuse could be beach nourishment. All right, because these are channels that are regularly dredged. So we often will see the same type of contaminants. We will confirm, but some of these are really high quality sediments like clean sand that can be placed on beaches for recreational purposes.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate it. We have Rep. Dillon online. How you doing, Pat?
Hi, how are you? Actually, I'm the same wavelength as Representative Casey. We had an actual situation that you may remember, Mr. Stevens, with depositing some dredging material in the harbor in New Haven, in the area that you referred to it as a jurisdiction between New York and Connecticut. New York didn't want this material. I think it came from Eastern Connecticut, maybe General Dynamics. We had quite a reaction from the Boy Scouts and the students at Sound School, and I requested a hearing. And we never got the information about who was doing the testing on the material that was being deposited in Morris Cove. And so I guess I wanted to get more specific and to ask you to follow up after the hearing as well, because their concerns were about heavy metals and resistant molecules. Since then, of course, we know that there have been issues with mill organized that was put on farms, and there's a PFAS problem. So, who does that testing? Because we never got a real clear answer. And does that apply to the areas where there's an agreement with New York? And third, the DOT agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question, Representative Dillon. So, yeah, we are very familiar and recall the Morris Cove issue. For those who are unaware, Morris Cove, there was what people call a burrow pit when I-95 was constructed, and there was a very deep anoxic hole which could not support life. That there was a proposal to, fill in that hole with sediments through a dredging process. That reuse of sediment in that location did not occur. And I'm very happy to talk with you offline about, the complex and sometimes overlapping regulatory jurisdiction on the federal level, and the interface with the state of New York as it relates to, the overlapping jurisdiction. Our harbors, generally speaking, depending upon the elevation or depth of water, are solely within Connecticut jurisdiction. So it's important for us to understand, our needs. And one of the things that we've done is partnered with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to kind of set up a dating site. People who need sediment, or are looking for sediment are posting projects online, whether it's creating and building more resilient islands or building more resilient wetlands complexes. We're trying to put that information together so that folks will have greater opportunities to reuse that sediment in a beneficial way. But I will happy to follow up with you offline.
And I did ask a three-part question, but I want to circle back to the DOT agreement that you have. Who is going to be doing the testing? Could you enumerate, you did enumerate some, but is there a site where our constituents can go to see who is doing the testing, what they're testing for, and where the results would be? And I won't perseverate about the history of the heavy metals in our harbor that came from towns far away from us, but it has restricted our ability to do very much. Some things we'd like to do in our harbor. So the young people are rightly very, very concerned about our future if we're not paying attention.
Thank you, Representative. As are we. We're happy to get you that data. That data is collected by environmental professionals on behalf of the party who is managing the sediment, which is reviewed by the department staff and technical experts. And in some instances, depending upon its reuse, is also reviewed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the state of New York.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for that.
Thank
I
you.
believe we have some folks that have a second question they'd like to ask. We're happy to circle back through our colleagues. And I will go ahead and thank everyone for your grace as a new chair, sharpening his facilitation skills. Rep. O'Day, I welcome further questions, please.
No, I just wanted to follow with Jason on his confidence in the, and I appreciate the confidence that this 11 state coalition will sufficiently represent Connecticut. And I know that New York had entered into the agreement with hiring had the firm. But you've been working on this, did I understand correctly, for a year?
Since 2021, so 4 years now.
And you're confident that that the Connecticut's voice and our residents will be heard in that coalition of 11 states
Yeah, very confident. So that the process has been very collaborative all along. Even though NYSERDA ran the procurement to hire the regional fund administrator, all the states involved in that work group had input into that procurement and what went into it. It was sort of just one state had to run the procurement, and New York stepped up and said they would do it. And then going forward, we have this advisory committee comprised of representatives from, states, the fishing industry, offshore wind developers. They're going to work with that regional fund administrator to develop the fund. The state representation on that advisory committee, not every state is sitting directly on the committee. They broke us into regions. So we're in a region with New York and New Jersey. The person at the table right now is one of my colleagues from New Jersey, their Marine Fisheries Director, Joe Cimino. But Joe is regularly talking with us about what's going on there. So we continue to have input into the process. And we do have representation from the Connecticut commercial fishing industry on the advisory committee. So I'm confident that what comes out at the end of this process will be something that reflects sort of the consensus best approach among the states working on it.
And I was looking for the makeup of the group. And so we're aligned with New York, and did I say New Jersey and Connecticut?
New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, correct.
Is there a place where that makeup is set forth? Because I was looking for it from the testimony you had, and I couldn't get down to it.
We could definitely follow up and provide
If
that
you could do
information.
that, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Epide. I want to stick with folks that haven't asked the first question, then we'll circle back for a second round. I know we've got some. Oh, you're all set. I saw Rep. Mushinsky online. Will be then followed by Senator Cohen. Rep. Mushinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask the Solid Waste Division head, if we did not do medical waste incineration in our current waste energy plants, which have a higher standard than other parts of the country, and what would be our next choice to handle that waste? And is it to a higher standard or a lesser standard if we move to a different choice than our current waste energy plants?
Thank you. I'm Gabrielle Freon. I'm the Director of the Waste Engineering and Enforcement Division, and thank you very much for your question, Representative Mushinsky. Currently, we've got a very small amount of medical waste, treated medical waste, that is being incinerated at the waste to energy facilities that are located in Connecticut and still operating. As Chief Babbage mentioned, the limit of medical waste, treated medical waste that can be combusted at the waste to energy facilities is limited to 8% of the feedstock. So if there's 92 tons, 8 tons can be medical waste, treated medical waste. The facility in Connecticut, the proposed facility in Connecticut in Bristol, is proposing to take untreated medical waste and treat it while it's being combusted. And this was some topic of conversation, many conversations with the applicant prior to the application coming in. So the combustion, the actual combustion of the material acts twofold, one for disposal, but also one for rendering it inert, therefore no longer pathogenic or infectious, etc. In the absence of combusting medical waste in Connecticut, it would add travel time, carbon dioxide emissions, and more difficult logistics for getting the medical waste out of Connecticut and to other states where medical waste can be combusted. The regulations that govern biomedical waste management in Connecticut are of longstanding and quite stringent, and there is an equivalency demonstration for material that is to be rendered inert, but not through autoclaving, which is the standard that is represented in the regulations and in the statute.
So if it went out of state, it would not be autoclaved?
I don't know whether it would be autoclaved or not. It would be subject to the regulations of other states where those facilities have been established. So I don't know that I can speak to the requirements for the other states.
Okay, so are you saying that it might be equivalent level of treatment, but it would be further away?
Again, I don't know that I can speak to the requirements of other states' biomedical waste management requirements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. I have a question on dredging. I'm just curious, this is very reminiscent to me of our soil and fill reuse discussions, although slightly different, I understand. Just wondering if you can speak to whether or not other states are doing this. It certainly seems like the jury's still out on this. We have a lot of testimony and support from advocates, but we have some testimony in opposition with concern that maybe this would actually have the opposite impact to wetlands. So just wondering if there are other states that we can sort of model on this. And obviously dredging material has long been viewed as waste material for most of us. And so, just curious about the change, and echoing some of my colleagues' thoughts about testing, wondering if you can speak to that and whether or not certain areas, as somebody who represents coastal communities who've experienced erosion of wetland areas, if you can speak to whether or not there would be certain areas where this would be more appropriate than others at first blush.
Thank you, Senator. Great questions. So, as far as I'll take those somewhat out of order. There is a very robust chemical sampling requirement for the reuse of dredge materials, and that the degree of that robustness is dependent upon how it's reused and where it's reused. So I feel very comfortable about that. I too read the testimony this morning, and I did see some opposition to this proposal, and I think that may be due to the fact that it's not fully, fleshed out in detail, right? It calls for us to develop a plan. The word beneficial is the key word here. And I think that some people may have mistook the intent as, well, let's fill in wetlands, right? No, let's actually protect the wetlands so that they continue to remain and do the environmental service and resilience service that they function. And the salt marsh sparrow, which Representative Baumgardner pointed out, right? The canary in the coal mine for sea level rise in Connecticut. We have looked at other states' programs all up and down the Atlantic seaboard, and other states are moving in this direction. Like I mentioned at Rocky Neck State Park, we're doing a pilot project with the DOT, but we're also partnered with the Nature Conservancy on a broader study of that approach. So there's a lot of things going on right now in this space, a lot of things that are coming due in the next year or year and a half that are really going to help inform state policy on a going forward basis as it relates to beneficial reuse of these materials. And we want to create more options for folks that, not all sediment is able to be, managed as an open water disposal.
Nice. With my youngest daughter,
So we want to make
Yeah.
sure that those options
And then
are
next week I go out
clear,
to see the baby.
understood by all constituencies before we really move into like a more formalized program.
Thank you. And just my first question back to that, and I realize I asked a lot, but other states to model at this point?
I mean, I think I don't have the details on exactly which states we've evaluated. We can certainly follow up with you on that, but I know that we have looked at other states' programs for, the thin layer deposition in particular, for protecting those wetlands. We can get that information to you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everybody, for the questions, and thanks to the big team at Deep for coming and spending time with us this morning. We appreciate you all, and we're going to keep moving on. I'm sure we'll see you at the next hearing and keep in touch.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. These issues are not as black and white as we'd all like them to be. Appreciate your consideration.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, everybody. So it's 11 o'clock, and we're going to follow the tradition of, after the first hour, moving to the unelected officials and then rotating back and forth. So if you're following along with me, we're going to jump down to Paul Larson, president of the Connecticut Farm Bureau. Invite Mr. Larson up, and then we will be followed by Senator Gordon, who I believe is going to join us virtually, but let's jump over to Mr. Larson. Are you here with us? Is Mr. Larson here? Is Mr. Larson online, do we know? Great. Then we're going to go to Dr. Senator Gordon. Dr. Gordon, are you available online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Senator, for joining us. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. Well, chairs of the committee, ranking members, and members of the committee, I'm State Senator Jeff Gordon, proud to represent 13 towns in the 35th District in Northeast Connecticut. And I'm testifying in support of the Raise Bill 313, which is about establishing a speed limit for Lake Mashapaug and Union, which I believe might be the smallest populated town in Connecticut of less than 800 people up in the northeast corner. I appreciate the committee taking up a bill that I had submitted by the same number. The reason I'm supportive of this is that there's been an ongoing boat and watercraft speeding problem on the lake, which is all part of and contiguous with the Bigelow Hollow State Park. And there's a lot of people who go there to enjoy the quiet of the lake, but also a lot of people who live on the lake. And it's becoming a big public safety and quality of life issue. I've had a number of meetings with town officials, residents, and actually DEEP officials. And one of the problems is that current rules and regulations don't let the town post speed limit signs, and that is becoming an enforcement issue up in that area. So there's been a consensus effort to allow the town to follow its ordinance and be able to post the current 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, and that will then facilitate efforts all around to try to better enforce the speed limit and then get a handle on a growing public safety problem. So this, to me, relative to a small town, is a big issue, and I do encourage if this bill can move forward. And again, I appreciate the committee for moving this bill forward, and I look forward to seeing what we can do for Union and those who visit and live by Lake Mashapaug. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate that. I have a question from Representative Callahan, and then we'll go to Rep. Dubitsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, just a quick question. What speed limit are you looking for on that lake?
10 miles per hour. That is the current speed limit, and that's what's being looked to be maintained. No change in the current speed limit is being advocated for.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Just clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Dubitsky, how are you this morning?
I am well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, thank you for coming out and discussing this issue with us. Is this lake fully within the boundaries of the town of Union?
My understanding is yes.
Okay, so and the town currently has a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit on the lake?
Yes, it does. It has an ordinance that's been in place for many years. The issue is, due to state rules and regulations, what's been explained to the town and to me as well is that it can't post signs relative to it, and this is looking to allow it to be able to do that and better enforce the speed limit that is they're trying to enforce. So this is a simple fix to try to deal with the issue of not being able to fully state the current speed limit and then be able to post it better and enforce it.
Okay, because I'm looking at the bill, Committee Bill 313, and it doesn't say anything about posting. It's just to establish the speed limit. So obviously, if the goal is to change the state statutes to empower the municipality to post the existing speed limit, obviously the text and perhaps even the title of the bill should probably be amended to reflect that.
I appreciate that, Rep. Dubisky. We were advised to actually look to do the bill the way it was that I had submitted it about establishing the speed limit. The advice we got and the town got was that if that were to be created, then the town can then move forward and repost signs about the speed limit. So based upon advice we got, that's why I submitted the bill the way it was.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it makes much sense to me, but so long as the result at the end of the day is that the town can post its signs, I suppose that's fine. It seems a little odd to me that it's asking for one thing, but actually wanting a completely different thing that isn't in the bill. That, in my experience, often leads to great confusion and having to come back in subsequent years to fix it. So I just ask that if your real intent is to give the town the authority to post signs of an existing speed limit, that it say so somewhere to ensure that there isn't any confusion after this goes through, should it be signed into law.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm happy to work with the committee with regards to establishing this speed limit from a state level, and what then would allow the town to be able to better post about the speed limit. So happy to work with the committee in that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Senator Gordon. Thanks for taking the time to join us. I think we're all set from the committee, so we are going to thank you for your time and wish you a great weekend, Jeff. And
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You too.
Next on our list, jumping back to the unelected official side, is Alex Rodriguez from Save This Town. Alex, are you with us this morning? Alex, not online. All right, thank you. We'll keep moving. So next on our list, we had Rep. Martinez, who's not able to join us, but we did have someone show up today who we wanted to get a spot into. So I'm going to invite up Dr. White from the Agricultural Experiment Station. And then we'll be followed by Alicia Brockenberry and then Senator Summers. I see he's with us in the room. Dr. White, please, especially because we don't have you written down on this list, state your name and your title, and then we welcome your testimony.
Sure. Jason White. I'm the director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, or CAS, call ourselves. So thank you, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, and members of the Environment Committee for allowing me to sneak in, and also to echo the sentiments of my friends at DEEP for all the important work you do for the environment. So I am providing some testimony with regard to Bill 5015. This bill is designed to create equity between research scientists at CAES and scientific researchers at other public universities in Connecticut, such as the University of Connecticut. I'd like to note that the bulk of this bill, including Section 1, subsections A through H, were actually passed in 2010 and are part of Public Act 1096 and Connecticut General Statutes 22-82A. So this previous language was also designed to create equity between our scientists and researchers at public universities in the state. In that case, with regard to authorizing patents and licensing of inventions as discoveries. The new text is proposed in subsection H and extends that equity to involvement in startup companies created as a function of those developed inventions and discoveries. CAS, we have over 40 PhD level scientists, including a dozen that we've hired in the last 4 years, conducting groundbreaking research in the fields of agriculture, public health, food safety, and the environment. Similar to researchers at other public universities in the state, this research most certainly will lead to discoveries that can be commercialized for the benefit of the citizens of the state as well as its workforce and the economy. Without extending this equity to startup companies, CAES will have great difficulty in retaining the talent we've worked so hard to secure. If that talent is lost to other states and institutions outside of Connecticut, the effect on science, technology, innovation, and economic development will be significant. As noted in the bill, the CAS Board of Control will establish policies and procedures analogous to those at UConn and other public universities to assure that all state legal and ethical requirements are met. I do have a suggestion on the language of the bill, specifically the title, since the current title doesn't reflect the bulk of what was created in 2010. And so I'd recommend the title be an act authorizing inventions, discoveries, and startup companies for employees of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Doc, for that. Do I have any questions from the committee? Please, Rep. D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming to testify today. If you could just put this in simple terms, what would be the change that this legislation is going to effectuate?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Chafee. So the main idea here is basically oh, sorry, my mistake, D'Amico. To create equity between our scientific researchers and those at the University of Connecticut. Right now, we have 2/3 equity. We're able to take our discoveries and inventions and patent and license them. But the last step is when those inventions could be commercialized. University of Connecticut and every university in the United States, there's a strong encouragement for developing those into startup or spin-off companies because of the economic development associated with that. Our researchers at the Agricultural Experiment Station are currently not able to do that. So this just kind of moves the pieces forward so that we're all equal.
So currently you're allowed to patent and license, but you can't commercialize.
Correct.
And you're telling us that at the University of Connecticut, for example, that third step is allowed and is already in effect?
Allowed and actively encouraged.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I see Rep. Dillon is online, and then we'll go to Rep. Gresco.
Hi, thank you very much, and hello, Dr. White. I'm really troubled that at the prospect that the current situation could result in our losing talent from the Ag Station, which is a tremendous asset to Hamden and New Haven and the whole region. I wonder if you could just give us some examples of the kinds of researchers that we need to retain there.
Absolutely. So thank you, Representative Dillon. So a perfect example came across my desk just last week. We have one of our new scientists, Dr. Hani Dweck. He did a postdoc at Yale. We hired him about a year ago. He's already made a discovery relative to spotted lanternfly, which is an invasive insect of great concern that's shown up in the state. And he has figured out how that insect pest detects which plant it's going to infect. And that discovery can be turned into products that can actually be used as lures to bring the insect to non-target plants that would not be of economic interest, or to bring them in and to kill them on the plant of interest. So we're already, and I should say, we actually work very closely with UConn Tech Commercialization. We have an MOU with them for the first two parts, the licensing and the patenting. But that's clearly a technology that could be developed and have significant economic environmental impact. And Dr. Dweck can't do that last step. And he is a young, energetic, super smart scientist. And if I can't give him that last piece, it's hard for me to make the argument that he should stay and he shouldn't go to UConn, which would be a loss to the agency, not a loss to the state. But he could go to universities in New York or other states, and then we would lose. So that would be the most specific example I could come up with.
That's a really good example, and that's very helpful. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So like a Japanese beetle trap.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I was out of the room and I apologize. You have a specific example yourself where if you feel comfortable enough sharing briefly and, on the edges of what made you have this idea.
Sure. Well, so I've had the idea for a number of years, but personally, my own research program, I work on nanotechnology and agriculture. We've made some significant discoveries with the University of Minnesota. Joint patents have been filed, and a startup company has been initiated. Now, my case is a little bit different because I'm really old and I'm not going anywhere. But that was in my mind when I thought about these 16 new PhD scientists that I've hired just in the last 4 years. And the fact that if I were in their shoes or they were in my shoes, it might be a different story. So I think this is really important to ensure the future of our agency and what we can do for the state.
And to be clear, the patent situation protocol in the state of Connecticut is here already. This is just coming with it.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Gresco. I appreciate it. Representative O'Day, please.
Just real quick, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got 5015 up to co-sponsor with my good colleague, Representative Gresco. Why were you not allowed to do this at the Ag Station previously? Do you know why it was left off?
That's an excellent question. When my specific personal case came up about 1.5 years ago, I reached out to the Office of State Ethics, very specifically explained the example, very similar to what's in my testimony, and was told that state employees are not allowed to do that. The agricultural experiment station in Connecticut is a little bit unique. We're the only ag experiment station in the entire country that's not part of a university. So that was the explanation I was given, that it would violate current state ethics guidelines for what state employees can do.
All right. So, and in every other state, the ag stations are with the university.
Correct. Yeah, Connecticut was the first. We were founded in 1875, and the original statute said we had to be independent. The other reason Connecticut is unique is the University of Connecticut also has an ag experiment station that was formed after us. So we actually have colleagues who are at UConn who can do everything that we just described, but the scientists at our experiment station can only do those first 2 steps. We can't do the third.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Representative O'Day. I just love the name Experiment Station. It sounds like a fun place to go.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. White, for joining us this morning. We appreciate you. I think we're all set on the committee, right? I want to thank Rep. Gresco for his work on this, especially over the last couple of years. And thanks for being here this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yep. We are going to have Senator Summers. I was looking at where she was sitting a minute ago. Oh, there. Sorry. Behind the chair. Please, come on. Please, Senator Summers, and then we'll be followed by Alicia Brockenberry. Senator Summers, thanks for joining us this morning. What's on your mind?
I'm really close to you guys. It feels a little weird. Well, thank you for having me. I am testifying on 3 bills today, and I know I have a limit, so I'll try to be quick. The first bill that I would like to testify on this morning is SB 59. It has to do with an act requiring a plan for beneficial use dredging. I really encourage the committee to take a look at this. There's significant environmental benefits, economic benefits, and sustainability and resiliency benefits to enacting a plan for beneficial use dredging. It will also really help our marinas all along the coast here in the state of Connecticut, because dredging has become an increasing problem that I'm sure many of you are aware of, but many of you may not be aware of, which for years, I believe probably 7 years, we have been in a battle with the state of New York on how to dispose of dredged materials. You heard previously from the DEEP, it takes Connecticut, the Army Corps of Engineer, and New York to sign off on a dredging permit to be able to dispose of materials off the EPA site off of Fisher's Island. New York has really pushed back on us. They do not sign off on our permits. And what happens is our marinas end up having to truck the material either to New Haven by barge or truck it to someplace in Pennsylvania at exponentially amount of cost. It's extremely expensive. And unfortunately for Connecticut, we get all the silt from New York. They don't have the issue that we have. If we were able to use beneficial use dredging here in the state of Connecticut, it could not only help resiliency in our marshlands, but it would also help our marinas and our boaters, and it has a huge economic impact. Obviously, When you go through the rules, it has to be clean fill, it has to meet requirements, it has to align with US Army Corps of Engineer and EPA guidelines, but it is something that other states do. In my testimony, you'll see New York and New Jersey do it, Maryland, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and California. And I know that we do follow a lot of what California does for environmental reasons. So I hope that you will take a look at possibly enacting that bill. I think it's a good one that could provide some great benefit for our state and the people that live here. The second bill that I wanted to touch on quickly is SB 55, which has to do with Wyosip Lake in North Stonington. And unfortunately, the way that the bill was written is a little vague and misleading. So I'm going to explain exactly what they want. I have given the clerk the language that they're looking for. So the way that our regs are written, you are allowed to use a motorcraft between June 15th and after Labor Day on the lake. And they're not asking for a speed limit increase. What they are asking for is, can they use a watercraft on the Saturday previous to Memorial Day till September 15th. So all they are looking for is to expand the time in which they can use a watercraft. They are not looking to increase the speed limit. I think because it was in a speed limit statute, that's the way the language was written. You will see there are people that are going to be testifying, and I do have, just for an example, this whole thing of listed from people on Wyosip Lake looking to support that particular effort. So that is what that bill is. I'm happy to talk about that in detail afterwards if anybody needs any more information. The last bill that I wanted to testify on quickly, which could take a long time, but I'm going to do the Reader's Digest version, is SB 63. That has to do with the mitigation efforts for wildlife and fisheries on future offshore wind projects. I did listen to Deep's testimony. There is a 11-state collaborative to look at a mitigation plan, but I have to say I am not convinced that it is adequate in any way, shape, or form. We have already seen impacts to our squid population. We've had 43 whales wash up on our beaches. You will hear from the wind farm folks, there's no correlation. There's no correlation that's not the reason either. I encourage all of you to look at a documentary called Thrown to the Wind by Michael Schellenberger, who is an advocate originally for wind and now has really changed his tune. You can find it on YouTube. It's fascinating and well worth the 20 minutes of your time. The reason why this mitigation fund is so important, not only for preserving our commercial fishing here, but also making sure that our marine wildlife and our habitats are shored up and that are not negatively impacted, because we just don't have the data. We understand that between the idea of combating climate change and offshore wind has emerged as a key player to push for clean energy, which many of us can agree with, but we just have to make sure that we're not pitting one industry against another and or causing problems in our environment and our wildlife that are unintended. We spent our 70s saving the whales, and now we're looking at doing something different that could impact the whales and other wildlife. So we need to look at the loss of access to fishing grounds, the decline in the fishing populations and catches, the financial strains on fishermen, and the food that we eat here actually in this country. There's environmental impacts on wildlife, the habitat fragmentation, noise pollution, collision and displacements, and the importance of equitable solutions. So I think it's important that Connecticut does need, and other states do, like Rhode Island, have an additional mitigation fund above and beyond the collaborative one to make sure that there's adequate funding levels, transparent management, and long-term commitment from the state. I will say, we have a collaborative agreement for species quotas. It's the Atlantic Marine quotas. Connecticut does not fare well in that. So I think it's really important that we look at this from an individual state perspective. I will also say that it is my understanding that the current mitigation plan that is looked at on the national level in a collaboration of the 11 states is based on what they do for oil and gas. And what they do for oil and gas is woefully inadequate. When you look at the oil and gas mitigation fund, basically what happens is if you are drilling for oil and you are a fisherman in that area and you come into one hazard along or in juxtaposition to where they're dealing or they're drilling for oil, that area is then mapped out as a no-go zone. So if you look at oil and gas, the entire ocean around where they're drilling is become a no-go zone, which means if you're a fisherman in that area and you run into a hazard, there is no mitigation for you. One and done. And if that is what this plan is going to look like, it is not going to work for our fishermen, for our wildlife, et cetera. So I think it's really important that we pursue this, and I'm happy to answer any questions on any of those bills that I just testified on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you and all the work you're putting into these. Rep. Callahan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, thanks, Senator, for your testimony, especially at 55, you clarified what you're looking for. I was just out in the hallway talking deep about it, so now I know how to follow up. And on 63, I did speak to some fishermen from your district, and I've been on the phone with several of fishing groups, and I appreciate your testimony because it's exactly what they're telling me. Great, have a fund, but if there's an acceptable kill level of our marine fisheries, as long as we have a fund, I don't agree with that. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see Rep. Dubitsky online, and then we'll go to Rep. O'Day. Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for coming in. I wanted to talk to you about SB 55. I'm looking at a map and I see that the lake, could you pronounce the name? Wysup? Wysup. I see that that lake is fully within the boundaries of the town of North Stonington. Why is it then that the state gets to set the speed limit and the dates for the various speed limit?
So it's my understanding it's within the boundaries of North Stonington, but the lake is actually owned by the state of Connecticut. I can't answer the question on why somebody sets the speed limit. The speed limit is not something that they're really concerned about. What they're interested in is, they live along the lake. They're responsible for paying for the surveys of the lake every year so that they can request a drawdown to make sure that there's no hydrilla, et cetera, in the lake. They're very diligent about that, but they are not allowed to use the lake until June 15th for any kind of water skiing or watercraft. So all they're asking simply is when they have their families and their picnics on Memorial Day weekend, the Saturday before Memorial Day to September 15th after Labor Day, they would be allowed to use watercraft on the lake.
Okay, got it. So the state has the jurisdiction over that because the state is actually the owner of the lake. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know, because it just seems like we've got all these separate statutes for every little lake and pond and puddle in the state. And it would certainly make sense to me if the local municipality had the authority to set its own dates and speed limits and things like that, and regulations for the lakes fully within the boundaries. But I guess if the state actually is the title owner to the lake, your proposed method of changing it is probably the only way to go at the moment. Okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. It's actually so detailed. It tells you the exact hours that you're allowed to use a motorcraft on the lake. It's only between 11 and 6, so don't try to get out at 10.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Senator. Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real quick, Senator, thank you for your testimony on Senate Bill 59. I don't know if you saw the letter from the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments. They asked, they were opposed to the bill because they had a question. However, we are confused as to why dredging spoils would be used to fill in protected wetlands and why they are limited to just filling in wetlands when there are other potential uses or potential disposal sites for dredging material. I wonder if you could
I did not have a chance to look at that, but this is not necessarily limiting the use of dredge materials where it can't be used someplace else. The idea for beneficial use dredging in my particular area, which I think would help all of our residents along the coast, is I'm going to use Mystic as an example. We have marinas there that the silt is coming in, filling in from New York. New York doesn't have that problem because they have much more rocky bottom and everything flows to Connecticut, right? So their marinas are filling in. They might lose 1 or 2 slips a year and they apply for a dredging permit. it has become so cost prohibitive to dredge because we are not allowed, we are blocked by New York in dumping that material in an open, confirmed EPA site off the coast of Fisher's Island. Fisher's Island Conservancy has fought this, even though it's clean material. So they will not sign off on the permits. This has been a problem for years. Connecticut has to sign off, then New York, then the Army Corps of Engineer, although Connecticut continues to sign off on New York's permits, which is a whole other story. So we can't. So the marina either has to put it in a truck and truck it someplace, or they have to put it on a barge and take it to a different EPA site, at the other end of the state. What we could do if we were allowed to use beneficial use dredging here is I have a marina right next to a marsh. Our marshes are becoming underwater because of climate change and sea level rise. They could, if the material obviously was clean enough, they could, and they have literally dredging barges that do this. They dredge and then they're blowing the dredge material into the marsh, like right there. And it's efficient, it's cost effective, and it's actually helping build up the marsh. So other states do this. It's just an alternative for us to look at that not only helps some of the low-lying areas, the marsh and the wetlands, but it also helps economic impacts with our marinas. And we can sort of, obviously the material has to be clean, but it's a workaround of the big issue that we're having here. And you can also use beneficial use dredging in other areas, but this doesn't have to be the only choice. You can use this material if it's clean. Sometimes they use it. They took material out of the Thames River when they were doing the Port Authority, the new state pier, and they trucked it up and used it as fill in Griswold, Connecticut. So there's different opportunities. This isn't the only one, but this is something that I think our state needs to look at. We have been at this dredging problem for years, and there hasn't really been great solutions. I know that, with Graham Stevens at the head now of DEEP in this area, there has been improvements, but this is something else that we definitely could look at. And there's a playbook to look at. Other states are doing it with beneficial use. So I think it's something that we should definitely consider. And all this bill is doing is really creating a look or a study to see how we could use it. Thank you.
Normally, my knee-jerk reaction when you say follow California on something, I say no, but this one sounds like a good idea. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Senator. Oh, I'm sorry. And that's totally my fault.
No,
Rep.
don't
Baumgartner,
apologize.
please go
You're
ahead.
Totally okay, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. Great to see you, Senator. We just want to focus my remarks on SB 63. You brought up the Rhode Island model, for example. Rhode Island being a state that not only participates in this, will be presumably participating in the regional model, but also has one on their own. Can you explain kind of the benefits to having the benefits Rhode Island has seen to having one on their own and how it augments against the regional model?
Sure. Obviously the regional model is not completed yet, right? This is just information that we're hearing. I think there may be two suggestions that I forgot to mention. I think it would be interesting if this committee asked the wind farm companies to come in and give a presentation to you on what they are doing for mitigation. I think that would be eye-opening. Anybody that wants to bid here in the state of Connecticut, it might be good for you to hear directly from them. What are their plans and what are they doing? That would be a suggestion. We might find out that they're doing everything perfect and we don't need this, but I don't think that will be the case. Rhode Island, I also sit on the Environmental Standards Committee for the wind procurement projects. I know that you've been to some of those meetings, Representative. And I just want to go back a few years when we went out for our first procurement. I remember I was in Nashville, Tennessee for a vacation, and we spent the entire 4th of July coming up on the standards really quickly for that RFP to go out. One of the things that the committee had really strongly suggested was that we had a mitigation fund as part of the RFP. We knew that Rhode Island had one. When they put out their RFP, it was a $15 million mitigation fund. For some reason, DEEP decided to not do that. So it was not included in the first RFP. It was not required. Since that time, the Environmental Standards Committee has repeatedly said we need a mitigation fund here in the state of Connecticut. Yes, it can be above and beyond what we're doing with this 11-state collaborative. But I will say, When Connecticut has joined these collaboratives, whether it's the Atlantic Fisheries quota system, whether we talked about TCI, remember we were going to join this collaborative and we pulled back and said, no, Connecticut needs our own. This could be something that supplements on top of the 11 state mitigation, because we don't know what they're going to come up with. We don't know how that's going to benefit or hurt our particular area. So I had a bill last year that talked about creating this mitigation plan. The pushback has been we don't have anybody to administer it. But if we are establishing a mitigation plan within our RFP, let's say we did what Rhode Island was and it was $15 million. There's no reason with that kind of mitigation fund, we couldn't have either a nonprofit or someone within OPM control that fund to make sure that our fishermen or the wildlife or habitats are absolutely brought back to where they were before wind was implemented. And that's why I think it's really important that we establish that. That could be established through any RFP we have going out in the future. The wind farm folks that I have talked to, they understand this, and they understand that in a new industry, there are going to be unforeseen impacts that we can't even foresee. They understand that's sort of the cost of doing business. So I think other states have done that. That's something that would be wise. It's an insurance policy. And within the bill that I had proposed last year, it said if there is no impacts within X amount of years, that money could be then returned in some way. So I think it's really important. We have seen, unfortunately, whether it's anecdotal or, a direct causation, impacts that we have never seen. We have never had 43 whales wash up on the eastern seaboard ever in my lifetime. And now we are using a method to drill, or I guess pound, I'll call it, these wind farms into the bedrock, and the noise can cause temporary blindness in whales, and they're surfacing under boats and a lot of interactions. So I suggest everybody do your research and you come out what you think, but both yourself and I represent the last commercial fishing fleet here in the state of Connecticut. And I know that sometimes fishermen tell fish stories, right? But I will say so many of them have seen collisions, and they have said to me, look, when I'm in my boat, it's very hard to see a whale right under the surface. These other survey boats are going much faster than our boats, and there's just no way that you can see them. And for fishermen are, in our case, maybe people don't believe that, but they are definitely conservationists. They don't want to take everything because they have to sustain their way of life. And, you have talked to them also. This is something that is critical for them. They are the most regulated industry in the country. They are more regulated than some people that have committed serious murders. They literally they are tracked every step of their trip. They are monitored every step of the way. And they want to do good for our environment also. But I really think that we need this, because this is not just about, a few fishermen. This is a way of life. This is our history. And I will just remind everybody, most of our fishermen, the only assets they have are their license and their boat, right? They put their entire life on the line, literally most dangerous profession that we have, to feed us all. And what they want to do is be able to pass the license or their boat down to their son, who is taking over. It's usually a son. There's not that many daughters, but that are in that industry. And when we perhaps go with the zealot quest for clean energy, and we put out wind farms and we impact them so there is no fish, or the fish move, there's no value left to their boat or to the license. How do we compensate that? This mitigation fund, we could perhaps put them all out of business. I don't know, you don't know, no one knows. And if that's the case, we've destroyed a way of life. And these people have put a significant amount of money into their boats and to the nets and to their licenses. So how do we compensate for that? That is not included, as far as I understand, in this 11-state collaborative. So maybe Connecticut should have its own mitigation. If we do end up putting them out, at least we can repay the boat and repay the licensure fee so that they could, or retrain them so they could do something else. So I think that's why this is so important.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for sharing. Thanks for being with us this morning, and we'll certainly keep in touch on these.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, yeah. Oh, did you have a question for the senator?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure. I've been pushing the speaker button. I don't know if there's something new that's changed in the last 2 years. I haven't been here.
Rep Gucker, I'm so sorry. Please ask your question.
Real quick, one thing that you did spar or prompt in my head was when you were talking about the wind farms and the pounding into the bedrock. And you said you're also part of a group that's looking into this wind farm projects. Former Representative David Michelle had a program, and I'm not sure if you've thought about this or looked into this. It was a gravity-based system that would have mitigated a lot of that pounding and vibrations through the water. Has your group looked into that as an alternative to maybe something to mitigate some of these problems?
Thank you for that question. Yes, he was also on the Environmental Standards Committee, and just so you know, it's not my group. It's a group that was set up when we decided to go and have, I think it was SB 9 in 2017, where we created the idea of the purchase power agreement for wind. So it's a state group. It's not a Heather Summers group, just so everyone knows. And he was on that group, and we did talk about that. And the gravity-based ones do not have that effect. You know, whales are impacted by a certain decibel noise. It impacts their ability for sonar and I guess for them to be able to tell where they are, et cetera. And gravity-based ones would be preferable, but they're a lot more expensive. And so that is not something that DEEP put in the RFP. We are also told that the topography of where they want to put the wind farms does not lend itself to gravity-based. I can't answer whether that's accurate or not. I can just tell you that Europe has all gone to gravity-based, and that without that, you have, if you take the time and look at the documentary, which is really well done, again, Thrown to the Wind, you will see where wind farm companies may be claiming that they're at a certain decibel point when they have Navy experts that are sonar acoustic experts, and they're using a hydrophone to measure what the sound is. It's very different at times than what's being reported. And you could see, if you watch that documentary, you can see why that sort of pounding over hours and hours and days could really affect even us, let alone somebody under the water where it's much greater. But yes, that's something that we did look at. Again, I'm not an expert in what is acceptable or not, but I do know gravity-based is what they're using in other countries now. They've gotten away from pounding it into the bedrock, and but the cost is more.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I still am a strong supporter of gravity-based. I know it's not only just more environmentally friendly, it's also economically friendly to many of our trades out there. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, Rep Gucker. I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you. All right, next up, we're going to jump to Alicia Brockenberry. Is Alicia here? Or Alicia? Yep. Is Alicia here? Okay, great. We're going to move on from Alicia. Next up is Representative Irene Haynes. Thanks for being with us, Rep. Haynes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Chairman Lopes and Parker, Ranking Member Harding and Callahan, and distinguished member of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to not only submit my written testimony, but also to be here in person. I'm going to let you read that testimony at your thank you, at your leisure. But I'm here with Captain Mike Corcoran, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to him.
It's still morning.
This is
Got 15 minutes.
Feels like afternoon.
Good morning. I thought I was missing something. Anyway, thanks for letting me share with you this morning. I've been a licensed captain for 25 years. I operate yachts. I operate fishing charter vessels, and I'm also an avid fisherman myself. I have my own boat. But we're here to talk about what I consider is a very, very serious issue, and that is the balloons that are let go into the environment, and they float away and they come down. And there's no control as far as where they do come down. And I see a lot of them on the water, a lot. I've been offshore 100 miles and seen them floating out there. They have an impact to the environment. I do know that there's many birds that are affected. They get caught up in the strings and the ribbons. Ribbons are a real serious problem on these. You know, they tangle around their beaks and around their legs, and they use them for nesting, and the chicks get wrapped up in them. I'm not an expert in this field, but I know that it's an issue. I do know that on the Sound, on Long Island Sound, you can find them, especially in the spring, floating in the tidal lines. I've picked up anywhere from 10 to 60 in a given day. I take the time. I'm one of the guys that goes out there. When I see them, I pick them up because that's the right thing to do. Not everybody does that, but I do know a lot of people that do that. But the law that we have on the books right now, which is it's illegal to release 10 or more balloons in a 24-hour period, has been on the books for 20, 30 years now. I think 1990 it was implemented. And it's just not working. First of all, enforcement is an issue. Second of all, the public has no clue that it's against the law to do this. Just in the last 2 months, there have been 2 instances where they have had mass releases for, for someone that's passed away. Both issues that I know of, they were young people, and both here in the state of Connecticut, and they were both covered by the media. One on the TV, they showed the release. Another one was in the newspaper, and that was last month. So obviously, even the media has no idea that it's against the law to release balloons because they're covering it. They're making it look like it's okay to do this. Not intentionally, but that's what's happening.
Sir, we just hit 3 minutes, so could you conclude? I know
sure.
there's going to be some questions for you.
All
that you'll
right.
have
Yeah,
to
I
get
guess the way what I would like to see is, I think this bill is in the right direction, but I do think that there needs to be some additions to it as far as it reads that non-biodegradable. And I have a question about that, and I don't think that that's proper. I think any balloon is not proper as far as to be released. But I think it's a step in the right direction. I think if there's good language in there that specifies how long, what is considered biodegradable. I think the industry standard is 12 weeks. In that period of time, a lot of damage can be done to both marine and aviation type animals. So I guess I'll yield the time now and let you ask some questions. Thank you.
And that's a great question you raised, and we will be thinking about it. I'm going to ask our co-chair to share some thoughts or questions.
Thanks for coming. Thanks, Representative, for being part of this. There's a lot of interest in doing something about this. Last year, we tried hard. Year before that, and we're going to keep trying until we get something. And in my view, there's the detriment of releasing balloons into the environment, not knowing where they're going, far exceeds the necessity of having lighter than air balloons, which is, I don't see a necessity at all. So yeah, I would like to essentially ban any release whatsoever. We're going through a lot of different permutations of how and why and what we're going to do, and I hope we can put our heads together and further this legislation. I like the ribbons was new this year. Thank you, Representative, for bringing that up, and that is something that is worthwhile. But this is gonna be something we work on all session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, thank you, Representative Haynes, for bringing the captain in. And I believe we passed something like this through the House last year. No,
No, it was
23. Okay.
Yeah.
But
we've been trying since 2019 was the first year we put it in. Yeah, so we've been trying, but it hasn't gotten through yet.
Senator
It went
Lopes,
through the House once, I think.
okay. Senator Lopes said we'll continue working on it. I know I spent a lot of time on Block Island. I know that they've banned the sale of these balloons out there. If you walk the beaches there, they were everywhere before and they're gone. So I hate the fact that it's disrupting the marine life and the birds as well. So thanks for coming in, Captain.
Thank you, Representative. I got some questions over here, and I see a hand online, so we'll get to that too. Let's start with Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today, and thank you, Rep. Haynes, for your continued advocacy on this. I share in your concerns about the biodegradable balloons as well. If they're anything like the compostable bags that I tried to use for my vegetable scraps, those things are still in my compost pile 2 years later. So, you know, these things are marketed as biodegradable or compostable, but in reality, they're not. You know, I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time on Long Island Sound or further offshore, and also do quite a bit of backpacking, some of the most pristine places in this country, and you're miles out in the wilderness, not a person around, and you see these balloons hanging from the trees or wrapped up in nests. So it is a really big problem. I know some people are dismissive of it. They don't see it as that, but I do. And like I said, thank you once again for coming to the committee.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Gucker.
Thank you, Representative, for bringing this up. I think when we came together the first time as freshmen, and I'm a freshman yet again, we've been working on this bill for quite a while. And you are right about the lack of enforcement with these mass releases. I know we worked hard on getting a law through on that. I also share the concerns of the biodegradable nature. I also do have the biodegradable bags in my compost pile that I still find when I turn the soil over. The other thing you may want to consider, if we do go to a biodegradable balloon, if there is such a thing, the other thing you brought up is we should also look at the string and the rope being biodegradable as well, because even if we make the balloon biodegradable, I do also find, I mean, I live in the middle of the woods. I do find these balloons all the time. I do a lot of hiking as well, just like Representative Chafee. And I am constantly picking these things up and pulling them out of trees. And I also have seen not so much the balloon be part of the nest, but actually that string. So if we look into if industry does come forward, and sometimes it's us putting our thumb down to force industry to come up with this product of something that is truly biodegradable, but then also maybe we include that the string or the rope be biodegradable as well. Thank you for your advocacy on this.
Thanks, Rep. Gucker. Rep. Arzeno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for coming today and your testimony. I fully support what you are doing. I live on one of the rivers in Connecticut and just tired of collecting balloons, and that you have my full support. I support what Senator Loeb said, and I count on my support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you been monitoring what Florida just did?
Yes, I have. I've in contact with Balloons Blow, which is a nonprofit down in Florida, and they've gotten a law passed which prohibits the sale of helium-filled balloons. So, you know, if you eliminate that alone, it cures the problem. They can't float away if they aren't lighter than air. It's an aggressive move that they made, and I think Virginia is also in that department. They've passed some laws that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Mushinski online.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Captain, for coming in. I too go out on the Sound. On my other job, I have to do water monitoring in the Sound, and we fish them out of the water too. They're in the marshes. They get tangled up in the osprey nests. They kill young ospreys. It doesn't kill them right away. It takes several days, but during which they're starving to death or unable to fly, or you know, it's a slow death. And having a balloon that is just listed as biodegradable, I'm not sure actually works. I think in your observations, you probably have seen the same thing I've seen, that it takes a while for the animal to die tangled up, and the biodegradable is probably not fast enough for the animal to survive. Would you concur with that?
Oh, absolutely. Not only birds, but, sea turtles and sea turtles, from underneath the water. I'm a scuba diver as well. And when you're underneath the water and you see these on the top, you could mistake them for a jellyfish. And that's what sea turtles eat. And they consume them and they die from them because they can't digest them. I mean, would you feed your kids a balloon? Of course not.
No, it plugs up their intestines. It's true.
Right.
Okay, so I'm in agreement with you, and I wrote the original law, and we ended up with a 10 balloon limit because I couldn't pass the bill without it. Obviously, someone is invested in keeping these balloons going because the bill gets to the point where we're about to pass it, and then suddenly it doesn't go. So there's I don't know if it's the helium people or the balloon people, but someone is getting in the way of passing the bill. But I agree with Senator Lopes that there is really no purpose in doing this lighter than air business. It's just a habit and a cultural expression which could be changed to a different type of cultural expression that shows affection for the person who died or affection for the couple who's getting married or whatever. There's other ways to celebrate that or to commemorate someone who we have lost without killing off sea life and birds. So I think we can make that shift and introduce new customs. But the first action is really to ban the balloon. And I thank Representative Haynes for being so persistent to come back again this year. And I hope can help you pass it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Senator Lopes? Yeah, please.
Right. Seeing no further questions on that. That's kind of the irony, Rep. Gresco, that Repo Day doesn't want to follow California legislation. I don't want to follow Florida legislation. But if we have to, we'll swallow and do what we got to do. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next on the list. Oh, Tom.
Sorry, no, I just would add, I just co-sponsored this one as well. So thank you for your testimony.
You're the best.
I'm going to get in some trouble here, I think, but
next up, we have Jody Morrow. Who someone just told me is online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, very good. I have timed myself about a dozen times to make sure I'm under 3 minutes. So if I'm over, please forgive me. Honorable chairs and members of the Environment Committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I represent a group of volunteers and residents known as Bristol Residents for Clean Air. And today I speak with regards to Senate Bill 80, 5107 and 5108. The residents of Bristol, Connecticut are a disproportionately burdened community. The location of the ReWorld facility is a densely populated residential area, including daycares and adult care center, a seasonal amusement park, and low-income housing. And of 73 incinerators in the U.S. today, 8 out of 10 are environmental justice communities, and Bristol is one of those communities. The city of Bristol entered into an agreement with Ogden Martin in 1988, and in the original agreement, it was specified that no biomedical waste was to be processed or burned at the facility. But Senate Bills 80, 5107, 5108 introduce important concepts to be considered when allowing a special permit to burn untreated medical waste at a solid waste incinerator. An incinerator that processes and burns medical waste should be held to federal standards for a medical waste incinerator. And it seems to be obvious and sensible, but there is a federal loophole that exists that must be addressed for the benefit of the community that bears the burden of that facility, that serves waste disposal of 14 towns, that moreover will be allowed to truck in untreated medical waste imported from all over New England. We can't deny there's a need for a solution to the waste, but must we displace a portion of it with untreated medical waste from neighboring states? Now, it's been noted that ReWorld has voluntarily committed to additional mercury emissions monitoring as requested by their stakeholders, but however, to date, we have no knowledge of such monitoring at the Bristol facility. And ReWorld has requested that Deep make this a condition of their permit. However, Deep has not, so it's an empty promise. Now, Deep has announced plans to approve the permit to burn untreated medical waste with no modifications to the permit. At the minimum, continuous monitoring should be enforced by an outside entity to measure the level of dioxins, furans, mercury, and lead byproducts into the air. Connecticut does not have a large landmass, so air quality issue is a concern for all Connecticut residents. Now, we've been assured that medical waste does not pose a health risk or danger in a change in air emissions, but the state department agencies in Massachusetts, Oregon, and Maryland have brought forth regulations for continuous monitoring of the emissions, and the state of Rhode Island has banned it completely. So we're in question as to why ReWorld is in opposition of the law to do that. And after 1,000 petition signatures and 600 letters of opposition, we're calling for protective measures. We need you to bring much needed action on this issue for the families, residents, and citizens of not only Bristol, Plainville, and Southington, but also the people of Connecticut. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Good job. You nailed the 3 minutes on the button.
Woo!
Are there any questions? Any questions from Ms. Morrow? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Morrow, for your testimony. So you referenced 3 different bills in your testimony, one of which is on our agenda today, Senate Bill 80, and then you also referenced House Bill 5107, House Bill 5108. So I just want to ask you like 1 or 2 questions just for some clarification of each of these. So Senate Bill 80, as I read it, requires or would require that incinerators be in compliance with EPA standards. Now, did I hear you say that those EPA standards do not include continuous monitoring? Is that correct?
So the EPA standards are for what would be considered a medical incinerator, but because the ReWorld facility burns trash, there is a loophole there. So they are not held to standards for medical waste incinerators, but if it's a duck, it's a duck. If it quacks, it's a duck, right? So if you're going to burn medical waste, you should be considered a medical waste incinerator and therefore be held to EPA standards.
Okay. Thank you. And earlier today, there was some discussion when the representatives from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection were here, and there seemed to be some misunderstanding or controversy or different opinions about whether Department of Energy and Environmental Protection would be able to offer stricter better standards than what the EPA has on their books. Would you like to speak to that at all?
So I do believe that DEEP for the state of Connecticut may adopt at least the stringent standards of the EPA or more stringent standards, but it is my understanding that they are less stringent than the EPA standards or regulations.
Okay. Again, I guess we're going to have to sort that out at some point. And I don't want to monopolize the committee's time, and I appreciate the indulgence of the chair. So you referenced Bill 5108, which has to do with industrial low-frequency noise pollution. Is that something that you and your fellow residents of Bristol are concerned about? And if so, could you just briefly expand on that a little bit?
Sure, there has been a noise pollution problem emanating from the facility for quite some time. It's being investigated by the Bristol Burlington Health Department. There have been measures brought and found through continuous testing that they are in fact in violation of a noise order for that facility. And so our group has been mainly focused on trying to get protections in place for the burning of the medical waste, although the groups have come together because we clearly see that there is an issue in both compliance with the ReWorld facility in regards to the noise violation order and the concern for the permitting process when allowing the untreated medical waste. So I would say, yes, we are working together, but not mutually exclusive.
Okay, and if I could indulge the chair one more time, what is this noise all about? Would you be able to briefly just describe that to me and the committee?
Yes. So I'm going to say that it's probably been for the better part of about 2 years now, and I can't say that with full certainty, but some of the residents in the surrounding area around the ReWorld facility started to submit complaints to first the city about a very low level industrial noise, a frequent humming that they found to be completely disruptive to their well-being, that it was concentrated inside the walls of their home, that they could not enjoy any time outside of their homes because this low-level frequency, much like the noise that you were mentioning under the water with the whales, right? It's had this negative impact on sleep patterns. It actually has caused nausea and sleep disturbances in some of the people that have talked about it, and it is continuous. And so they felt that they needed to be directed to the Bristol Burlington Health Department. Actually, the city of Bristol had directed over to the Bristol Burlington Health Department. And so they came out to investigate and did these tests where the outside noise, anything other than actual frequency, was measured, and found those levels to be severe and in violation.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Being none online or in the room, thank you very much, Ms. Cano. Next up, we have Senator Martin, along with the Mayor Caggiano. Are you together, sir, or are you not coming up together? Okay, we'll work. We'll figure that out. I'll work you in. My apologies for thinking you're together.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Chairs, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, ranking members Harding, and Representative Callahan, and members of the Environment Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you here regarding SB 80. It's an act concerning the burning of medical waste. For the record, most of the written testimony that is online are in support of this legislation. It's clear that the submitters were confused on how to answer if they supported the proposed bill with thinking that they were against burning medical waste. My involvement in this issue started about 4 years ago when I was approached by Bristol residents, two that I know of live directly behind in the backyard of ReWorld's trash incinerator, as well as the previous testimony from Jody. So that started 4 years ago, and you'll hear from the other two later on today, as well as others. They shared their concerns about the medical waste permit that was being requested by then Cavanta, and now they are known by ReWorld. After listening to them and learning of the permit process and somewhat ambiguous public awareness on this important issue, I put on 4 forums. I put on 5 forums, 2 in Bristol, 1 in Plymouth, 1 in Southington, and 1 in Plainville. ReWorld, Deep, City of Bristol, Bristol Hospital were all invited to participate. ReWorld was the only one who did participate in 4 of them. SB 80 seeks to accomplish what I think is common sense clean air goal. It aims to close a loophole in our state law or regulation. The loophole allows an applicant or an owner of a municipal waste incinerator, such as the one in Bristol, to burn medical waste at less stringent emission levels than meeting EPA higher standards for a solely medical waste incinerator. I joined many concerned citizens, and you heard a number from the previous speaker, from Bristol, Southington, and surrounding area in fixing this loophole. While ReWorld has checked off all the boxes required by the current regulations, there's an obvious need to amend the statutes to include updated regulations for burning a larger amount of medical waste, and this legislation should be retroactive and apply to the permit requested by ReWorld. And part of the process, one of the things that I learned, that our Bristol health director, Bristol Burlington, wasn't even involved in any of this. There's flaws that should be addressed, but nonetheless, it's not unreasonable or punitive to a business to close that loophole and to make sure that EPA standards are followed to ensure that public health and to preserving the environment. Thank you for considering this practical clean air legislation. I'd like to also just close with this. I want the committee to know that I have requested DEEP to hold off on the pending decision regarding medical waste burning to ensure that ultimately the transparency is taking place, as well as the ability for our state legislature to weigh in on this subject. Again, thank you for allowing me to say a few words here.
Thank you, Senator Martin. First question, I saw Rep. Dubitsky followed by Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for coming in. There is one of the few remaining trash to energy plants in my district in Lisbon. It takes in municipal waste from a number of municipalities in the area, and it burns it. How would this bill affect that plant? And you know, I don't know off the top of my head if they have any contracts to accept waste from any medical facilities, but let's assume for a second that they do. So we've got a municipal, a privately operated plant that burns municipal waste. And let's assume for a second that it accepts waste from medical facilities. How would this bill affect them?
Representative, the amount of medical waste might be different in your area before us here, or the permit that's being requested is a process that ReWorld needs to take in order to burn medical waste. I don't know if it's completely untreated or not. However, regarding your area, if they would want to do the same thing as ReWorld is doing, they'd have to go through a permitting process to burn that medical waste. And this statute, if it moves forward and becomes law, then they would have to adhere to those standards.
Okay, and is it your feeling that they don't now?
So currently, I don't know how much of special waste that your facility can burn. Here in Bristol, they're allowed to burn up to 8% of the total tonnage that they burn in the plant. And that special burn, that special waste, is 8% of the total. So I believe the Bristol facility burns about 19,000 tons a year. 8% of that is what is being requested that they burn medical waste. So the special waste, I'll give you an example, is bulk waste. It's a little bit different than the municipal trash that we pick up at curbside.
Okay, yeah, but you're not suggesting that it would need to be burned like in a separate incinerator. It would, like at the Lisbon plant, and I understand it's the same in Bridgeport. There's essentially a giant pit. The trucks come in, they dump their load into the giant pit, and then there's an enormous crane with a big claw that pulls waste out of the pit and drops it into the incinerators. I'm assuming that's the same in all of the trash to energy facilities. So are you suggesting that this 8% would need to be isolated in a separate facility, in a separate incinerator?
I don't believe that's the way the process works. What I understand is that this 8% is separated when it comes in. However, it's sort of fluffed in. It's sort of fluffed in through the whatever process that they take, and it's combined with the current trash. But it's minimized to the 8%. And I'm not the expert on this, so there are going to be many behind me that will be speaking to that, and it's a good question to ask them.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in and discussing this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, Senator, thank you for your testimony. Did you have an opportunity to hear Deep testify about this bill
Yes.
and their concerns about the permit process and changing at this point? How would you respond to those concerns?
I think they had a concern whether or not the current regulation or the current bill would address or is not addressing if we would do this retroactively. And I would, the current way that it is written right now, it does not, but I plan on changing that should you guys decide to move forward with this. I think it needs to apply to the current application that's before you.
And I don't know if you've had a chance to review the testimony by the Reworld. I'm trying to look and see exactly who at Reworld. Did you have a chance to see the Reworld testimony that was submitted, the written testimony?
I have not.
They talk about the current permit process, but it doesn't seem like they're addressing what they actually are doing to alleviate the concerns that you brought up. But since you haven't read it, I won't go into specifics, but I thank you for your testimony here today.
Yeah, just to maybe add just a little bit there. So we're dealing with a certain level of standards. One is the municipal waste burn incinerators that have certain requirements, and within those within those standards, they're allowed to burn special waste. We are those standards are different than the a medical waste incinerator completely. What we're looking to do here is to these lower standards that is currently under the municipal waste is to raise them to the standards of what is what the standards are for the incinerators that burn totally medical waste. Two different things. There's our medical, there are medical facilities, there are incinerators that burn only medical waste with certain standards. The trash the municipal trash have a set of standards. They applied under the municipal application.
Makes sense. Okay.
A little confusing, but it's
Worth talking about.
Any further questions? Boy. Representative Gucker, I saw your raised hand go up. Oh, where are you? Representative D'Amico.
Okay. Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for coming and testifying, and thank you for your efforts to help your constituents over the years. I certainly appreciate what you've done. Appreciate that you introduced this bill to the committee. And I heard you mention that you're not an expert. I certainly am not an expert, but I'm just curious to know, would you happen to know if these EPA standards that are being referenced in your bill, do they include continuous monitoring?
the answer is they do have continuing monitoring taking place. regarding the monitoring of the medical waste, that is, you'll have to ask those that are going to follow me here. So there are certain, I guess, products regarding within the medical waste that would need to, when you burn them, they emit dioxins and furans. And regarding that monitoring, what I have learned is that those are only tested once a year and compared to daily. But again, I'm not an expert, so you really should be asking that question.
Okay,
to
I
someone, yeah.
appreciate that, because I guess the concern is that, as you seem to indicate just now, the continuous monitoring would probably be preferable to once a year monitoring, I would think.
Absolutely,
Oh,
yes.
okay, and the only other question I would have is, again, referencing the other bill that was given to this committee, 5107, that calls for a moratorium on permits. Would you be agreeable to incorporating some of that language into your bill?
Yeah. So, Representative, I'm not here, and I believe the entire group that I've met with are not here to put Covanta or Reworld on pause or on, for them to go out of business. All along, we have been saying we're not here to put anyone out of business. We just want to make sure we have clean air coming out of that stack. And just to let you all know, regarding one of the other bills as well, I know I received a carbon copy of a letter to, I believe it was addressed to Mayor Caggiano in Bristol, that Reworld's committed to fixing that sound issue. And then I met with them yesterday, their lobbyist, and, we are planning on meeting after this to see if we can bring some type of resolution to the bill that's in front of you that I'm speaking on today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Senator Martin.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, we have Chelsea Gazzillo, followed by Mayor Caggiano.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Senator Lopes and Representative Parker and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Chelsea Gazzillo, and I am the American Farmland Trust Senior New England Policy Manager. I also lead the Working Lands Alliance in Connecticut, which is a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to preserving Connecticut's farmland. I'm testifying today in support of HB 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural land at agricultural value. This legislation is a result of the accumulation of years of WLA, Representative Gresco, Connecticut Department of Agriculture, and partners working in fierce cooperation to create more opportunities for farmers seeking land while simultaneously ensuring the state's protected land will stay in agricultural production. We continue to lose farmland faster than we are protecting it. According to the most recent agricultural census, between 2017 and 2022, the state lost 9,525 acres of farmland. During the same time, the state protected 4,370 acres. Despite the commendable efforts of DOAG, including commissioning 2 reports and securing a USDA Land Capital and Market Access Grant, Connecticut continues to have some of the most expensive farmland in the country. This is particularly important when the state has an aging farmer population, with the average age of a state's producers being 59. In order to ensure that the next generation of farmers have a chance to build viable agricultural businesses, they must first have access to affordable land. This program will allow the Connecticut Department of Agriculture to implement a variety of land access tools that will address farmland affordability and accessibility. Additionally, if passed, land trusts will be able to implement the option to purchase at agricultural value, also known as OPAV. This tool will ensure that wealthy home buyers or investors would be precluded from purchasing a farm property if there was a farmer interested in purchasing it. and the purchase price of the property would be limited to its agricultural value, which is typically less than the non-farming buyer, typically less than what a non-farming buyer would pay. In both Vermont and Massachusetts, OPAVs have rarely been exercised, acting instead as an incentive for landowners to sell protected land to a family member or farmer buyer who intend to keep the land in active agricultural production. To conclude, we hope Connecticut will join Vermont, Massachusetts, and New York by passing OPAV and creating a farmland access program this session to both strengthen current farmland protection efforts and to promote affordable farmland access opportunities for farmers. I encourage you to read Working Lands Alliance letter, where we had over 35 farmers and organizations sign on in support, and the testimony of American Farmland Trust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would this interfere with the existing farmland preservation program that's ongoing now? Is it going to be competing with it, kind of thing, or is it? You tell me.
No, in fact, I think it would complement it, because this program will create it will allow the state to have a variety of different farmland access tools, including implementing what's called Buy, Protect, Sell, where the state could buy land, or the state could give out a grant to a land trust, then they could go buy land, work with the existing agricultural conservation easement program, the PDR program, to protect it, and then sell or lease it to a farmer. So I actually think this program will further our farmland preservation efforts and help us reach the goal of protecting 130,000 acres.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky, followed by Representative Horn online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the same bill that we had last year, or is it different?
It's a little different. It's a little bit more broad. So last year, the bill was just to implement the option to purchase at ag value, and this actually creates a larger land access program, which I think is better for the Department of Agriculture to be flexible.
Okay, so walk me through this. Let's say you own a farm that is worth $1 million, and you're getting old, and you were hoping that somebody is going to continue farming it, but you need the $1 million. How does this program help that?
Well, there could be a few different ways that this program could help that. The first being that if you had $1 million farm and you wanted to sell it for $1 million, and that was the market value of that farm, you could work with a land trust to get a grant for the land trust to buy the farm for $1 million if it wasn't protected with an agricultural conservation easement. And then that land trust could subsequently work to protect it and then sell it at a discounted rate to another farmer. You could also.
Okay, but before you move on to another method, okay, so the land trust gets money from this program?
Yes. So land trust will be able to apply directly to this program to purchase farms, protect it with an easement, and then sell it to another farmer, or to sell it to a farmer.
Okay, so land trust gets a grant for $1 million. Is that, would that be covered by this?
Yes.
Okay, so the land trust gets a grant for $1 million. So the land trust hasn't put up any money, gets a grant from the state. So now the state has, the taxpayers have paid this $1 million, and the land trust then holds title to the land, puts an agricultural restriction on it, and then sells it to a farmer for what? How much? $1 million or less than $1 million?
You would sell it at a discounted price to the farmer.
Okay, so let's say they sell it for $500,000. So now the land trust has in its hand $500,000 that of taxpayer money. The land has a agricultural easement on it. Where does that money go?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think that that would be something that the state could figure out in the regulations. There are other states that have revolving loan funds, so the state could create a revolving loan fund where the land trust, after it protects it, would have to pay back the proceeds that they received from selling the farm.
Okay. What happens if the farmer stops farming?
That's also a very good question. So then the land trust would come in and exercise the right of first refusal. Well, actually, no. What would happen is if that farmer stopped farming, then they would still just continue to be on that property until they went to sell. And then once they go to sell, then that land would have to be, if there was an option to purchase at ag value, which is a different tool than the buy, protect, sell, they would have to sell it to another farmer.
So if the farmer was 30 years old, farmed for 1 year after buying it and then stopped, they could live there for 60 years and the land could grow up into forest and it wouldn't be actively farmed.
I think that would be something that the department and the land trust would need to figure out within the easement restrictions. Because I could imagine that there could be provisions in there saying that you do have to show that you're actively keeping the farm in agriculture, or you're violating your easement.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. You said there were other things that could be done under this program. That was one example.
Yeah, that's one example. So then the other example is the option to purchase at ag value. So this could create a, it could make it so that some of the older conservation easements that the state owns that are open to interpretation could be strengthened. So, for example, there is a farm in Sharon, Connecticut, the Paley Farm, that has an older conservation easement on it. It was one of the first easements that the state did. And when the state, so Connecticut has one of the oldest state farmland preservation programs in the country. So when this program first started, like the state didn't really know long term what the impacts of some of these easements were going to be and what the legality was going to be. And so there is a farm in Sharon, Connecticut right now that there was an older easement on it, and the easement terms were interpreted in a way that there is currently going to be it was purchased by a non-operating farm owner, and now there will be a home developed on that property. And so what this program could do is take some of those older easements and put retroactive option to purchase at ag value on those easements, which means that when those farms come up for sale, they have to be sold to a farmer to be kept in active agriculture.
So you're talking about adding new terms to an old easement? How do you do that?
Well, you go back and work with the easement holder. So in many cases, it might be the state or a land trust, and you put this extra layer on the easement.
Wouldn't you need the permission of the landowner?
Yes, the landowner, it's voluntary. The landowner has
Okay.
voluntarily agreed to do it.
Gotcha. Okay. And that would allow for the landowner to then sell the property at market value?
No. So what that would do is it would actually give the landowner an incentive. So it would pay the landowner for its agricultural value. So when a conservation easement is put on a piece of property, an appraiser comes in and they determine the conservation value of the property. What the option to purchase at ag value does is the appraiser determines both the conservation value and its agricultural value. So these older easements that we would be adding an option to purchase at ag value to would be set up so that an appraiser would come in and determine if this land is to remain in active agriculture, what is its value? And then the delta between the conservation easement and the full with the agricultural value, not maybe delta is not the word that I'm looking for there. So the landowner would be paid for this additional agricultural value to restrict the land to be available, to be sold to a farmer when it is sold.
Okay, so let's say I have sold
Representative-
my development rights.
Leonard, could I hop in for a sec? Bearing that we have a long hearing ahead of us,
I'll wrap it up very quickly. I
have a lot
apologize.
lot of technical questions. I mean, I always encourage members to reach out to the person directly after the hearing tomorrow, and you guys could, obviously we rely on you for farmland questions, but the two of you could work out, a meeting together to go over a lot of exhaustive questions.
Well, fair enough, Mr. Chairman.
And then-
I'll stop for now then. I'll talk to our to the department later. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Representative Horn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep it short and to the point, but I'm following up a little bit on some of Rep. Dubisky's questions. So first, I just want to thank, as an initial matter, thank you and Rep. Gresko and many for working on this. I, as you just mentioned, represent Sharon, Connecticut, where we've had a really inflammatory situation in the community about the farm that we thought was protected and turns out not to be. So I wondered, first, you mentioned Rep. Dubisky asked an excellent question about that, land trusts being able to, purchase the property at market value and then sell it back at agricultural value. And that, first of all, do you have experience about, how it's worked in other states in terms of what the delta between market value and agricultural value is?
Yeah, and if I was on Zoom, I could have a nice little PowerPoint for you to further elaborate how this works. But I did bring an example. So there's a farm in Vermont called the Bragg Farm, and the fair market value before a conservation easement was put on the farm was $760,000. When the conservation easement, just the conservation easement without the option to purchase at ag value, was placed on to the land, the value was $381,000. If and when the farmer decided to put a conservation easement and OPAV on the farm, the sale to another qualified farmer became $165,000. And the farmer who sold the conservation easement and OPAV got paid $595,000 to keep that land in agriculture and to limit the sale of that land to a future farmer. And the other important thing to mention here is that the option to purchase at ag value runs with the land. So it doesn't run with the landowner. So that $165,000, anytime somebody goes to sell that land, they have to, per the restriction of the easement and the OPAV, they have to sell it to a farmer. So it keeps the farm continuing in agricultural production.
Right, thank you. And then one follow-up to that, I'll limit myself, is one of the challenges with the Paley farm that you just described is, first of all, early language that turns out to be not very strong, but also second, there was nobody, once the Department of Agriculture decided not to enforce that easement, there was no really significant question of whether anyone else can try to argue that that language meant something different, which was understood, as I understand by everybody else at the time. As I understand it, the way OPAV works, especially with the role of land trusts in here, you at least could give the possibility to a land trust to have standing to enforce the easement in terms of, referring back to some of Rep. Dubisky's questions about whether the land is actually remaining in active agriculture, among other things.
Yes, that's correct. So the land trust could exercise the right of first refusal if the farmer, if the seller of the land is choosing to sell the land to somebody that the land trust deems not to be a qualified farmer, or somebody that's going to, or a family member. Yes.
Great. Thank you. And again, thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Any further questions? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make it brief. I'm curious how this proposal would jive with our the existing Public Act 490. I know that's obviously a tax distinction, but can you explain how they're related? Because I understand some land that is used for farming purposes or agricultural purposes don't necessarily have an agricultural easement. So can you get to that a little bit?
Yeah, so Public Act 490 is the state's current use program. The Connecticut Farm Bureau does an excellent job releasing a report or a guide every couple of years as to how farmers can apply for the program. A farm can be in an agricultural conservation easement and also simultaneously be enrolled in Public Act 490. And what Public Act 490 does is a little bit different than the easement. So it every year, or I actually don't know how often a farmer has to apply to be in PA 490, but every so often the town appraiser comes out, or assessor comes out and determines what the tax rate would be if that land were to stay in agriculture, and then the land is taxed accordingly. So the option to purchase at ag value and PA 490 there would be two options for the farmer.
Thank you.
I don't know if that answers your question.
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Next
One
up,
over here, I'm lit up, but it must not be showing.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
Oh, I have had my light on, but I guess that it doesn't show.
I don't see any lights, but that's okay.
No?
Go ahead.
I'm curious, does this cover for agriculture the agrivoltaics? So if somebody were to come in there and they were to put a solar farm and it was farming, would that be included in this?
So that well, the state, to the best of my knowledge, does not have a state definition for agrivoltaics at this moment in time. So I think that would be up to the land trust or whoever holds the easement. If the land trust wanted to put something in the easement saying that agricultural production could continue under agrivoltaics as defined, then I think that would be up to the easement holder. And it would also be dependent on what the funding sources were for that easement, because USDA and DOAG do have stringent policies in terms of like what qualifies as active agriculture, or et cetera. So there would be many different layers that one would have to go through before that could happen.
I just know there's a big concern.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Thank you. And yeah, just for the record, we do not see any lights or any notifications. So raise your hand, stamp your feet, whatever you got to do. Any questions? Seeing none, thankfully, we can go on to Mayor Caggiano. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and Representative Callahan just left, but all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Jeff Caggiano. I'm the mayor of the city of Bristol, and I'm going to talk about Senate Bill 80. It's not necessarily an opposition, but it is to hopefully clarify what I really think the issues are here. So Bristol has one of the state's 4 waste-to-energy plants that has a capacity to process almost 150,000 tons of trash. We're operating at, they are operating at maximum capacity, but they're taking trash from 14 towns like mine. And they have been safely burning trash for 35 years. The medical waste permit was submitted more than 5 years ago. It was actually approved by the previous Bristol City Council before I was elected. And I really think that the thought process at that time was that this would add another incentive and a stream of money to help them keep the plant up to date. We have long-term contracts ahead with them, and they are almost a 40-year-old plant now. I don't think it was the most transparent process in the city of Bristol on our side, and I think it got a lot of ire, the concern of the citizens, and I really want to focus on what's coming out of the stack. I myself breathe that air in Bristol, so we don't want to have any toxic things coming out of the stack. But I want to focus again, the legislative action that I think you might want to be looking at that brings some of these bills together, and I know Representative D'Amico has bring up some of the other bills, is that we really need to be focused on the emissions. And so medical waste, I mean, I know you might not like these. We burned a lot of this stuff during COVID. This is medical waste, it's plastics, it's all bad stuff, we don't want it. How many hundreds of thousands of bags do we burn in our municipal solid waste? And I wouldn't want to burn this in my trash pit behind my house ever. And really, we have to rely on the fact that ReWorld has been a good partner in the past. I do want to give them some credit, and this is something that they've worked with me on. They do publish on a daily basis, 24 hours after the day, their continuous emissions monitoring system. And I know you asked some questions about that, Rep. D'Amico. They did that on their own to show some transparency. It doesn't necessarily look at dioxins, furans, or mercury, but their process allows them to know that nothing is coming out of the stack, and that's their process. I would maybe ask why DEEP or the state regulations don't require that as other states do. One of the reasons they did that is they have a plant in Massachusetts, and it is something that was uniform for them. So it's there, but it's kind of hidden on their own page. I think all 4 of them should do that. I think DEEP did a much better job explaining about the difference between EPA standards and the medical waste versus regular. I think in my view that burning any trash without a DEEP or state oversight to ensure that stack emissions are safe for all our communities is injustice all over the place. Should be the same standard for all 4 waste to energy plants. So I thank you for letting me testify. Certainly would be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick one. So the proposal that has received the preliminary approval, does it, and I should have asked this before, is it to burn untreated medical waste, or is it to create a process on site where the medical, like an autoclave where it's treated, then burned? Or is it?
It's my understanding, I'm not the expert, you can talk to
Yeah.
some of them, is that they literally have to construct a facility to hold the medical waste to prevent the infectious component of that. That's more what DEEP is looking at and being concerned about right now. It'll then come through a conveyor belt, go into the pit where we talked, I think Dubitsky talked about it, where they're going to take it all up and they will burn it together and commingle it at somewhere between 1500 and 27 degrees. So there's no autoclave process in this process. And this is somewhat similar to what you might see with the 8% of special waste that's already burned, lots of plastics and other things. And so I think that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Nope. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming in to testify. So I appreciate everything that you had to say. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Senator Martin a few minutes ago. Would you happen to know, and the reason I ask it is because the bill that he has proposed, it's a committee bill, but it came from the good senator. It references standards of the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. Would you happen to know, do those standards require continuous monitoring?
I am not certain that they do, and I don't believe they do.
Okay.
And I think the other confusion that we have about EPA standards is that I think in 1991, they removed the EPA standards for medical waste because they were focusing more on infectious waste and what would happen if you left, medical waste sitting out. And those things have been moved on and changed because much of it's autoclaved first. In this case, I don't think it would be. So that's the bigger focus for us. I will leave that up to you to decide what the parameters are, I think I'm 100%, and this is where Senator Martin and I are directly in line. I think 100% of us are aligned that we want to make sure that what's coming out of the stack is safe. And that's a tough debate for all of you, but that's what I want you to focus on. I don't care what gets burnt. Trash is trash, and we want to make sure that our citizens in the local area, which are not that far from either downwind, are not breathing in toxic chemicals.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Next up, I have Paul Larson, Connecticut Farm Bureau. I'm going to follow that by Mark DiLoretto after that.
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and the rest of the Environment Committee. Just by way of introduction, I'm Paul Larson, President of Connecticut Farm Bureau and a farmer here in Connecticut. And I have with me this morning our Executive Director at Connecticut Farm Bureau, Tracy McDougall, and a farmer, another farmer from Connecticut, Willie Della Camara, is here as well. I'm here to speak regarding the House Bill 5013, an act adding certain plants to the invasive plant list. I'm submitting this testimony with the condition that additional wording is included in the proposal as it's written now. First, let me say that I was involved in the creation of our Connecticut Invasive Plants Council dating back to 1997. I went on to serve as the nursery industry representative on that council for 16 years. So I'm I have a pretty comprehensive knowledge of the invasive plant issue in Connecticut and the Northeast. A very important consideration is missing from the text of the current bill as it's written. The nursery profession has responded to the need to control invasive species by working for many years and spending millions of dollars to develop sterile cultivars of several of the species that are considered invasive. Currently, there are certified sterile cultivars of winged euonymus, Japanese barberry, and maidengrass, miscanthus, another word. Several of these are actually produced here in the University of Connecticut by Dr. Mark Brand up at UConn. These new plants do not produce any seeds and thus do not contribute to the invasive plant problem. I have been told that the Invasive Plants Council is aware of the need to address this concern and that they are anticipating putting forward additional wording within the next month to allow the production and sale of sterile cultivars. This acceptance of sterile cultivars should be extended to all species that are currently or may in the future be banned in our state. Our support of House Bill 5013 is contingent on this important addition to the text of this bill. So I urge your support of these changes to the bill when they come through. And with that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, and we'd be happy to, furthermore, we'd be happy to support the bill with those changes in place. As I said before, I wanted to share my time here with our Executive Director, Tracy McDougall, and she's going to speak to one of the other bills.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I'm Tracy McDougall. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Farm Bureau. We represent nearly 2,000 farming families in the state. We are here in support of House Bill 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural lands at agricultural value. One of the biggest challenges for Connecticut farmers is preserving quality farmland. And because land values in the state are so high, there's a lot of pressure to sell. So we need to try to preserve our prime farmland. And I'm sure you can see even in your own districts how we're losing farmland to warehouses and commercial development. So we are strongly in support of this bill, and the OPAV option we feel would be of great benefit to our farmers. And we have a farmer here with us who's one of our really stellar farming producers in the state, Willie Della Camara. I don't know, Willie, if you want to sneak a few very quick words in here.
I just want to say, for myself and other farmers clear across the United States, we're in an epidemic right now, whether it be from weather whether it be from environmental issues, what have you. But another point here is that access to land to farmers. Now, luckily where I farm on land that is in Connecticut preservation development rights, but still at that point, it doesn't give me the option to buy it at value. So that land could essentially be sold just like this land that's being used as a example in Sharon, Connecticut. So you could still ask for multiple millions of dollars for a piece of land, but you don't know what you're going to get for a farmer. So to fully support this House bill, that will bring access to not only myself, but other younger farmers that need it. Because if we don't support, our farming community in a whole, we're just going to be part of this epidemic. We lost over 400 farms in the past couple of years here in Connecticut, and across the United States, we're just going down. And if you guys don't know what I did, I lost my whole growing season was lost this year in 13 minutes with a hailstorm. There's nothing that could change that. So from there's some problems with, insurances and stuff like that, that there's no safety nets for us. So I drove my tractor to Washington, and I was able to secure a $220 million grant for the 6 New England states and Hawaii and Alaska, which is moving along good now. But anything any of you guys could do, when any of us farmers come up here, Farm Bureau, any farming organization, we have to help any way we can. Any bill we could support, any way we could support it, everyone has to support it, because we're going to die from that epidemic. Not literally die, but our profession is going to die, and then the most noble profession is gone, and there's no healthy food for anybody. So whenever you could stand up for it for us, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Representative Gresco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I don't see your testimony online. Can you?
It will be submitted. I have copies of it.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
That was it.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paul, for coming in. And I just wanted to say, welcome, Tracy. You've got big shoes to fill, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, how do you distinguish the cultivar from just the real deal plant?
Sure. No, that's an excellent question, Representative. Botanically speaking, like for instance, Japanese barberry is Berberis thunbergii. Those are the genus and species, and that is a plant. But then over the years, through either natural selection of a naturally occurring mutation, perhaps, or through a controlled breeding experiment or research, nurserymen have developed or selected specific cultivars that have desirable characteristics. So there might be ones with yellow foliage or a real bronzy red foliage, or ones that are tall and upright and narrow, and those kind of desirable attributes that make them something that people would want to have in their landscape. Some of them, though, still carry over that seed production that has been shown through research to have the ability to revert to the parent strain, the parent type, which has been a problem in the ecosystem. I certainly would be the first to admit that. But these newer cultivars that have been developed through very stringent breeding programs have been proven to be sterile. They either do not produce seed, or the seed they produce doesn't have an ovary, so they're not viable. So that's the definition of a cultivar. It's a selection, a subset of the species. So the species in this case is what we're looking at down the road would in fact be banned, but cultivars of that species that have proven to be sterile would continue to be allowed to be grown and enjoyed by consumers in the state.
Yes, that's very helpful. My only concern is how we would be able to determine that just from the naked eye, especially for the more mature plants. But certainly, a conversation, look forward to having offline. We'll learn more about this and working with you.
Yeah, sure. And I think, our plant regulators, the body in our state charged with regulating the nursery industry is in fact the Connecticut Ag Experiment Station, and their staff are very knowledgeable. They know, you can tell if you're a nursery person or, familiar with those issues, it's pretty obvious what's what. There are definite characteristics that you can see right away. Yeah.
Thank you, and appreciate all you collectively do for our farming community here in Connecticut.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity. And yes, Representative Gresco will certainly get that testimony to you.
All right, next up, I have Mark DiLoretto. We're going to follow that with Alex Rodriguez. Oh, anyone see a Mark DiLoretto? Okay, Alex, you're up.
Thank you, honorable co-chairs. Thank you, vice chairs, and thank you, honorable ranking members, for the time to speak today. I'm Alex Rodriguez with Save the Sound, and I'm here to offer general comments on SB 80 and that concerning the burning of medical waste. The practice of incineration as a waste removal strategy is something this committee should take very seriously due to the harm it causes vulnerable populations, including communities of color and low-income communities. According to the International Climate Justice Group, Gaia, 8 out of 10 incinerators in the U.S. are located in majority people of color, immigrant, and low-income communities, and 4.4 million Americans live within a 3-mile radius of an incinerator. Medical waste incineration is the source of many harmful chemicals, including PFAS. And I want to commend this committee for taking action on PFAS remediation last session. But in terms of, in terms of the topic at hand, considering the medical waste that contains PFAS, I see this as a proposal as a contradiction to that effort by allowing the shipping of medical waste from neighboring states into Connecticut to be burned at the expense of communities. I will say that I'm a member of the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council. I chair the Air and Transportation Subcommittee, and many members of communities across the state have expressed their concern about medical waste incineration due to the health inequities it causes, such as fertility issues, increased cholesterol, changes in fetal and child development, liver damage, and increased asthma on top of that. SB 80's intent to prohibit the burning of medical waste that does not meet the EPA standards for the burning of such waste is well received. However, my organization is critical of the new administration's desire to roll back environmental standards. Should this bill be advanced out of committee, we ask the bill language require DEP to adopt and enforce federal standards as they are currently written, and that the agency be able to update those standards as technology improves. Recognizing Connecticut's waste and climate crises, we agree that incinerators should meet high standards for safety and emissions reduction. And we ask this committee to act on policies this session that advance smart recycling strategies such as extended producer responsibility, statewide composting, and more. And lastly, I join my allies in calling for a public hearing on HB 5107 as mentioned earlier in the hearing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for coming in. You talk about communities being adversely affected by these facilities. I'm looking at a map of the environmental justice communities in Connecticut. I represent 5 of them. Which of these communities do you believe is being adversely affected by the facilities we're talking about?
Well, I can say there are 4 incinerators in Connecticut, 1 in Preston, 1 in Lisbon, 1 in Bristol, 1 in Bridgeport, and communities surrounding those incinerators are adversely impacted. I think there's more to your question, Representative. Can you please clarify?
Well, are you saying that there is some racial or social aspect to this environmental justice communities?
Yes, Representative. The practice of redlining led to many communities of color being siloed into certain areas, and many discriminative policies made it difficult for these communities of color to weigh in against the siting of polluting facilities. And so there is a clear racial injustice taking place, but it's also a class issue as well. Low-income communities are being impacted by the siting of polluting facilities, more specifically incinerators and medical waste incinerators nationally.
Okay, so I represent the town of Lisbon, which is a Connecticut environmental justice community, which has a incinerator in it. It's surrounded by Sprague, Griswold, Plainfield, which are also environmental justice communities. How does your theory of racial injustice play out in my district?
Well, Representative Dubinsky, DEEP's list of environmental justice communities is based off of Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development's list of distressed communities. There are maps available online, as you've alluded to, that there are maps of affecting facilities across the state of Connecticut, and you can see how densely populated some of these facilities are overburden many low-income communities, not only communities of color, but race and income are clear indicators of where polluting facilities may be sited. And I want to commend this committee for acting to strengthen the environmental justice law in 2023 to address this issue. And I'll say that there is a regulations development process going on to address that rule that DEEP is hosting sessions on, which could provide other fruitful avenues to discuss this medical waste incineration issue.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Reyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just won't belabor the point. I just wanted to thank Mr. Alex Rodriguez for coming in and speaking on behalf of environmental justice. And sir, I want to thank you for your advocacy over the years, and continue the fight. It's a necessary fight. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. The respect goes both ways.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem, Representative. Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We are up to Caitlin Kimball. I'm going to follow that with Tim Phelan.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for considering my testimony on behalf of House Bill 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural lands at agricultural value. My name is Caitlin Kimball, and I co-own Sunset Farm with my husband, Lawrence Pasick. I also serve as the Director of Agriculture at City Seed, a nonprofit in New Haven, where I work with over 30 Connecticut farmers annually with our farmers markets and market programming that support over 800 acres of farmland in our state. My farm, Sunset Farm, is a USDA certified organic fruit and vegetable farm located in Naugatuck and now in Milford. And we grow over 100 varieties of organic produce. We are first generation farmers. We did not grow up farming and we did not inherit our farm. We are like many other young people in Connecticut who are ready to serve as the next generation of growers, but we're hindered by access to affordable land. I'm here to recount our land journey in hopes of inspiring support for House Bill 5064, which would offer our state tools to solve the land access crisis happening in Connecticut. When we started our business in 2018, we were unable to find affordable farmland in New Haven County. We ultimately decided to convert a small 1-acre field at our house into cropland. We became and still are the only operating produce farm in Naugatuck, and we are proud to grow organic fruit and vegetables for our community. In 2023, we started searching for more land in our area to grow our business. We're very grateful to have begun leasing a 3-acre lot in Naugatuck that we secured after a developer defaulted in their agreement with the town. We're extremely grateful for the support that our town has offered, including Mayor Pete Hess, for supporting our use of this field, but the future of the land is uncertain. In the event that the town decides to sell, we would have to compete with interested builders or corporations. Our business continued to grow, and again in 2024, we found ourselves searching for more farmland. In our search, we encountered homes or lots with many acres of land, all priced out of the budget that our small farm income will allow. We turned to CT FarmLink and were matched with a property in Milford. We entered into a lease with a gracious landowner that will allow us to farm at this location for at least the next 3 years. We're very grateful to farm on this land and now produce food for the town of Milford. We also realize that the growth of our business is now contingent on yet another piece of leased land that could potentially disappear. I share my experience to highlight the struggles young farmers face in Connecticut when trying to access land. Our story is not uncommon, and I know many other young farmers, some of who will speak today, who have had their leases terminated mid-season, were unable to find land, or who have taken on crippling debt to purchase properties. The market value of the combined 20 acres of land that we lease in New Haven County is almost $1 million. Even with a successful small farm business, we would never be able to purchase this land at a rate of more than $40,000 per acre, 10 times more than the national average of $4,000 per acre for farmland. Our goal is simply just to grow food and nourish our communities, and I strongly, urge you to support this House bill. It would have a tremendous impact on young farmers like myself.
Thank you. Time was pretty good. Any questions? It's a tough committee. I have to keep looking behind me. I don't see any questions, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. And I lied, Tim, you're not next. We skipped someone by mistake. Mark Gonzalez. Sorry about that. I just somehow the type's very small and I just went over your name.
There were 2 marks back to back also. 2
That-
marked with a C's.
Oh, okay, that could have been.
Very popular name today.
All right, and then Tim, you're on deck now. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, committee, and for the time. Thank you so much. And I'm Mark Gonzalez from the Constitutional Law Foundation. I'm here to talk some general comments about SB 80. I think we've heard a lot about it today already. So rather than review what I've already written, I'm going to respond to some of the questions and some of the testimony we've heard previously. So first, I do have obviously some concerns with tying us directly back to the EPA. I think right now the moment is we can look to what the other states are doing. I think we should be looking, for example, with more stringent continuous emissions monitoring. Rep. D'Amico has been asking about other EPA standards, and the EPA final rule in 2013 does have some continuous emissions monitoring language around dioxins, furans, mercury. But obviously this facility in Bristol currently is not considered an actual medical waste incinerator, so these rules do not apply. The only continuous emissions monitoring happening in Bristol under this permit is carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and I believe carbon monoxide and oxygen. We're looking to states like Oregon. Oregon has recently passed a law that would raise their list of continuous emissions monitoring to about 14 different emissions. So I think we have the technology, and I think we've seen, and these rules were also written in 2013, so they're very dated at this point. And I think the technology has really surpassed what the EPA was ruling on over a decade ago. I also had some concerns. Deep raised the point of truck emissions coming into the states. It's heard this would be the only medical waste incinerator in New England, so we'd be shipping in different wastes and hazard materials from the entire region. I think anything that would continue to get truck emissions from these distant places, I think would continue to go into these same EJ communities that we're already concerned with. I think that's like a major concern of mine. I also want to review some of the testimony that Reworld submitted. They discussed how they are in full compliance with their standards, but they have very limited continuous emissions monitoring, and they require a lot more annual sampling. You can clean up before an annual sample because it's scheduled, you know when it's coming. The same way you would clean your house before you have guests coming over, you clean before deep comes to tests. So we've also seen in other tests and other like surveys that when you have continuous emissions monitoring, it's often much higher, sometimes 20 to 30 times higher. And we've seen that in research dating back to the 90s. So we know that these annual tests are not enough and we need to be doing better. And I also want to comment on the Bristol mayor where he noted that trash is all trash. Not all trash is made equal. This would be accepting biomedical hazard waste up to level 4. I do not regularly encounter biomedical hazard waste level 4 in my day-to-day. It is not the regular trash that I'm producing. So I think there is obviously need and there is concern for much more like stringent emissions requirement and much more like just monitoring of our systems. And I join everyone else as well in calling for 5107. I think Deep had a opportunity to comment on it very briefly, but I think we should have a full hearing on it. Our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the second, Mark? I don't. Representative Parker.
I appreciate you explaining that there is that federal standard that this does not apply to. Is that just because it's less than 8% of their, is that the key issue?
Yeah, so it's
All
less
right.
than 8%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rep. D'Amico.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, Mark, thank you for coming to testify. So 5107, you would favor that because?
So yeah, so I think it more adequately addresses the concerns of Bristol residents, frankly. I think a lot of what we've been hearing and like what their concerns are just tie back to like they want to be heard in this facility. I think even Senator Martin, where he discussed, he like asked Deep to put a pause on this current permit. And he was saying that he does not want to like stop all this work from happening. I think putting a pause on it is the same thing as the moratorium asking for a pause. I think they would have the similar effect. And I think it's just important to just hear out the actual concerns that Bristol residents have. I think I've attended a lot of Bristol Residents for Clean Air committee meetings and like listen to the people, and their homes are being depreciated. They're frustrated. They're really like, they're breathing in these like dangerous chemicals. They're confused. They don't understand. And I think like a proper hearing on 5107 would just give a chance to have that conversation and to create like an explicit space for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Now up Tim Phelan, and on deck is Roy Littlefield.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon now. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Representative Callahan, who's not here, and other members of the committees. My name is Tim Phelan. I'm the president of the Connecticut Retail Network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Connecticut Retail Network represents retail businesses, both large and small, throughout the state. Our membership includes some of the world's largest retailers and the state's Main Street merchants. We're here today to testify on House Bill 5017, an act concerning participation in the tire stewardship program by tire retailers. You have my written testimony, so I'll just summarize and kind of read the room. I get the sense that I'll go through this fast. I'm pleased this morning to be joined by Mr. Michael Barbaro, the president of Town Fair Tire and a member of the Connecticut Retail Network, and with sort of met Joanne. I'm not real good with Italian last names. Chris Crollo, who represents another member of ours who is with JTTS Commercial Tire Service stores in East Haven. As I said, we're here today to testify and explain in more detail the process that Mr. Barbaro's company and other companies have in place for tire recycling and answer any questions the committee may have. The retail industry has a number of concerns regarding this proposal, and to best understand why, I think it's been helpful for members to hear about the responsible actions taken by the industry for many years and the leadership that we've provided consistently, we believe, benefiting the public, the environment, and our state. So to that end, I'd like to share some important statistics for the committee to consider. These are from Town Fair Tire, the largest seller of passenger tires in Connecticut, but one of only many retailers who sell tires in Connecticut, and all of them have a similar process. In 2024, Town Fair alone sold 855,514 tires, including tires sold to retail customers and tires sold to other retailers in Connecticut. The company that they work with for recycling those tires picked up 968,864 tires. Not only did they properly recycle a tire for every tire they sold, they provided an additional 113,350 tires. That's close to 1 million tires. And this is a business relationship that's working all across the state. Our concern, and the reason we're here again to testify on this bill, comes down to this. Why are you considering forcing retailers to participate in a new system for tire disposal, and why dismantle those longstanding business and contractual relationships, potentially to the detriment of Connecticut businesses and consumers, when the current program is working? And please understand, this is a source of huge frustration for many of our members. I hear the gong, and I'll just end by saying, we appreciate your frustration that 100% of tires are not collected and recycled. But it's our strong belief that by simply creating a tire stewardship organization, requiring retail participation, and dismantling the current existing retail-driven relationships could do more harm than good. We believe it's an unproportional response to a problem. And we'd be happy, all of us, I think, would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Parker, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for what you shared. Just a quick question to get started. Can you explain the economics of your current recycling program? Are people being charged to do that? You said you have a company that you work with to do it. How did you afford to do an extra 100,000, if my numbers were right, 10%?
Might hit that.
My name is Mike Babar. I am the president of Town Fair Tire. Just to give you a little background, I've been with Town Fair for 47 years, and our recycling program was in operation when I started back in March of 78. To answer your question, we do charge the consumer a fee to dispose of the tires, and we also pay Liberty Tire a fee to pick the tires up. There is a spread difference between the two. The cost involved to recycle these tires, there's a lot of underlying costs. We sell tires to car dealers, repair garages, gas stations, and that requires a pickup truck, a driver, payroll to pick those tires up. At a Town Fair Tire facility, there are most municipalities either require an enclosed cage with a roof on it. They don't want any water collection in any of the tires, or in some cases, a tractor trailer or an enclosed container. Those cost money. So the spread goes towards the maintenance that's required to run this program.
Are you comfortable sharing what you charge the consumer?
That's really proprietary, and there's competitors in the room.
Understood. Thank you. Just
Dad,
feel for it.
Representative Parker, that I believe that Mr. Barbaro's program at Town Fair is used by other retailers that sell tires in Connecticut. So it's a practice that's been copied by competitors because it works.
I mean, I'll share what we charge. I mean, we charge. Yeah,
That's what I asked. I wasn't asking the back end.
We charge $3.75
Okay.
a tire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, for Mike, how many stores do you have, and how many employees, roughly?
Well, we have 36 stores in Connecticut. We have 120 stores throughout New England, and our employee count is about 1870. 1,870 employees.
And how long have you been doing this? The program?
Oh, the program, well, I started in March of 1978, and the company that we used back in 78 was called Inner East Tire. They're located in West Haven, Connecticut. That company was changed to Lakin Tire soon after that, and then they were bought out by Liberty Tire. And it's all the same facility. It's in West Haven, and they've been doing it since I started in 78.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, is that you have locked and covered facilities, you said, sometimes tractor trailers.
Right.
Is there an effort made so those facilities aren't infiltrated, so people take tires and sell the ones that they think are still good and toss the other ones in the river?
We have locks on the cages, we have containers, and we also have camera systems. And the reason for the camera systems is exactly for what you just said, to prevent people from coming in and going through the cage or trying to take anything out of the cage, and really doing more damage to the cages. I mean, we have to replace doors all the time or replace fences, you know, if we're not watching it, and we'll call local authority and give them, because our cameras can take the pictures of the license plates, so we go after the people.
Because it's a crime if they break in and steal them.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll add, Representative Callahan, we think that that is the biggest contributor to the illegal dumping that's taking place. It's certainly not taking place by our members in our process, but there is this underground economy that's taking place, and a lot of it is based on stolen property taken from our retailers and resold, and irresponsible bad actors. We don't support them. I mean, I like to say all the time, we represent the good guys. We don't support bad actors, but there are bad actors in this. So again, back to my point earlier, we understand your frustration that we're not recycling 100% of the tires sold. We just are very concerned that the process that's been proposed to deal with this would dismantle an already existing program that's been beneficial. So to the extent that the bill should advance, we would ask that the committee consider some substitute language that would allow us to continue to operate the way we have been without having to completely dismantle what we have in place.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let's be clear, recycling is not taking it and shredding it and bringing it to a plant in Maine to burn. There might be some retreads or reuse of some of the project, but that's where this goes, is to be burned. So, you know, to call it recycling, to me, is a little disingenuous. I remember the year that we did this bill, there was an incident of a dumping incident in Trumbull. And if memory serves, when the individuals were questioned as to why they did it, when they were caught, they were told that Danbury Town Fair Tire was the one that told them to do that. So, and you can check down that for me, but that stuck in my head. And if you're already doing this already, would you consider substitute language that said, keep doing what you're doing, you just don't have to take any from the public? Your customers, yes, not from the public.
Let's first back up for a second, Representative Grisco. The question, the challenge that we felt the issue was before us was whether or not tires are being properly disposed of and taken back in a process by the retailers. We're doing that. That's what we're doing. So we're trying not to be disingenuous. We're trying to explain to you how our existing program works. So, you know, we think we're doing the right thing by, you know, not saying to customers when they buy 4 new tires, go home and do whatever you want with them. I think that's probably was the genesis of the reason Town Fair started this program 47 or so years ago, was they felt the responsibility to the communities in which they had stores and employees and where they live. So that's why they came up with this program, number one. And then number two, Mike, I don't know if you want to address the Danbury Town Fair.
Yeah, you know, I've been doing this for a very, very long time. And to say that, one of our stores was dumping tires is quite frankly offensive. We recycle, Tim pointed out that we sold 855,000 tires in Connecticut last year, and we picked up 968,000 tires. That, to me, is 113% of the tires that we sold. We are more than responsible in our business to say that we are not the problem. I could tell you that the Costco's, the BJ's, the Firestones of the world are not the problem. If there is a dumping problem, it goes back to the comment said before, where the bad actors come in. They come in, they go through somebody's cage, they steal the high tread tires for used tires, and then they take the old tires and they dump them on the side of the road. I'll take it one step further. In the state of Rhode Island, for the last 4 years, the Department of the Public Work Director calls me up and asks me every year, can you help me with our yearly annual tire casing disposal program? No problem. I bring a trailer up to Smithfield, Rhode Island. They load the trailer. I pay for the disposal. So if to say that we're dumping tires is a total untruth.
Well, if I may, if there's a tire dumping problem is not the question. I mean, you'll have testimony after you and plenty of instances and locations in the state over the time that illegal dumping is happening.
And you know something, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just, what I'm saying, I think what the problem is to say that to have a retailer participate, there's a few things that we have to think about here. Who is a retailer? And, I sell to gas stations, garages, repair shops. There's used tire dealers out there. It's not just the town fairs, the Firestones, the BJ's, the Costco's of the world that are retailers. Who is going to tell those retailers that they are now participating in this program? And then if there's 3.4 million tires sold in Connecticut and we sold 855,000, where are those tires going to go? If you just designate a town fair tire as the retailer, we can't support 3.4 million tires. So just think through who the retailer is.
But the
And make
retailer
sure that
is-
they all are participating.
The retailer is defined in the original bill. There is a definition of retailer in that bill. As far as the fee goes, for what you're charging, the state of Connecticut has stopped regulating and keeping an eye on those fees back in 1997. So it's been the Wild West with different people charging different things, and who knows where the tires or money are going. So again, I would ask you to contemplate compromise language that would just keep you doing what you're doing, not being a disposal site for me walking down to Town Fair Tire and saying, I have this tire that was in my garage, you got to take it. I could understand that. But to keep taking the tires and being part of the stewardship group, but just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I think Representative Gresco, we would be open to that conversation. What we're concerned about is that this illegal dumping taking place is somehow being blamed on us. That we're well, I mean, some of the rhetoric that's been going around has been, a little bit about retailers doing illegal dumping, things like that. We're not. We're the good actors in this. We're doing everything we can within as civic-minded business owners to try to solve this problem. And we're concerned that all of a sudden that this tire stewardship organization is going to upend all of that because of bad actors that are acting irresponsibly.
Well, I don't think that they're going to try to upend it, because you're going to be an integral cog in that program going forward. And before Senator Lopes loses his mind, I'm going to conclude.
Okay. Senator Lopes and I have got to talk about balloons next, so he's going to really lose his mind.
It's a balloon.
We sell balloons too,
You're not off the hooks yet. Representative Mushinsky, remotely. You're up.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the witness, first of all, I wanted to compliment the witnesses. Franchises, your Town Fair Tire is a great dealership, and you serve the community well, and you're not the problem, as you have said, and I agree with. However, during river cleanups and community cleanups, we still are finding the tires. I have a friend in New Haven, Peter Davis, who is a river keeper, who every day sends me pictures of stuff he hauls out of ravines in New Haven. And, at least once a week, it's a bunch of tires. Sometimes 12 at once. And he's out there in the freezing cold with his crew, dragging these things out of the water. They got frozen mud in them, and they're really heavy, and they're really hard to maneuver. It impairs the quality of life in the communities, and they're a difficulty for the workers. And as long as this keeps happening, there's going to be some kind of bill here in front of the Environment Committee. So can you help us? You think you know who the culprits are. Can you help us rewrite the bill in such a way that it works to stop these less than savory businesses who are skimming off some tires and then discarding the rest of them in the nearest ravine and harming the community? So is there a way to rewrite this that solves our problem in the community?
We would be more than happy to participate in that conversation because you point out something that is, it really is the problem. How are you going to stop the bad actor from dumping the tires? We can manifest all of the, retailers can manifest the tires sold and the tires picked up, and you can police that pretty easily. But it's the illegal things that happen throughout the course of a year or years that has to be worked on. To say that I have the solution to that, all I could say is that Town Fair Tire would be willing to help, clean that up. And we would be more than willing to participate in a conversation to rewrite that.
Okay, well, this has been kicking around a long time, and I think you can be assured our constituents are still going to ask for the bill every year until we fix it. So be warned.
Right. Thanks, Mary.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Rep O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, thanks, Tim. I looked at your testimony. I guess just to understand it, Town Fair sold 855,514 tires. I think I bought about 8 of them back 2024 with
Thank you.
my kids. You're welcome. Mike, I contributed to your bottom line. Do I understand correctly that you actually picked up more tires, the 113,350 more than you sold? Am I getting
Yes.
that right?
Our business is both retail to somebody like yourself, and we sell to car dealers, gas stations, repair garages. So in the case of, a car dealer, we may sell 50 tires a month to that car dealer. And when he says, can you help me with my casings, we'll send a truck and pick them up, but he might have 75. So we don't go back inside, to a good customer and say, hey, we sold you 50, but you have 75. We pick up the 75 tires. So we're really helping. It's mostly the excess comes from our wholesale business, obviously not the retail business, because you would buy 8 tires, you would drop 8 tires. So it would really be 100% on the retail side, and the overage comes from the wholesale side.
And you have here, you picked up 44,000 from Darien. Is that basically, do they pay you for that, or how does that work? How do you get reimbursed for that pickup?
No, those are the tires that were picked up from the Darien store.
I got it. Okay.
So the Darien store's
I got it.
pickup was 44,000.
But I do think, Representative Day, that's a good point, that there are instances in which municipalities will contact our members and ask them to help. I think Joanne has had that experience with some municipalities who will call and say, you know, we've got, what is it, big tires and, yeah. Yeah, even in their own, and so our members participate and help in that area as well. So I think we're trying to do everything we can to like I said, be good citizens and be good, you know, partners in the community.
Thank you for that. And I know Representative Gresco and I were talking on the floor, I think at one point, about trying to get more of a demand for recycling these. I know the DOT, I think it was, has a pilot program about utilizing rubber in the asphalt. I don't know if you all know about that, Tim, or anybody else.
I mean, I think we sell the stuff. We're not really sure that much about what happens with the, right?
There are states that are actually using the crumb rubber in asphalt. So that is a program in other states.
Well, I do know we were pushing to have that done here. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
I was impressed. A lot of tires from Darien. I just thought they rolled gold and silver around their wheels, and that was good enough. Lasts longer than rubber.
The ones in New Britain are stronger. They hard-hitting New Britain tires. They don't.
I do have to say, throughout the legislation last year, my participation, there's no thoughts or intentions to impugn on anything that you guys are doing. You run a nice shop in New Britain. You get great people there. Covington shop I've been to, West Hartford shop. They're very nice people, and I think you guys are trying to help out and be good citizens. But obviously, we still do have a problem with tire dumping. It is something we want to address. From that, we have had, the state legislature, we've had success doing these stewardship programs. The mattress stewardship program, help me out, Joe, my brain's not the best, gas canisters, et cetera. And so we're trying to pick certain problematic retail issues and address them one at a time through stewardship programs. And my understanding, through a stewardship program, you'd be part of it and have an awful lot of say on exactly how the program is run. And that's my hope, that is, if you guys participate in the program, they're writing the program, and it could be very similar to what you're doing now, or a little bit different or tweaked, and the goal to get better collection of these tires. But you have my word, we'll try to work with you on this stuff. We do want to do something with this. I'm not exactly sure where it's going to go, but Representative Gresco and I are going to continue to work on this bill, and I do thank you for being here.
Maybe biodegradable tires?
Can I say what?
Oh.
At the risk of getting Senator Lopes, who I know isn't feeling great mad, can I just say that there is a difference with tires and the other stewardship programs. Tire stewardship program has been a private sector stewardship program for 47 years. There was no program with mattresses. There was no program with paint. We had to create that from whole cloth. So it's a little bit of a difference.
Good point. Good point.
And can I just add this one point, Senator Lopes, on balloons? On balloons. We have members that sell balloons. We want to work with you on balloons. So we hope we can continue that conversation.
You want, just no more helium.
Okay, well, we continue that conversation as the bill moves through the process.
We shall.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Representative Parker. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we really have to get bigger font here. Help me out, young guy. Roy Littlefield, is that next?
Good.
All right, thanks. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environmental Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Roy Littlefield, and I represent the Tire Industry Association, an international trade association with over 13,000 members, representing tire dealers, recyclers, retreaders, and suppliers. TIA has 104 members in the state of Connecticut. The mission of our association is to promote tire safety through training and education, and we have educated over 250,000 in our industry. TIA has been a long leader in promoting tire recycling and sustainability across the country and here in Connecticut. Our association's Environmental Advisory Council is focused on sustainable solutions for tire recycling. I am here to express our opposition to HB 5017, which proposes to mandate retailer participation in the EPR program for tires. While we recognize the importance of addressing illegal dumping, this bill creates unnecessary burdens for retailers and disrupts the tire recycling system already in place. HB 5017 would force retailers to abandon their existing contracts with processors, comply with storage mandates, and unknown collection schedules set by the TSO, and potentially serve as collection points for tires from the public. Retailers would also be subject to undisclosed fees and contractual obligations to abide by set in the program. There will only be one TSO or a small number of them in the state controlling all the decisions. This legislation does not address the root of the issue, which is illegal dumping. Instead, it penalizes retailers who are already responsibly managing scrap tires. This new mandate would disrupt operations, increase costs, and ultimately harm the tire recycling market. Consumers in the state will ultimately pay higher prices for their tires. We support recently introduced legislation in Connecticut drafted by Representative Dillon, which would fine bad actors who illegally dump tires in waterways $500. HB 6270 is a step in the right direction, and we can work to put even stricter rules into place. But we need the state to get involved and help us go after these bad actors. The TSO will not solve the problem of illegal dumping and does not have the authority to make necessary fines and arrests. By targeting bad actors and strengthening the oversight, we can make meaningful progress, but dismantling the current system or placing additional burdens without dismantling the current system or placing additional burdens on businesses. I urge the committee to reject HB 5017 and work with us to develop solutions that protect the environment while supporting retailers and recyclers who are doing their part. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I would be happy to take any questions. And Katie McGuire is here with us from NETSA, the New England Service Station Association, for tires up there, so it might make sense for her to speak after me on this.
Do you have any comments to make? I didn't hear the buzzer go off yet. It is. You're proactive.
Katie McGuire,
Ellen,
the
that's
New
being
England
pro-
Tire and Service.
We'll flesh it out with questions. Any questions for the same question there? Any questions from the right-hand side? I have one question. I didn't want to ask the town fair guys because it's competitors. Has something changed with, say, Tire Rack, where you just purchase your tires online? Not that I say I use it, but I use it. With returning tires there, it seems like that involves an extra step where you might not be returning tires as easily as you would if you went to a town fair tire, Costco, etc.
Yeah, it depends how you have that set up. A lot of people who buy on Tire Rack have it sent to a installer that is already signed up with that company. So you would go to that
I would
installer.
think people who just call, buy, pick up their tires.
What
People who would just call, buy their tires, drive up, pick up their tires in South Windsor, and then go home. Is there less? Have you noticed anything? Any indications that they're less likely to return their old tires?
We have not seen any indication of that, no.
Possibility. And do you have any quick comments to make? Or?
No. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Rep. O'Day.
Just real quick, I know that rubber can be used in ball fields, AstroTurf or turf fields, asphalt, and then burned for energy. What are some of the other things that recycled rubber could be used for?
There's a lot of different products. In the sports fields, especially states like this have gotten away from using that. So we've kind of had to go to different markets. I mean, we would love to put them all on the roads. There's a lot of tires now. Some are being sent out of the country and being put through a process of pyrolysis where they're taking that carbon rubber and the steel out. So there's a lot of different processes that are going through, but putting them in the roads would be the best solution. That would take care of all the tires in this country if we could get some more programs going with that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Rep. Gucker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean to have you crane your neck to look all the way back here. I'm going to get you a rear view mirror soon so you can just kind of look back here. Real quick, does your organization do anything with these used tire installers that we see? I know in my city of Danbury, they're popping up like crazy, the Plan Bs and then all these others. to which we're not sure where they're actually getting them or how they're disposing. And if you look at their operations, they're not as clean and nice as Town Fair Tire would be, and others to where they have a cage or anything. Basically, they're just piling the tires up in a pile outside to collect water and ice and other things.
Yeah, those are not members of ours, and those are, unfortunately, a lot of the bad actors that we are talking about who are taking those used tires and then, reselling them for that value.
So if I can, Mr. Chair, so how would you suggest, or what do you think we could bring to bring those bad actors to become more compliant, or how do we enforce this? Because I know we have a lot of times, for example, on a different note, I'll have illegal shops, for example. I'm in the car business, okay? I do auto restoration, and I see this all the time. And when I go and talk to I go talk to motor vehicle about, hey, I've got an illegal shop. They say, well, first the police have to go in, and then zoning has to go in, and then we come in. And then when I talk to zoning, they say, well, no, the state's got to get involved first, and then we get involved. So it's always this back and forth thing, and we never really deal with the problem. We just live with it. So what would be your suggestions that we're not living with this problem, we're actually coming to a fair, balanced way of dealing with the problem?
Yeah, once the tires are in those facilities, it's going to be hard to police it at that point, but we'd love to see the state step up and put really some more hauler regulations into place, because a lot of these facilities are not hauling tires to these locations in professional trucks like Town Fair. They're old pickup trucks with ropes tying these tires down in the back, things like that. So if we can enforce it while they're on their way to these locations, do you have a permit? Where are you going? Things like that. I think that would be a way, but we certainly need the state to step in there.
Well, if I can, we look forward or at least I look forward to your input on that. How do we get it enforced? How do we push? What departments do we push? Because again, like I said, I can't even get illegal chop shops shut down in my town because everybody's pointing the finger in a different direction. Meanwhile, those bad actors reflect poorly on other businesses around them. I just would like to see that be fixed. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We would certainly welcome that discussion with you. And, the issue we've had in the past is, let's send it to EPR. Let's let the industry solve the issue without the state getting involved. But if you look at the successful programs around the country, really the state does have a lot of involvement.
Any further questions? Yes, sir. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am aware of a responsible tire dealer in my town, and he's very civic-minded and takes the tires collected in cleanups and represents our community and his business well. So I have a question for Roy, or Katie, is it? Do you think this bill, if it passes as is, will disadvantage the small retailers over the big ones?
I think as far as, I do, as far as the smaller retailers, again, the bigger outfits, can afford to be able to. I'm not saying that the smaller retailers, are the ones that are dumping. It's again, just, we just have to police it.
Yeah, and those smaller retailers may not have as much space or security or things like that if they're having to take in tires from the general public if they're then listed as a collection site. So we definitely have some concerns with that.
Thank you. And I saw in Katie's testimony, the large ones have economy of scale advantages, where it'll be easier for them to negotiate and use the big, well, possibly only one stewardship organization. But thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions? I don't see any. I just want to end up with one comment you made. The only thing I disagree with you on is you made a lot of assumptions of what retailers would and wouldn't have to do under this program. That's the whole point of this program. It's a stewardship program. You would join, then you would be part of the groups making the decisions on how to handle the tires. So I just want to make it very clear, there's no decisions in this bill of what retailers would or would not have to do. It's simply a stewardship program we're telling retailers and distributors, you need to get together and come up with a plan on your own on how best to distribute these tires. It may save you money. It may make you better profit. It may make it easier. It may make it worse. But we expect you guys to work on creating a plan and take government out of it and have industry actually come up with a plan on how to dispose of a product that is difficult to dispose of. That is the purpose of a stewardship program. So be careful in how you characterize what it may or may not do to a retailer or a company.
Understood. Thank you.
Any questions, Oakland North? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Diane Keefe is up, and then I believe Susan Eastwood after that.
Hello.
Oh,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for allowing me to speak. I am from Norwalk, Connecticut, and I wanted to lend support to a number of the bills before you. I favor Bill 5017 to include tire retailers in the tire stewardship program to decrease the cost faced by municipalities and the public in cleaning up illegally dumped tires. I support number 5019 for EPR of consumer batteries. We need to make it easier for consumers to drop off batteries at retailers and for those retailers to properly recycle batteries so they don't end up in our landfills and incinerators. I also support Bill 1154. Helium balloons should be banned in Connecticut as they have been recently in other states. I oppose Bill number 63. As Deep stated, there is a regional approach to mitigate concerns about marine and avian impacts of offshore wind facilities. There is no need for a separate state study for the state of Connecticut. It's well documented that whale beachings are more related to collisions with ships and entanglement with fish gear than they are with offshore wind. And offshore wind is one of the few solutions that will give us protection from worsening climate change over the next 30 to 50 years. Connecticut is extremely behind our peer New England states in not having built more offshore wind. Mitigation funds should be added to through Connecticut's gas tax, which has not been raised yet in the 21st century. And fossil fuels are much more responsible for the dangers that we see from fish life declines and other unusual behaviors. The legislature should not be creating barriers to Connecticut's participation in the economic development associated with large-scale renewable energy offshore. For Bill number 80, I request that the bill reference meeting the 2024 EPA standards in case future standards are weakened for medical incinerators, or that the state of Connecticut standards only if they're more stringent than the 2024 EPA standards. The 8% allowable amount of medical waste in the Bristol case, meaning under 10%, is based on an old concept, which is dilution is the solution to pollution. That is not the case when you're living near where the pollution is being emitted. There are toxic loads on these environmental justice communities. I request that the legislation be rewritten such that no additional plants that burn medical waste in environmental justice communities be approved, and that actual emissions are documented in another state that meet objective emissions outcomes with respect to dioxin, lead, and other toxins that may affect public health downwind in these communities. Bristol is not Darien. The obligation of this legislature is to protect communities like Bristol, as well as it protects Darien from these facilities and their negative outcomes. The principle of environmental justice suggests that we do right by the children of Bristol, so legislative hurdles prevent experiments with untreated medical waste being burned in a general incinerator instead of one permitted to destroy hazardous waste. I also support Bill 5013.
3-minute limit. Could you please wrap up your testimony? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, about Barberry and burning bush. It's all over my backyard. It's all over the land trust property that adjoins my property and in the park properties all over Norwalk. So I hope that bill also gets support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your summary too and running through these. That's very helpful. Look around to see if my colleagues have any questions in the room or online. Seeing none, well, thank you for your time, Diane, and I hope you keep in touch with the committee. And
Thank
next
you.
up, we have Susan Eastwood. Susan will be followed by Kip Kolasinskas. Wow, you're going to have to help me with that one, Kip. You think you're going to do better
know
when
who
you
you are,
read
Kip.
it online and then you look at it and you say it and it's hard when it comes out of your mouth. Anyways, let's do it an easy one. Susan,
Okay.
you're up.
Thanks. Good afternoon. And thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Susan Eastwood. I'm a resident of Ashford, where I chair the Clean Energy Task Force. I'm also the chapter chair of Sierra Club Connecticut and a member of the Zero Waste Coalition of Connecticut. So we've been working very hard to provide zero waste solutions to the waste crisis here in Connecticut, which I hope we'll be hearing a lot more about during this session. And also, I would like to echo my colleagues on supporting 5107 on the moratorium. I'd like to hear a robust discussion like the one we had today on 80 on that bill. That would be great. So I had 3 bills I want to talk about. So 80, lots has been said already. But as you know, we have some of the worst air in the country, and the incineration that we rely so much on here does have emissions, including burning medical waste, obviously, but regular waste emissions include particulate matter, lead, cadmium, mercury, PFAS, dioxins, and furans, very dangerous for the public health. And medical waste has a higher percentage of plastics even, so that's one of the roots of the problem. So that's even worse. Sierra Club rejects burning medical waste because of these reasons. There are cleaner alternatives like autoclaving that are common use, but given the current proposal to burn medical waste in Connecticut, it's vital to ensure the most health protective standards are required. So I was interested in the debate today, and I know you guys are all searching for the right solution. I trust you on that, but I do hope that you'll consider SB 80 and strengthen it, going a long way to help protect residents if such burning of medical waste without autoclaving or anything is permitted in Bristol. So there's a way to improve it. I have some language which did come from an expert with the Bristol Residents for Clean Air. So that's in my testimony, and some other details are in there. I also want to talk a little bit about balloons, 1154. Great discussion on that too with the captain. A lot of things he said I totally agree with. I thank you for trying to solve this problem for so many years. Helium is a non-renewable resource, which we need to protect. And I don't think anybody has said that yet today, but that is something I think really needs to be considered. I love it that you mentioned banning helium balloons, period, without limits and so forth, because that's not really working. So I think that would be the way to go with that bill. It doesn't help wildlife, as you have heard about the strings and biodegradable. Still, you have the microplastic problem even when it does biodegrade after 12 weeks or so, and the marine life still thinks it looks yummy. So anyway, that's what I have to say about that. And quickly, shark finning. I think that's great, a great bill, 5012. And I wanted to say that I would hope you could strengthen it to include all kinds of sharks. Some kinds are left out, and also rays. Those kinds of fins are also used in this very abusive, gruesome, and cruel practice. Otherwise, I support the bill. And thank you all for your work.
Thank you for your testimony and for, again, covering a couple of subjects there. Are there any questions from the committee? Please, Representative Gucker.
I was just ready to leave for a Zoom meeting till I saw you sit down, so I'm sitting here, so I'll be a little late to my Zoom meeting. I just wanted to thank you for bringing up a concern that I've had, which is the helium issue. It is a finite gas. It is something that we cannot produce. It's not something that we have to find. We're just watching it evaporate away. And there are uses in medical issues and things of that sort that I think we should be concentrating on. So I am happy that you brought up the helium issue. I think it's something that we should be looking at further down the road, because once it's gone, it's gone. And the rest of your stuff, I do appreciate your testimonies, and we're in full agreement. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you. We all want our MRIs, don't we?
Thanks, Rep.
I
Gucker.
have to have helium for that.
Hey, thank you for the work that you and your organization does. We appreciate you being with us today. All right, next up, let's go to Kip. Yeah, help me out.
It's phonetic, and you nailed it. So no criticism there. Although I'll answer to about anything. So
Thank you for being with us. Please
again,
share your name and where you're from, and also
Sure.
up next will be Christine Feely.
yes. So dear esteemed members of the Environment Committee, my name is Kip Kolsinskis. I'm co-chair of the Working Lands Alliance, which again is a broad-based statewide coalition dedicated to preserving Connecticut's farmland. I'm a professional soil scientist and conservationist. For the past 13 years, I've been assisting beginning farmers in finding and assessing land to buy or lease. According to many surveys, as well as my own observations, finding securing land to lease or buy is the #1 challenge for beginning farmers, as well as for established farmers wishing to grow their business. Connecticut's Farmland Preservation Program, although successful, as well as the complementary efforts of land trust municipalities in partnership with USDA, continue to collaborate with landowners to protect farmland. Even though buying a conservation easement and restricting the development value can make a property more affordable to farmers, it doesn't require it to be farmed, which was pointed out, or be purchased in the future by a farmer. The desirability of Connecticut and Connecticut's landscapes has created a huge demand for weekend properties among wealthy buyers who can easily outbid farmers for farmland. Passing HB 5064 through the establishment of a new Connecticut Department of Agriculture grant program provide new opportunities to protect farmland and increase access and affordability. This could include options that were described, the option to purchase ag value, which keeps land affordable for farm buyers, and the use of a buy, protect, sell option, which allows a rapid purchase to save land that comes quickly on the market while still creating a pathway for easements and affordability. And I think it will also provide greater partnership opportunities with land trusts, municipalities, and other groups to assist the state in protecting more land and creating affordable land access. I've also worked with the Connecticut FarmLink program, which matches farmers seeking land with those landowners wishing to lease or sell. Right now, there are over 500 farmers looking for land. Increasing the amount of protected land and keeping it affordable is a great state investment and can help these farmers compete in the land market and grow their businesses. It also voluntarily provides assurance to landowners from a legacy standpoint that their land will be farmed. It's from my experience that many estate buyers typically limit the agricultural activities, and that can be a problem. Farmers who own protected land have been shown to not only invest in their businesses, but also more likely invest in conservation practices, such as soil health and climate resiliency. A number of states are utilizing these affordability tools, and it has resulted in more protected land in the hands of farmers. HB 5064 will utilize our existing partnerships and create additional voluntary opportunities for landowners, farmers, and organizations, and we'll still be able to leverage federal dollars as well. So we're at a critical time. There's a lot of land that's being transferred between generations, and the need to invest in agriculture and protect our most resilient soils is also an important climate change mitigation and adaptation strategy. We're going to need new tools to keep agriculture successful and place a new generation of farmers on the plan. So please support HB 5064. Thank you for your time and efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Kolsinskis. That was a helpful overview of the program. I'm going to ask one question.
Sure.
Because you're so clearly a part of this community. It seems like if we can get the details right, and we were hitting on some of those earlier that we
Right.
want to clean up, this seems like such a no-brainer to me. Are there any forces that are opposed to this kind of work from the community that you've been a part of? I'm not asking you to name names,
yes,
just like
right. Yeah,
entities, institutions, types of groups.
Yeah, I haven't heard any opposition to it, so I certainly would be interested if there are people that I think more of it would be that, of course, because we're talking about these are voluntary, so no one is forcing a landowner or a farmer to do something that they're not comfortable doing. So all farmland preservation programs are voluntary. So there could be people that may not understand that. I guess the other thing, it's possible that some of those folks in the real estate community may be concerned about buyers that may be looking from New York or Boston or Providence for properties that are permanently protected that they want to use as estates and estate buyers. So that is certainly a potential concern for those folks, that that's part of their customer base for properties in Connecticut. But personally, I've not heard anybody in opposition. It's more of being clear on the details of how this will work. And because there are examples in some surrounding states, I think we can put together some fact sheets and information that will be clear for the Environment Committee and for the organizations that would participate.
Great, thank you.
And
I appreciate
again, we've been working with the Department of Agriculture
they've
on
been
this
great.
as well.
Yeah, we appreciate their partnership on it. Highlighting the voluntary nature, I think, is helpful. Thank you for sharing that.
Great.
Any questions from my colleagues? We will thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much.
And wish you a good rest of the day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we'd like to have Christine Feely, followed by Madison Spramuli. Is Christine here? Going once, going twice for Christine. Don't see her online. So let's see, is Madison Spramuli here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Madison. Take it away. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So honorable co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Madison Spramuli, and I am a resident of Bethel, Connecticut. The work that I do, I'm a communication director for the CT Coalition for Economic and Environmental Justice, and I am the organizer for the CT Zero Waste Coalition. So you heard from some of my colleagues earlier, Mark Gonzalez, Alex Rodriguez, Susan Eastwood. I'm going to be kind of saying what they have said as well with a few other things. I am testifying today in support with some proposed changes to Senate Bill 80, an act concerning the burning of medical waste. So I believe it is imperative that the burning of medical waste be subject to standards that prioritize the health and safety of Connecticut residents. I do have significant concerns regarding this bill and its current reliance on EPA standards. As we heard from Deep, the Bristol incinerator only allows 8% of its total waste to burn to be special waste, which is including medical waste. However, according to EPA regulations, if the facility burns less than 10% of medical waste of its total waste, it's not subject to all of the EPA regulations. So therefore, I'm not sure if our facility in Bristol would qualify for these regulations. So in light of these concerns, I urge the committee to adopt language or endorse House Bill 5107, an act establishing a moratorium on the permits to burn medical waste. So HB 5107 would empower DEEP to collaborate with the Department of Public Health in assessing the risks associated with incineration and medical waste, and develop a comprehensive health and safety standards that would better protect our communities. I would also like to urge the committee to consider proposing a continuous air quality emissions monitoring bill, similar to Oregon Senate Bill 488, which was passed in 2023, that requires the owner or operator of a municipal solid waste facility to install a continuous emission monitoring system of 14 toxins and make that emissions data collected available to DEEP and the public. So I believe this would be the best course of action to ensure transparency and value the health of those communities that have incinerators in Connecticut. We want to ensure that their health and safety is put first and foremost. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much, Madison. I appreciate you sharing that. Do I have any questions from the committee? And any folks online? All right, well, Madison, thank you for sharing. Thanks for the work that you and your organization do. We appreciate you being here today. Have a great rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Next up, we have Jennifer Heaton-Jones. Jennifer will be followed by Ellie Angarame, who can help me with the name as well. Hey, Jen, how are you?
Good. How are you? All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes. I don't see Representative Callahan or Senator Harding, but I thank them, and I thank all of you as distinguished members of the Environment Committee for your time today. I'm Jen Heaton-Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority. I represent 14 municipalities in Western Connecticut, and I'm here today to support House Bill 5017. But first, I really want to extend my sincere gratitude to Representative Gresko. Take your attention for a second for his tireless effort to successfully passing the first in the nation tire EPR bill in 2023, now known as Public Act 2362.
Tireless?
His tireless, great.
Sorry.
Thing. And also to extend my gratitude to the Speaker of the House, Matt Ritter, for his support as well. So thank you. Now I will go on to my testimony. Very important statement there. So I'm here because I feel we need to repair our bill that we passed in 2023, the current statute. We understand that retailers do not plan to participate in the program, which we believe compromises the integrity of the program, and they are a central key component, linchpin to the success of this EPR program. When a consumer purchases a tire, it is most likely they will dispose of their spent tire at a retail location. EPR programs are designed to create easy, convenient access for hard-to-manage material. So here's a scenario for you to all consider and think about. You go buy 4 tires, and now you know about this program, you know it exists, you know the cost of your tire now includes the cost of disposal, which is part of the plan. The cost of disposal is embedded in the cost of your tire now. So you know this, but your retailer now tells you it's going to cost you another $20. I recently paid $5. I wish it was $3.75, but it was $5 because they decided to opt out of the EPR program. What do you think of that? How do you feel about that as a consumer? Do you pay the $20 for the convenience? Or do you now decide to drive to your local transfer station to dispose of it because it is free? That is an option. But what about the consumer who doesn't know about the law? And will the retailer voluntarily give that information that they have a free option outside the retail establishment? I don't know about that. And will the consumer have that transparency? So I think this is now a consumer transparency issue. They are now paying double for the cost because the cost is already part of the cost of the tire, and now they've been charged an additional fee, and perhaps they might even pay 3 times with their tax dollars when they have to clean up the illegally dumped tires like in Trumbull. So which brings us to my next point. I believe we need to require a track and trace system to ensure accountability for tires. I was pleased to hear from other parties, I'm wrapping up, that they support that. I would like to ask the committee to make another amendment to this bill to require a manifest system. It will, 1, help prevent illegal dumping, and 2, assist the TSO in only paying for the tires that they purchased and disposed of in the state of Connecticut. So please support House Bill 5017. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for all the work that you do. Representative.
I didn't pay. Jen, so if you were listening to the prior testimony, there was a fear that their current system of operations will be dismantled, driving their opposition, the retail opposition to the bill. But having worked on other EPRs together, the redemption centers come to mind with the bottle bill. They're more of, like you said, an integral cog in all this, so there would be no logical reason to try to dismantle their existing system.
Correct. The system already exists. We're not asking them to do anything different. We're just saying be a part of the program in which you're not going to charge the consumer an additional fee because the cost is already embedded in the price of the tire. We're not asking them to do anything different. Just participate as a covered entity and as a retailer. So no, I don't believe it's going to dismantle or disrupt their system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks. I will echo thanks for all your work on this. I'll just ask one quick question. When you say that the cost of the program is built into the cost of the tire, is that like on the bill it says it, or are you saying that's just how they think about it? How specific is that?
Yeah, so with EPR, there are 2 ways that a PRO, a producer responsibility organization, in this program it's a TSO, a tire stewardship organization, can collect the revenue to cover the cost. It can be internalized or it can be external on an eco fee. With paint care and our mattress EPR bills, we have an eco fee. It's on the receipt, the consumer sees it, it's transparent, it goes to the stewardship organization, it pays for the cost of the program. In an internal system, which is what we have with e-waste, the brand owners, the producers bear the cost within the cost of the product. So when you buy a new computer or printer, et cetera, you don't realize that it is an EPR program, it's not as transparent, and the cost of disposal is built into that product. That is how the TSO has submitted the plan to Connecticut Deep, that the price, the cost to run this program will be part of the cost of the tire.
Do you think that's a good idea?
There are pros and cons to it. I support that they're at the table, so no complaints here, but I will say that the advantage of it being on the receipt is that it creates a conversation, and it is transparent. Like the consumer knows, like, oh, what is this? And no, it's not a tax. It's going to recycle. It's going to pay for the recycled product that you just purchased. So there's that conversation. Internalized, it's unknown sometimes that the consumer or our residents understand that they have free disposal.
And the way in the internalized system, how does the money actually flow then from the cost that's built in by the producers to actually get back to the companies that have to do the collection? Can you just give like one more level of detail on how that works?
Yes, so my understanding it is in a diagram in the plan, and it might even be a better question to ask someone who will be testifying after me from the USTMA. But my understanding is that the contracts will stay in place, which was also another concern of some of the testimony that was submitted. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go back to, it was regarding, sorry.
You're talking through how the financials
mechanism,
work, but
sorry.
I'll follow up with
the mechanism is that the contracts will still stay in place, and that it's just who's paying for what changes.
Sure.
It's not the contracts that change, it's who's paying the vendor that changes. Sorry, I don't know why I got distracted.
You did great. Thank you so much. I see Rep. Horn online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Jen, for being here. I assume you've had a chance to either listen to and or read some of the testimony in opposition to this bill, which I want to ask you a little bit about. Yes?
Yes, I have listened today, and I've read their testimony. Actually, I have a lot of notes on it. Yeah, and I have concerns with some of the things that they've said because I don't necessarily agree. I think, you know, one of the I have actually some notes in here in front of me, like creating a burden to the retailer. I think that they're already part of the system of collecting spent tires, and this is about them really not charging the fee. It's, you know, the fee that they already charge. So I think I don't believe it will be a burden. You know, I had just addressed the fact that they're concerned about abandoning contracts. There's nothing about this plan that shows that they have to abandon. Actually, in fact, the plan says they're going to maximize and use existing contracts. That's written in the plan. So contracts shouldn't be abandoned. The storage mandate, we as municipalities have to also provide storage. It's part of doing business. It's part of collecting the spent tires. It's part of what they need to do now. And that won't change today or tomorrow, whether they are or aren't part of the EPR program.
Jen, let me just, Maria, did you have a specific question?
Actually, I'll get a little specific. You covered some of it, Jen.
Okay.
And the other thing that I wanted just to focus on, there was a little back and forth about the difficulty of defining who a retailer is. And I wonder whether you could comment on that.
Yeah, the definition of a retailer is in the statute now, and it does cover essentially anyone who sells a tire, whether it's a tire shop or a retailer like a Town Fair Tire or dealership. So if you're selling a tire, you're a retailer. And whether you're big or small, you are covered in that identification. I just want to make sure that I just say one more thing about a comment made about the shifts of the financial burden. And it sort of piggybacks on Representative Gresko saying that, you know, I hope that we understand, and let's talk about the real issue. The real issue here is that retailers charge more for the actual cost. This is about them losing revenue. This is about them losing the additional cost, the additional revenue that they're getting now that they're going to lose by participating in the program. And I feel like that's the elephant in the room. Like, we have to be real. This isn't about all these burdens and changes in contracts and we're not going to recycle our tires anymore. Of course we're going to recycle tires. TDF isn't recycling. Tire-derived fuel isn't recycling. But the system doesn't change. We're not asking for anything else except consumer transparency. Let's not charge an additional fee. It's already embedded in the cost, and let's talk about the real issue and what their concern is. And if they're concerned about additional revenue, build it in the price of your sale, and get the revenue. But we need a system for collecting tires. And the system, by the way, that was told earlier that the system works, the system doesn't work. That's why we're here today. So I hope you recognize that and that we can address that. And I'm all for free market and making sure that our retailers are successful in providing us a product, but they are part of the system now and they're also part of the problem. So I hope that you will address that and support this bill. Sorry. I hope I answered.
No apologies on my end. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Jen. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your second week in a row with us. I bet you will see it again soon.
Perhaps you will.
Appreciate what you do, Jen.
Thank
Have
you
a
for
good
your
afternoon.
time today.
Yeah, see you. All right, next up, we've got Ellie. Ellie, are you with us?
Oh.
Representative Chafee. I think you're on not muted. Ellie, are you with us? If not, we're going to move along to Becky.
I am. Can you hear me now?
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Got you. Thanks, Ellie. Go ahead. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, esteemed members of the Environment Committee, and thank you for considering my testimony on behalf of House Bill 5064 today, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural lands at agricultural value. My name is Ellie Ingram. It's not phonetic like Kips, I'm sorry. I serve on the steering committee of the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, represent it within the Working Lands Alliance, and I work at Equity Trust, a land access organization. And I'm speaking today from my experience working our state soils for 8 years as an urban farmer and food justice advocate in my home city here in Bridgeport, where I'm speaking to you from today. Farmland in our state is astronomically expensive, as you've heard, some of the most expensive in the country, and leaving its purchase open to any buyer has meant that the pipeline of new, beginning, and historically underserved farmers in our state is stalled. We typically cannot purchase land as quickly or easily as wealthy non-farmer buyers. It is challenging to convey the value of your support for House Bill 5064 to my fellow Connecticut farmers. Land access is not only a top concern among the new, beginning, and aspiring farmers I work most closely with, but it's of equal concern to our farming elders. They're aging with a desire to pass their lands into hands that will keep farms growing nourishing, delicious food for the surrounding community they've built over their farming careers. So improving land access tools and opportunities is a crucial way that we can support new, beginning, BIPOC, historically underserved, and aging farmers in our state. So much is lost from our state's culture, our local food systems, our collective health, and our opportunity to build resilience to emerging climate disasters when non-farming buyers acquire agricultural lands for aesthetic purposes versus the farming and stewarding of those same properties by farmers. Connecticut's farmers are ready and willing to help mitigate the effects of climate change by responsibly stewarding land and implementing climate-smart ag technologies. I see it all the time in our work, like truly. And yet these farmers need to be able to access and afford land to make that work possible. Land access initiatives like OPAV and other programs that will be supported by passing HB 5064 will be some of our most powerful tools in making Connecticut a leader in confronting the climate crisis while supporting our state's economy. As mentioned before, surrounding states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and New York have already led the way implementing similar programming with great success. And I hope today you share my belief that this is time for us to follow suit. HB 5064 is by no means the only method by which we will achieve more equitable land access in our state. And we truly have such a long way to go. But it is a reasonable and logical first step to put more tools in the toolboxes of farmers, land access agencies, and those of us who wish to experience a thriving local and regional food system and economy for generations to come. So Thank you so much for your time and consideration. I really deeply appreciate it, and all of the speakers who came before.
Ellie Ingram, thank you. Appreciate what you shared and the work that you do. Do I have any questions from the committee? Otherwise, we thank you for your time. Have a great afternoon and weekend.
You as well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Becky Kessler. Is Becky with us? Say it a little bit. Okay, got it. So we'll move on. Next up, Julia Wylett. Is Julia with us? Morgan, do we see a Julia online? Okay. Next up, we have Kim Stoner. Nice to see you, Kim.
Hello. Thank you, Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, and the members of the committee. I'm testifying in support of 5064, and as several other people already have, I'm Kim Stoner, Director of Advocacy for Connecticut NOFA, the Northeast Organic Farming Association of Connecticut, and I live in New Haven. When I arrived in Connecticut to work at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station in 1987, the goal of the Farmland Preservation Program was to preserve 130,000 acres of farmland in our state. There was a calculation that that amount of land was necessary for food security for our people. Almost 40 years later, the Department of Agriculture recently celebrated preserving 50,000 acres of farmland. I know it's been a huge effort by a lot of people, including the Working Lands Alliance, where I am on the steering committee, and where you've already heard from Chelsea Gazzillo and Kip Kolsinskis, as well as the Department of Ag staff and the State Office of the Natural Resources Conservation Service. My point is, we don't have preserved farmland to waste on owners who aren't really going to farm. In a slogan of the American Farmland Trust, it's not farmland without farmers. I went last Saturday to the Farmer to Farmer conference of the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance. There were well over 100 people there, and there was more energy than any farming conference I've been to in my 38 years of going to farming conferences in Connecticut. This is the future of agriculture in Connecticut. Some of the people I talked to actually had a few acres of farmland. Most of them, though, were growing food wherever they could, in their backyards, in community gardens, in borrowed land from friends, in leased land, as you heard from Caitlin Kimball. One farmer was growing food on his church's land in New Haven, but found out that it was contaminated with lead, as so much land is in New Haven. So his whole operation to grow food for the community had to be moved into raised beds. We have, as you have heard, new farmers who are desperate to get some good land in their hands and under their feet. And at the same time, we have preserved farmland bought by wealthy people who want to have an estate and keep it nominally in farming, perhaps by cutting some hay. We saw again during COVID that we need local farmers to provide food in times of disaster and interruption of supply chains. We see more disasters happening across the country and around the world as a result of climate change. We need to keep our farmland, and we need to keep it in the hands of farmers. It's not farmland without farmers. That's it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thanks, Kim. I appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for all the work that you do and for being with us today.
Thank you.
And that will be stuck in my head now. Sean Moore from the United States Tire Manufacturers Association. Is Sean online? We look forward to talking to you at some point, Sean. Next up on our list is Diane Kosis. Hello, Diane. Thanks for being with us today.
Everybody's in black and white, and so I hope I don't hurt your eyes.
We appreciate it. Keeping us awake over here.
Okay.
So please, Diane, and you'll be followed by Connor.
Oh, Connor, yes. Thank you for your time today to contemplate Senate Bill 80. A corporation in our community called Reworld has unresolved violations regarding noise complaints and is now requesting expansion to burn 57 tons of medical waste a day. I am here to urge you to block these operations until state and health officials can develop health and safety standards. How can you allow a corporation to burn medical waste for all of New England without closing the loopholes, closely monitor the toxins, and insist they follow EPA federal emission standards? What does protecting and serving the public mean to you? Do you have the power to do the right thing? Is it really all about the money? Is that how our world will be ruled? Can we trust you? These toxins allowed in the air will settle to the ground in your town, your state, and your surrounding states. Do you want to be responsible for your loved one's illnesses? Can you do the right thing? There are safer alternatives. Take the time to understand and contemplate your future. This company can't fix a noise issue, and you want to allow them to pollute our air. Now, I am just a citizen, and in living in Southington, and there are a lot more experts around here that can explain more about what's going on with the medical waste issue. But I am a sufferer of the noise, and I do not trust this company. It's an old factory. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And being a citizen is quite enough to get in the door here. Are there any comments from the committee? Please, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming out. That was a very good testimony. I have a quick question.
Sure.
I represent parts of Southington,
Mhm.
and I live in Berlin, so I'm within the area that you're talking about.
Mhm.
What type of noise, do you have any idea, the decibel levels?
I don't understand the decibel levels, but
Oh,
I can tell
okay.
you about the noise.
All right, and how long has that been going on?
I've been suffering with it for 3 years.
3 years.
Hmm. And if you think the whales are having a trouble, try
I'm
human beings
curious,
who attempt to rationalize
and what are
what's
they
happening.
trying to do to alleviate that noise? Are they
What have
doing-
I done?
No, no, not you. What
Oh,
are they as an
'cause I had a long list.
company? What are they doing?
They say there's something to do with the fans and that they've been trying to work with that. I don't know. I also heard that it could be potentially maybe their boilers, and they've got 1, 2 boilers, and when they're not in sync, or when they are in sync, the noise is louder. Because there are times when you don't hear a noise, and God, is that peaceful. And then there are other times when the noise is unbearable and just keeps going on and on and on. There's nothing you can do to mask it.
And how close do you live to this facility?
Within 1 mile of a bird flying. I live, the plant, as you know, is next door to lake compounds.
Mhm.
So that's the other issue that you've got here. I mean, you got to consider that for the children who are going to be going there and the toxins that are being spewed from that. But if you read online about reviews about the lake compounds campground, there are people who have left in the middle of the night with their children because of the noise. The noise. And it's a low frequency. I'm sure we have some experts here today. Hopefully you'll hear from Francis and you'll hear from Mike Ewall more about, how these plants operate related to the waste. But when it comes to understanding why they're this noise is there, I don't understand. They say that they're doing something, but that's the problem here. They never really give a good answer to us about what is it that they're doing and not allowing somebody to figure out what they're doing and how they've done it. So
Okay.
all I can tell you is that the noise is disturbing. My therapist recommended I get a noise canceling headphones, and they didn't work. So I started listening to self-hypnosis tapes in order to fall asleep at night. So wearing noise canceling headphones at night to go to sleep is not good for a 70-year-old. So,
Well, thank you again for coming out and speaking out. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Leach.
thanks.
Thank you for what you shared with us.
Thank you.
We appreciate your advocacy. Next up, Connor Yukaitis from League of Conservation Voters. Thanks for being here, Connor.
Thank you for having me. You guys hear me all right? Co-Chair Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Connor Yukaitis. I'm the Deputy Director for the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. I know you all love acronyms, so that's CTLCV. Thank you for the opportunity to submit general comments regarding SB 63. CTLCV is dedicated to advocating for strong environmental policies that promote clean energy, sustainability, and climate action. For years, we've been steadfast supporters of offshore wind energy as a key component to Connecticut's transition to a cleaner and more resilient energy future. While we support offshore wind development, we also recognize the importance of implementing proper mitigation measures to protect wildlife and the environment. Offshore wind developers have incorporated numerous strategies to minimize habitat disturbance and reduce potential impacts on marine ecosystems. One such strategy is the use of bubble curtains, an innovative technology that dampens noise pollution during construction, thereby minimizing the disturbances on marine life, particularly whales and other sensitive species. We applaud the proactive efforts of offshore wind developers to prioritize environmental stewardship. We support continued research and implementation of the best practices to further mitigate any potential ecological impacts. As mentioned in previous testimony, robust mitigation efforts are also being implemented at the regional level through various government agencies. Despite the many benefits of offshore wind, there has been a significant increase in well-funded disinformation campaigns designed to delay or obstruct these critical projects. A 2023 report from Brown University's Climate and Development Lab, which I included a link to in my written testimony, highlights the strong connections between these opposition campaigns and the fossil fuel industry, which seeks to maintain its dominance by undermining renewable energy initiatives. These deceptive tactics sow confusion and create unnecessary roadblocks, hindering the progress we need to make in addressing climate crisis. It is essential that we work together to counteract misinformation, advocate for evidence-based policy decisions, and remove unnecessary barriers that could jeopardize current and future offshore wind projects. At the same time, it's crucial that we maintain strong environmental and wildlife protections. Finally, in addition to SB 63, CTLCV would like to express our support for SB 80, which will close a loophole for burning medical waste. We understand there may be some concerns with the wording of the legislation among some of our allies. We encourage you to continue a robust conversation to ensure cleaner air for the people of Bristol. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate your commitment to advancing policies that support clean energy, reduce carbon emissions, and protect Connecticut's natural resources.
Thank you, Connor. I appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions from the committee? Rep. Baumgartner, please. Thank you for that. Rep. Callahan. I don't see his hand up. Rep.
Not
Callahan.
sure. I'm
Oh,
not sure
there
if
you
you can
go.
hear me.
Yes, we got you, Pat. Go ahead.
Just regarding the gentleman's testimony, I just take some offense at saying any opposition is the fossil fuel industry infiltrating. We're talking to fishermen that are relaying their information to us. I haven't talked to any fossil fuel people, and I'm not really interested in what they have to say. I'm trying to talk to the people that this may directly impact. So I would just like to, that's more of a comment, but I would just like to give the gentleman an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I do appreciate that. I did not mean that all opposition is funded by the fossil fuel industry. We certainly hear the concerns of the fishing industry, but there are a significant number of these organizations out there that have direct ties to the fossil fuel industry. Certainly not all of them.
Okay, I appreciate your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Thank you, Rep. Callahan. And Rep. Baumgartner, do you have a question? Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll ask you the same question I asked Senator Summers with respect to the Rhode Island model, for example, where they have both, they're part of the regional mitigation fund, as well as having their own. If you can speak to kind of how each of those funds could augment each other.
I certainly think that the more mitigation funds in place, the better in terms of preparing for any long-term adverse consequences. So I do think there is potential there for, you know, the regional funds and the state level funds to coincide.
Thanks, Representative. And with that, thank you, Connor. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good rest of your afternoon. You too. Next on our list, we have Lori Brown. Is Lori with us online? Great. Lori, if you can hear us, please take it away when you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker and all the members of the Environment Committee. I don't see that my video is on, so I don't know if that's a control that you have there. I only see the name.
It might be on your end, Lori. I see the logo
Yeah.
of your organization, but
All right.
feel free to go ahead. We got
Yeah,
you.
it's not, I don't have that control. Okay, well, anyway, my name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. And our organization works with dozens of environmental groups from across the state to advance policies that protect our land, air, water, wildlife, and climate, which benefit all communities in Connecticut. So we've submitted written testimony in support of 5 bills on your agenda today. And obviously, you've just heard comments from CTLCV's Deputy Director, Connor Yakaitis, regarding offshore wind and the burning of medical waste. So I'm going to quickly summarize our strong support for 3 more bills on your agenda that address the wildlife issues of shark finning and the intentional release of helium balloons, as well as the much needed fix to Connecticut's tire EPR program. So first of all, thank you for raising House Bill 5012 to address the ongoing trade and practice of shark finning. And this is already illegal in U.S. waters, and 16 states, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New York, all have laws to prohibit the sale of shark fin products, but Connecticut has no such restrictions. And so we hope that the committee will again vote to support this bill to outlaw this trade. Also, please consider making it stronger by removing the exemption for the smooth dogfish sharks that are also deserve the protection under the law. Second, we hope that the committee will pass Senate Bill 1154 concerning the release of helium balloons. This had full bipartisan support last year, and it's well known that the wildlife commonly mistake deflated balloons for food and choke to death or suffer internal injuries. So when the original law was under consideration in this committee in 1990, the chair commented that the balloons go up in splendor and come down as garbage. And that is still true today, whether or not they're touted as biodegradable. So passage of this bill really is critical to help raise awareness of what actually happens after the balloons disappear. And it could help reduce the unintentional damage that's being caused by the intentional release of balloons. So lastly, we're very glad to see that the tire disposal issue, House Bill 5017, is back on the committee's agenda this year. Heard a lot of discussion about this all throughout the hearing. And Connecticut was the first state in the US to enact an EPR law for tires in 2023. But while producers are required to join the tire stewardship organization, it doesn't make sense that retailers are not. And until they are, the same conditions exist that have incentivized illegal dumping. So House Bill 5017 really is a good step. And until there is a better solution, we believe that this will get us closer to an overall approach from manufacture to end of life. And then just finally, one last thing to close up. I know it was said before, but a lot of new voices weighed in from around the state on a bunch of these bills, and they're not necessarily familiar with the CGA website to submit testimony. So a lot of people who may be listed as opposed were really stating in their testimony that they supported the bills, but they had opposed like the practice of like shark finning or medical waste, et cetera. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions from the committee? Otherwise, thank you, Lori, and appreciate the work you do to engage folks in the process. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Mabel Stimson. Mabel, are you online and able to hear us and able to jump in?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am. Please take it away.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Wyasip Lake Association in North Stonington, and I first would like to start out by thanking the committee for letting me speak, and Senator Summers for clarifying the wording of the bill. I think that the way it was worded initially caused some undue concern. And I just, being a member of the board of directors for the association, I just want to, let you know, we work with DEEP. Our president communicates with DEEP all the time, and we are very concerned about the ecology of the lake and the condition of it and so forth. In fact, we have just recently installed nesting benches for the smallmouth bass. So that being said, the only issue that we wanted to do was to allow boating, the use of boats for an extended approximately 3 weeks during the summer season. And that's all we really wanted. Currently, and the way it is now, and it meets everyone's needs, until 11 o'clock in the morning, you can only go 8 miles an hour because the fishermen and the kayakers and people are out there on the lake. From 11 to 6, then you can ski or whatever it is you like to do. And then again at 6 o'clock, it's back for the fishermen and the kayakers. And it works, it meets everyone's needs. And all we were looking for was to just extend it for about 3 weeks. And that's it. And I thank you for your consideration. And, I'm in support of Senate Bill 55. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Timpson. We appreciate you sharing that. It's great to hear from folks that are a part of that association. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Mabel, for taking the time to testify. Appreciate the clarification. I also understand why ISIP, unlike many other lakes and ponds throughout Connecticut, have had issues with hydrilla as well. Would you be willing to just speak briefly about some of the issues that YSIP has with that invasive aquatic plant and how this situation is combated? Did you hear me, Mabel? I'm not sure you heard me, but perhaps we'll follow up another time.
Thanks, Rep. Bumgarner. All right. Thank you for being with us today, Mabel. We appreciate you. Next on our list is Robert Chang. Robert, thanks for being here. Robert will be followed by Olivia Rinks. Go ahead, Robert.
Good afternoon. Thank you for permitting me to testify in favor of House Bill 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural lands at ag value. My name is Robert Chang, and I own and operate Echo Farm, a vegetable and cut flower farm in Woodstock, Connecticut, and I am also the co-director for policy and advocacy at the Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust. The Land Trust advocates for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color farmers. We have 700 farmers in our network. In Connecticut, there's a group of farmers and aspiring farmers whose numbers are over 100. And that is certainly more people than most would assume, but also far fewer than should exist given the state's demographics. This is directly related to issues of land access. In Connecticut, agriculture faces a number of big challenges. We see the risks of serious disruptions to our food supply from avian flu and labor shortages from immigration policy. Demographic trends from the agricultural census show us that the average age of farmers continues to rise while the number of farms continues to fall. However, the news is not all bad. We have a burgeoning group of beginning farmers eager to start farm businesses and feed their Connecticut neighbors. If only we could connect this younger and vibrant group of entrepreneurs to the farmland that they can afford. Connecticut is actually a great place for farmers to learn and hone their craft. They have excellent training opportunities offered by Yukon Extension and other service providers. We have strong farmer networks like the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance and the Connecticut chapters of the Northeast Organic Farming Association and Farm Bureau. And we have a supportive commissioner and Department of Agriculture who recognize that the future of farming in Connecticut requires embracing all of the state's diverse and talented people. Yet Connecticut is such a challenging state to start farming because the price of farmland is so high. It is completely out of reach of many beginning farmers. We've admirably preserved over 50,000 acres of farmland, but with so little of it in the care of a beginning farmer and almost none of it with a BIPOC farmer. You've heard testimony today from a number of people who have been working so hard for years to solve what feels like an insurmountable problem. How do we help the next generation of farmers, the very people we rely on for food, afford the land that they need to feed us? This bill will not solve this problem all by itself, but it is certainly more than virtue signaling. It is a down payment, a real step in the right direction, a new tool in a toolbox that has not seen innovation in a long time. I support this bill because it allows us to use the option to purchase at agricultural value, a program several of our neighboring states have used to help beginning farmers acquire preserved farmland. But because we know future threats to farmland may circumvent today's best intentions, the bill has flexibility for the Department of Agriculture and for partner organizations to innovate and experiment with other mechanisms that could meet future challenges. If we are to reverse Connecticut agriculture's long decline and strengthen our food supply chain in the face of threats on the horizon, we must invest now in the next generation of new and beginning farmers who desperately seek affordable farmland to serve and feed their fellow Connecticut residents. I respectfully request the committee to support HB 5064, and I'd like to thank Representatives Baumgartner and Gresco for sponsoring this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. That was well said. Do I have any questions from the committee? Rep. Baumgartner, go ahead.
Yes, just a brief comment. I really want to thank you for your testimony and was wondering, do you know if you submitted the written testimony to the clerk?
Not yet. I will be submitting it later today.
Excellent. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thanks for taking the time to be here with us. Have a great afternoon and weekend. Thanks, Mr. Chang. Next up, do we have Olivia? Olivia Rinks? Following Olivia on our list is Irene. Irene is on Zoom. Irene, can you hear us? There you are.
Hi, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, what a picture.
I'm speaking today in support of SB 1154, an act concerning the sale of certain lighter than air balloons. We all know that releasing balloons into the sky may look pretty and it's a bad idea. The impact on wildlife is disastrous. Helium balloons, their strings and ties, often end up snaring birds and aquatic wildlife, as Representative Gucker and others have mentioned, or get swallowed when the animals mistake it for food. Also mentioned was that helium is a limited resource on Earth. It's extracted from the ground. The US used to store helium for national defense and made the reserves available in 1990. This supply has all but run out at some points, and we were faced with a serious helium shortage as recently as 2019. Currently, helium is imported from the Gazprom plant in Amur, so purchasing it is also supporting a state sponsor of terrorism. The helium supply remains unstable even today. Helium isn't just about balloons and parties. As mentioned before, we need it for MRI machines, laboratory particle accelerators like the Hadron Collider, NMR spectrometers, and more. You don't need helium for a kid's birthday party or a retirement shindig, but you do need it to diagnose tumors and develop new medications. It's used in particle-based machines involved in the development of Kaletra, one of the most prescribed AIDS medications, and Tamiflu, an antiviral that slows the spread of influenza. It can be even used to inflate your airbag in your car sometimes if you get into an accident on the ride home tonight. Helium is precious and it saves lives. This alone should be reason enough to ban not just biodegradable, but all balloons. Passage of this bill will be cause for a balloon-free celebration. Please vote yes on SB 1154. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene, for your testimony. Do any of the members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Irene, for testifying this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Amy Blaymore, followed by John Labs. Good to see you, Amy.
Hi, thank you. For the record, it's Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. Thank you so much. I did submit written testimony on SB 1154 and HB 5013, both bills, of course, we support, and we're really thrilled to see the roster of bills that were raised by the committee, and thank you for that. I'm going to focus my testimony on HB 5064. I did, of course, submit testimony, written testimony on that, and it echoes what everyone else who spoke to that bill before me has said. I've been a member of the Working Lands Alliance Steering Committee for about 12 years, always wearing my land trust hat. CLCC is the umbrella for the land trusts. And I've just been thinking a lot about what I heard today, and I just want to make a couple of comments to add to my written testimony. Land conservation deals are a puzzle. Funding has to be cobbled together, and oftentimes you have to move very, very quickly. We help to bring as many sources of that funding to the table for the land trusts, and this bill would help to do that. The most challenging scenario is when you have to move quickly as a land trust. 5064 would bring, again, more pieces to that puzzle and would allow land to stay in farming, making it more affordable to farmers. As Representative Parker had alluded to before, the details of how those puzzle pieces will fit together can be worked through. And as Kip Kolsinskis said, there are case scenarios. There are more examples that we could bring to elucidate and make us clear on how this could work. But the most important thing is getting 5064 passed so that that process can begin and those details can be filled in through guidance documents and regulations. And the second thing I wanted to say in addition to my written testimony is that CLCC was honored to work with the Department of Agriculture in doing the research on a report that really helped to launch some of these recommendations that you will see allowed by 5064 if the program is put in place. There is a real need out there. Robert Chang said it, I could not have said that better. There's a real need out there. Farmland is disappearing and it's unaffordable. Farmers want to farm, but they can't afford to buy it. The tools that could be allowed through 5064 will help to take care of that problem, and it will help land trusts bring more of those pieces to the table to get those deals done. So thank you for that, and again, I hope that you will consider the written testimony that I submitted.
Thank you so much, Amy, for your testimony. Do any of the members have questions for Amy? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for co-sponsoring the bill as well as Representative Gresko. Appreciate that.
Very easy to follow Representative Gresko's lead. Next up, we have John Labs of Lake Wyasset Improvement Association.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you do. Thank you, John.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for listening to this about this season extension. It that created a lot of turmoil for me, the title of this bill. I got a lot of calls the past few days about this. So while the speed, everything that has nothing to do with it, what this is about is just adding a couple more weeks to the season of skiing. June 15th it begins. The Sunday after Labor Day it ends. That makes it anytime around the winter beyond that point where we ski, it's 8 miles an hour only. So from June 15th to the first Sunday after Labor Day, we're allowed to go faster than 8 miles an hour from 11 in the morning to 6 p.m. And it works really nice. And it's been quite a few years, the association and homeowners, but association would like to extend that. We'd like to have it open on the Saturday before Memorial Day weekend. And what that does, it stops the kids and all the families and the people who live on the lake that just sit there with a frown on their face and they can't ski, they can't do anything when it's a gorgeous Memorial Day weekend. And we've had that many times, and we'd just like to be able to do that. And then if you remember last September, it was gorgeous, absolutely beautiful out. So we would like to be able to go to September 15th too. And we're so fortunate that our community and the association, we might have different 180-degree feelings about how politics, but we all come together. The community is so awesome the way we work together. If you have any questions, I heard you about hydrilla. I can answer all that stuff. We deal with 4 different departments of the DEP regularly, and we do all kinds of things. So like we're very caring. I just talked to Bob Carlson, the first selectman of North Stonington. He is totally on board. He thinks it's ridiculous if this doesn't get passed, and we just hope that you understand where we're coming from. It has nothing to do. The title is so far off on that. And in 8/27/2023, we had a unanimous vote. We had 47 signatures, and that's what Heather Sommer showed this morning. And everybody wants to have this thing. They live on a lake, and there are, from my best of my knowledge, 2 individuals that do not, and one really knows the system very well, and she gets a lot of people to vote against it. She's not into anything like this, and it's understood. But we're hoping that the lawmakers, yourself, the committee, will understand that the major majority of the lake want this to happen. This has been going on for years, just the complaining within the association how we can't ski on Memorial Day weekend or ski a little bit into September when the weather's so nice out. That's basically what it comes down to. When it comes to damage on the around the shorelines, the damage happens from ice and from storms. It does not happen from the boats. I've seen that quite a bit in some of the testimony. That it's basically from ice. Ice is the worst, actually. Ice is the worst for damage.
Hey,
And
thank you, John. Would it be
I'm
possible
sorry?
to please summarize?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Thank you, John. Could you quickly summarize?
Oh, sure. Well, that's basically what I had to say. It would be an injustice if this wasn't passed because of 1 or 2 homeowners on the lake. We really hope to focus on the homeowners that live in our community. And that's about it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, John. Much appreciated. And it looks like we do have one question from the good ranking member, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, sir. John, thanks for testifying. I think I understand what you're asking for, and I've read written testimony. And as an avid water skier, I get it. When you're staring at good water and you can't get out there, it's frustrating. So having read the testimony and listened to those who testified today, I think we understand it. So I appreciate your time.
Oh, sure. Thank you. So there was a high driller question earlier. Did you want to ask that, or?
Well, with the hydrilla, I'm not sure what is the association asking for help when it comes to funding for controlling invasives, aquatic invasives?
Not with this bill. This bill is just about extending the season.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, John, and appreciate you testifying. Obviously, we've heard from a lot of your neighbors about this issue. And my only question to you is, I read the very comprehensive handout that Senator Summers distributed. A lot of your neighbors have signed it, the petition, and you mentioned there is one neighbor that does have some concern. So if I can ask you, John, sort of on the record, if you could play devil's advocate, what you think some of her concerns may be and how those concerns could be addressed with this bill.
Well, that is a very good question. It's very difficult. I was just with her Tuesday night in a meeting about seasonal homes on the lake, and it's about climate change. It's about anything that I really don't even know how to explain it. Like, she definitely talks about removing all boats, removing homes, removing lights. I mean, she says the boating kills fish. I mean, I don't know how to really. We invite her to the associated meetings as much. Every time we see her, she's always been very polite, but it's about climate change with her, and she thinks that adding 3 or 4 more weeks to this water skiing season is going to affect the climate. I don't know how to really articulate how to address that. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much, John. I think we've got it, and look forward to working with you and the rest of the association as this bill goes through the legislative process. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this. You know how much we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Peter Oster, followed by Mike Ewald. Peter, are you here?
Unmute. You hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. And thank you for your time today. I'm testifying to express support for HB 5012, as I'm flipping between screens, an act prohibiting the practice of shark finning, and you have my written testimony. I just want to emphasize that conservation and restoration of predator populations in the ocean, Long Island Sound, and then out into the open ocean off our coast is a critical element for conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity. Indeed, predator populations are key to sustaining community composition and more ecosystems as we study these locally and around the world. Multiple species of shark that occur off our coast are prohibited. That is, they must be released immediately, can't be possessed or retained. They're listed as threatened or endangered under the U.S. Endangered Species Act, or they're listed under CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, that prevents trade of such species from threatening their survival. This bill will greatly enhance the conservation of sharks locally, regionally, and globally, with Connecticut joining our neighboring states, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, along with others in the nation, and assuming a strong stewardship role for conserving these vulnerable species of marine wildlife. Indeed, the language in the bill will preclude not only a legal landing of fins, but will fill a gap by keeping Connecticut from being a point of transshipment and international trade for fins. While current federal regulations in the shark fishery now have parallel requirements to those we have in the bill, we've seen rapid changes or attempted changes to many bedrock environmental rules and statutes within the past week or so, and expect more to come. This bill, if passed, reinforces our collective commitment at the state level to conservation and sustainable use of wildlife, our marine wildlife, and our natural heritage. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Dr. Oster. Do the members have any questions? Chair Emeritus, you have the floor.
Translation, old. Dr. Oster, thank you for your testimony, but in it, can you just give me a quick scenario of keeping Connecticut from being a point of transshipment in international trade for fins? In other words, what would this bill potentially prevent from happening?
Well, so what it does is it puts more eyes on users of our natural resources, and so it prevents fins from coming ashore from fishing. You know, I know people that, I mean, not only fish Long Island Sound, but fish out to the submarine canyons and have access to a wide number of species. And I'm not accusing anybody from Connecticut of doing anything, but there are access points as well as fins that come across state lines. So in the region, the bill would put more eyes, our conservation officers, in addition to those of neighboring states, and federal fisheries enforcement of moving fins through the state, making it illegal in the state as one place that potentially has less eyes on that component of trade. And you can, there was a recent, and again, I don't know this directly, but read some accounts of people being able to be served shark fin soup in restaurants in New York City, and fins coming up through various points internationally and moving through the United States for local uses for high-priced dishes. So, I mean, this fills a gap. And again, if federal regulations are rolled back without getting into all the politics of this, this keeps us on the forefront of conserving these important predators and not being a weak point in the state by state adherence to these commitments.
Thank you, Dr. Oster. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify. Your testimony was very interesting. Is it your understanding that this bill does not prevent people from fishing for these sharks?
So it does not prevent the well-managed fisheries for spiny dogfish and smooth dogfish or smooth houndfish that are managed through the regional fishery management councils. So possession of those and with and possession of those and with the fins attached does not preclude existing fisheries. What it does preclude is fishers going offshore and targeting species specifically for the value of their fins, and those would be the prohibited species. And I've got a long list of those that are prohibited, those that are on the Endangered Species Act, and those that are listed under CITES. And it would keep our fishermen who fish in the dogfish fishery, active and unimpacted. And this is for other species that are not focused in those areas.
Okay, so I can go out there and I can still go catch one.
You can catch it. You can catch and land a spiny dogfish and smooth dogfish. Others that are prohibited, if you catch it, stand by for 1 second. So if you go out and catch, let's see, I've got the list here on my.
I'm not talking about the endangered species. I'm talking about the species that are listed in the bill.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can based on whatever
I can still go. So I can still go and fish for one.
Right. Yes, and
okay, and I can still take it home and cut it up and eat it.
Absolutely. And again, well, so let me just clarify. I'm not an enforcement officer, and comments from both Bill Hyatt with the Fisheries Advisory Council and from the commissioner that are in your packet of testimony both support this bill and bring this into phase with federal fishery regulations. You can go out and catch these. You can go out and catch these fish as long as you have a permit to do it, a license to do it.
So I can still take it home, cut it up, and eat it, right?
If it's legal to catch, absolutely.
Okay, and when I cut it up in my house, if I take the fin off, I'm not in violation of anything?
My understanding is you're not, as long as you don't go try to sell it somewhere, you're not in violation of anything.
Okay, so I can make my own shark fin soup in my own kitchen with a shark that I have caught, and I have not violated anything under this bill.
Of the two species that are allowable to be fished, correct?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You still can't have like a great white shark fin soup in your house.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Dubitsky, and thank you, Dr. Oster. It doesn't look like we have any further questions. Thank you so much for testifying.
Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, take care now. Next up, we have Mike Ewell from Energy Justice Network, followed by Patrick Hennessy of the Third Act, Connecticut. Mike, do we have you on? Mike, are you here? I don't see Mike. So we will continue on to Patrick Hennessy, Third Act. Good to see you, Patrick. Yes. All right, Mike. Mike, are you ready?
Okay, I was just unmuted, so now I'm ready.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
letting me in.
Mike. Floor is yours.
Great. All right, thank you so much. So I'm Mike Ewell with Energy Justice Network. I guess I can lower my hand here. Or try to. Okay. So quickly on the tires bill, the burning tires is not recycling. So I would just recommend amending the bill to be clear that that is not recycling and should not be permitted. But primarily I'm here to speak on Senate Bill 80. And I encourage also looking at House Bill 5107 and Senate Bill 60 as additional bills to possibly combine with or be vehicles to tackle the same issues with medical waste incineration. Burning medical waste is not required. There's no state that requires medical waste in general to be burned, although a handful of states include tiny subsets that are required to be burned. And Connecticut is one of only 3 states that says chemotherapy wastes have to be burned, which I would encourage that to be repealed. But most places use alternatives now, safe non-burn alternatives like autoclaving. And this plant, if allowed, this one in Bristol, to burn medical waste would be importing from several states and would be one of the largest in the nation and the only commercial medical waste incinerator northeast of Baltimore. Now, there are 3 approaches to deal with this issue that have come up so far. The easiest one is to do as Rhode Island and Delaware did and just prohibit medical waste incineration. And in the course of that, it would be good to repeal the chemotherapy waste incineration requirement. The number 2 idea, which is basically what SB 80 is trying to do, is to make medical waste incinerators follow EPA medical waste regulations. I'll come back to that in a moment. The third one is to do continuous monitoring to make sure that we at least know what's coming out of the smokestack at these facilities. And there's been some confusion I heard earlier. The EPA regulations on medical waste incineration do not put into effect any additional monitoring requirements. So that's a separate thing that you could do, but you would need to do it in a separate way. It could be in the same bill, though. You can have stricter monitoring requirements as well as stricter emissions limits. Now, on the thrust of increased regulations, there are a few things that need to be done for the bill to basically close all the loopholes. One of them is to make sure to cover any facility that combusts any form of medical waste, treated or untreated, in any amount over 200 pounds per hour, which would be medium or large size according to EPA's regulations. And 3, include the burning of gases from gasification or pyrolysis of medical waste in case you have facilities trying to get in, like what caused them to ban it in the state of Rhode Island. And also make sure it applies to all facilities, regardless of whether they're already issued a deep permit under a weaker standard, so we don't have to worry about this retroactive concept. And finally, refer to the regulations for new medical waste incinerators. In other words, anyone started after December 1st, 2008. So you have to cite those specifically. There's much more I'd be happy to answer around continuous monitoring, transportation issues that have come up, environmental justice issues that have come up, or even whether this facility could meet those new regs. But I'm at my time, so I'll stop now, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike, for your testimony. Do the members have any questions? Representative Veach, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have one quick question. What are the other states, peer states, if you will, doing with their medical waste?
Sure. So back, as you'll find in my testimony, in 1988, there was over 6,200 medical waste incinerators. That was just the thing to do with it. But at this point, there are no medical waste incinerators on a commercial scale north or east of Baltimore. And so all of that is going to non-burn solutions. Basically, in the whole country, there are only about 10 commercial scale incinerators for medical waste, including the ones Covanta is burning out trash incinerators. And none of them are close by. So it's either using autoclaves, which is the main non-burn solution that most places have switched to over the years, or some small percent is probably being shipped as far as Baltimore, maybe further to an incinerator, but that's less likely.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, so anything north of Baltimore, they're not doing any burning up in the New England area, if you will?
No.
Okay, and they're shipping it to 10 locations throughout the country where they are still burning it?
If they're burning at all, but most places switch to safer non-burn alternatives like autoclaves.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Mike, thank you for coming to testify. I just want to ask you one question. At the very end of your testimony a minute ago, you said you said something about getting around or solving the retroactive problem. Could you just explain what that's all about?
Sure, no problem. So this concept of retroactivity or grandfathering is one that's very common with land use. If you talk to municipal lawyers, they'll think of that as an issue. That does not apply when it comes to air or waste regulation. it's typical and actually federally required that under the Clean Air Act, for various sources, they have to update the standards for them and revisit them every 5 years. Sometimes EPA falls behind and has to be sued to actually update their standards, but it's typical that they upgrade the standards on existing facilities on a routine basis. So the idea that they will be given, any plant will be given a permit and then you would put in stricter requirements later is not unusual. That's actually the norm of how air regulation at industrial facilities tends to work over time.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I guess that speaks to, or maybe I'm confusing two things, but at the beginning of the public hearing, several hours ago, I believe Deep testified that this is going to be a problem, this retroactive potential, but it sounds to me like you're saying that that's not going to be a problem.
It's not a problem legally. It may be a problem for the company if they decide they're going to start investing on something they just got a permit for and then they have new rules within a couple months, but they're paying attention. They're testifying here. They know to wait and see what happens. So I don't think it's a big deal. The only reason why agencies like Deep act like it's a big deal is they don't like to have their own judgment second guessed or have to do anything more than the federal minimums, which is what they're doing. Actually, they're doing less than the federal minimums in some ways, but that's a whole other matter. So yeah, agencies often bristle at doing anything more because they want you to trust their own judgment, but that's not always the best thing to do.
Fair enough. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Doesn't look like the members have any further questions. Thank you so much, Mike, for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Patrick Hennessy, followed by Kedrick Swain.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time this afternoon. My name is Patrick Hennessy. I'm from Milford, Connecticut. And I volunteer with a variety of different nonprofits, including Third Act, the climate action group. But I'm really here on my own behalf. I'm here in support of all the bills in front of the committee today, but in particular, just want to speak briefly about two bills. HB 5013 regarding invasive plants, and also SB 63 pertaining to offshore wind. For several decades, I served as the marketing director of Westchester Community College, and one of my jobs was to promote that college's Native Plant Center. It was the only freestanding affiliate of the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center in Austin, Texas. So in marketing the plant center, I learned about the need to support the environment by encouraging the growing of native plants, and also to fight against the growing of invasive species. This bill is specifically aimed at a number of invasives, and I think that's a positive thing. Regarding SB 63, I believe that offshore wind needs to be part of the package that will help us cut down on the dangerous use of fossil fuels. And in the spirit of fairness to those who make their living fishing the waters of Connecticut, I believe this bill will help us more easily pave the way toward equitable future offshore wind projects. We really need to focus more on solar and wind power. We need to do it quickly, but we need to do it in an equitable manner. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Peter. I'm sorry, Patrick, again for testifying. Do the members have any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for testifying and have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank all of you.
Next up, we have Kedrick Swain, followed by Joshua Tracy.
All right. Thank you, committee members. Good afternoon. I am speaking on support of SB 55, which is to extend the last lake water skiing season. I'm a lake owner, property owner along the lake. I enjoy being able to participate in the water sports activities that are afforded to us. And just want to echo everything that our president, John Labs, had already testified to. One thing I would like to point out is that on the state of Connecticut's portal, where one can look up various lake information and boat launches, there's no consistency as to which lakes have a defined water skiing season and which ones don't. So I do not believe that there is any precedent that would prevent extending the season as it is presented. So I would ask that this bill be adopted and approved so that we can all enjoy even more time on the lake that we cherish so much. I'd also like to thank Heather for sponsoring the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Kedrick, for your testimony. Do the members have any questions for Kedrick? Seeing none, thank you for testifying, Kedrick, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Joshua Tracy, followed by Sherry Bachenko. Joshua, are you online?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
All right. Hi, my name is Joshua Tracy, and I'm a forester working for South Central Connecticut Regional Water Authority in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm here representing the Water Authority to testify in favor of HB number 5013, an act adding certain plants to the invasive plant list. As a manager of more than 21,000 acres of forested land in New Haven County, I'm challenged with the seemingly impossible task of eliminating invasive plant species from the forest with the hopes of encouraging our native species to take root once again. Measures such as this bill describes are crucial to stemming the spread of these plant species through commercial availability. Many of these species can spread via birds, wind, and flowing water, and do not need the help of spread further through anthropogenic means. As a member of the Connecticut Invasive Plant Working Group and their Invasive Plant Review Subcommittee, it was important to bring this list forward to the Invasive Plant Council for further recommendation. Reducing commercial accessibility to these plants, specifically regarding Japanese barberry and winged euonymus, provides opportunity for growers to suggest native and non-invasive non-native solutions for their homes and businesses. These plants being added to the prohibited list provide very few ecological benefits to our native birds and insects, and therefore should not be available for planting. The fruit they bear provide diminished returns for the nutrients they provide, and germination can be highly viable where our native fauna deposit their seeds. It is also known that an increase in invasive species can lead to erosion, as their root systems do a poor job holding soil together. This added organic matter in our drinking water reservoirs can lead to increases in disinfection byproducts. Not to mention the relationship Japanese barberry has with deer ticks, which pose a public threat due to their transference rate of Lyme disease. Thank you for hearing my testimony in favor of HB number 5013, an act adding certain plants to the invasive plant list, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, for your testimony. I do appreciate you noting that Japanese barberry is linked to potential increase in Lyme disease. Certainly, we don't want that for ourselves or our furry friends. Thank you for your testimony. Do the members have any other questions for Joshua? Seeing none, thank you again for testifying, Joshua, on this important bill, and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
All right. Next up, we have Sherry Bachenko, followed by Keith Nielsen of DACO. Sherry, are you online? All right. We will continue on to Keith Nielsen of DACO. Keith, are you online? Hey,
Can
Keith.
you hear me okay?
Yes, it's great to see a familiar face.
Okay, thank you. I'm Keith Nielsen from DACO. We're a waterfront civil engineering firm down in Mystic. And the issue that we are dealing with today is beneficial reuse of dredged materials and using them in a way that could actually help with marsh restoration and be a beneficial reuse of the dredged material, and at the same time help the marine and boating industries in the state. For a brief history, dredging has been a long-term practice. Originally used side casting methods to get rid of material that was dug out of a channel. Examples are still visible in the Upper Thames River in the area of Norwich near the casino. That later transitioned to open water disposal, and there were 4 sites designated in Long Island Sound where material could be relocated, one in Central off New Haven, one in Western off Darien, one in New London, actually called the New London area, and then Cornfield Shoals, which is at the mouth of the Connecticut River. And that was a dispersal site. The material was placed there. It was not buried. It was just left open to disperse through Long Island Sound. Cornfield Shoals was closed 5 years ago when the Corps of Engineers went through a redesignation process, and that left basically central and western. When New London was redesignated, it was redesignated as eastern and moved 2 miles northwest of the original site, and the New York State Department of State objected to that, and so eastern is no longer an available site. In effect, we went from 4 sites in Long Island Sound to 2. And so now we have a problem with economically dredging most marinas that are up the Connecticut River and those that are in eastern Connecticut waters. The upland options that we have are upland on site, but that's not applicable to most of the marinas because the sites are not big enough to handle the material on site. So we go to off-site options, and this can be removal from the area. It can be redesignation to something like building up Thatch Bed Island south of Essex. But there's another option that we need to explore at this time, and that is thin layer deposition. It's basically a spray application of hydraulically dredged material. The material can be targeted in marshes. It can be sprayed fairly decent distances. The material can be dredged hydraulically from a barge moving through the dredge field. And it's most applicable to river settings where we have a marsh nearby or adjacent to the site. The ground will be raised minimally in this process. The process can be monitored very carefully because we have the ability to do drone surveys before and after to make sure that the material is not being deposited in thick layers. Hydraulic dredging is 90% water discharge and 10% sediment, roughly. And so while you may see a spray plume coming from the discharge head, there's fairly little sediment transported in that plume, and it can be spread over a wide area. This is one of many methods that has to be explored at this time because
Representative Baumgartner, could you please summarize your testimony, and then we'll have.
I'm sorry?
Questions. If you could summarize your testimony as your time expired, and then if there are any questions, we can get into that.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Thank you, Keith. If you can summarize your testimony, please.
Okay. So this thin layer depositional method of hydraulic dredging is an important facet and needs to be developed and be made into a permittable option through DEP. And that's the purpose of this proposed bill number 59. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Keith, for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the members. I do have a question. Senator Summers brought up earlier about some of the nuances of dealing with dredged materials when dealing also with other states. Can you speak to some of the experiences you've had as far as the interactions Connecticut and industry has to have with New York with respect to removing dredge material and making use of that those dredge spoils?
Well, I know that there are task groups that have been studying it, and but the this thin layer depositional method is going to have to be proven here within our state. And it's not really going to be applicable so much to projects out in Long Island Sound as it will be to projects in the Connecticut River and Quinnipiac and so on.
Thank you, Keith, for your testimony. It doesn't look like members have any further questions. Appreciate the time you took to be here today, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity as well.
Next up, we have Katie McGuire, followed by Tracy McDougall. Looks like Katie already testified. Tracy McDougall, Connecticut Farm Bureau, also testified. Thank you. Next up, we have Estella Kennan. Hi, Estella. After Estella, we will have Francis.
Wow, it's
Great to see you, Estella. The floor is yours.
Chairperson and esteemed committee members, thank you for your time in considering House Bill 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural land at agricultural value. I'm from Manchester, and I'm the coordinator for the New Connecticut Farmer Alliance, a statewide organization of and for 650 farmers in their first 10 years of production. As you've heard, farmland access is the #1 concern of beginning farmers nationwide and in Connecticut specifically. This past growing season, I worked for a farmer who spent her time bouncing back and forth between her 2 different farm plots in different towns just so that she could work enough land to feed her community, land that she could not afford to own. Stories like hers are all too common. If, like me, you do not come from a farming background, you may not realize the continuous stewardship and investment that is required to have flourishing farmland. It's not about bringing in your tractor, planting seeds, and then waiting for harvest. It is finding adequately arable land, an earthwork project to provide irrigation, a multi-year battle against agricultural weeds, a constant dance to support the right soil microbes and nutrients in the face of the prolonged droughts, intensified rain events, and increased pest pressures brought about by the ever-increasing climate challenges, and more. It is, in short, investments that are hard, expensive, and often heartbreaking to make when you do not have long-term control over the land that you're working. Earlier, someone asked if there was any opposition in the ag community to this bill. As you have heard today, and you can see from the written testimony, there is actually great and long awaited for hope. While it is not a cure-all, HB 5064 is an elegant and flexible piece of legislation. It allows the state's existing farmland preservation efforts to be further leveraged with tools like the option to purchase at agricultural value, creates avenues for public-private partnerships, makes space for solutions on the local level, encourages a mix of proven and innovative strategies to address land access challenges, and throughout supports entrepreneurs in actively producing on Connecticut soils. The agricultural lands the people of the United States have come to rely on in California, the Midwest, and Florida are built on a foundation of unsustainable ecological practices and are facing intense environmental pressures. We are becoming a less resilient nation. The American Farmland Trust projects that 55,000 acres, or about 16% of Connecticut's already diminished farmland, will be lost to development by 2040 if we maintain business as usual. This does not account for the loss of production due to climate pressures. Connecticut can and must forge a different path. We must have options for our health and our security. I request your steadfast support of HB 5064 to help some of the smartest, hardest working, and most ecologically conscious people that I know, the thousands of upcoming Connecticut farmers who want a chance to nourish their communities, but are continuously priced out of that opportunity. I also request your backing as someone who needs and likes to eat. A person who wants food that does not harm our bodies.
Thank you, Estella. If
Sorry.
you could summarize.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty much it. Just support the bill.
Excellent testimony. Do the members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for actually taking the time to be here today and waiting to testify in person. I think it matters, so thank you. All right. Next up, we have Francis Pickering, followed by Linda Rogers.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm here today to speak in favor of Senate Bill 80 and also to urge your committee to bring to a hearing House Bill 5107, 5108, and Senate Bill 60, or at least to consider the concepts in these bills and potentially integrate them into an amendment to Senate Bill 80. Senate Bill 80 is an act concerning medical waste. How I got involved in this is as a resident of Southington, Connecticut, who lives just across the town line from lake compounds and the Reworld Bristol facility. About 2 years ago, I started noticing an intrusive noise, a low-frequency hum that I could not escape, passed through walls, even passed into my basement. I took multiple noise measurements using a calibrated noise meter, finding it in excess of state regulations and permit conditions. This did result in an investigation that has concluded that there are violations of state regulations and permit conditions issued by DEEP, but DEEP so far has refused to pursue this, leaving it up to the Bristol Burlington Health Department. Despite that, DEEP is recommending approval of renewal of the permits that currently govern this facility and a new permit for medical waste. So the question is, what is the concern with medical waste? Medical waste has a unique composition and emissions profile. However, this incinerator was not designed for medical waste. The Siting Council, when it approved it in 1985, explicitly excluded medical waste. Medical waste has a much higher fraction of plastics, especially chlorinated plastics such as PVC. It results in dioxin emissions when combusted unless combustion is very carefully controlled. Plus, it also contains high levels of mercury, lead, and PFAS, which can only be destroyed through very high temperatures that the EPA has said with low confidence can be destroyed in conventional incinerators. These toxins are persistent organic pollutants. They bioaccumulate. They cause a huge range of health impacts. I'm not going to go through them all, but they can culminate in various cancers and death. And there's a double whammy here of high toxicity. So even very, very, very small releases are a problem. And the bioaccumulation means that we have to monitor them constantly. The challenge here is an incinerator that incinerates commingled waste, both medical waste and a constantly changing array of feedstocks, could be wood, could be paper, could be whatnot, cannot maintain the conditions necessary to reduce emissions to a safe level. Right now, the current regulations are designed not for medical waste, but for more innocuous, cleaner burning municipal solid waste. The proposal before DEEP right now would result in the largest medical waste operation in New England. I mean, how's that for a highway sign? Welcome to Connecticut, medical waste capital of New England. Do we really want to import all this hazardous material and concentrate the risk and the impacts on our communities here in central Connecticut? You've got a couple options before you. I don't think an option is to do nothing because that will result in us becoming a toxic hotspot. You can close the loophole that exists in current regulation, which is what Senate Bill 80 would do, provide the language is sufficiently tightened. That would basically say if it looks like a duck and talks like a duck, it is a duck. If it burns medical waste, it is a medical waste incinerator and should be treated accordingly. You could do the simple approach, which is what Rhode Island and Delaware did, which is to ban medical waste altogether. Or lastly, you could implement continuous monitoring, which is what Oregon has done, which is what the EU requires, increasingly common in Canada. There is commercially available equipment from multiple manufacturers that can measure these pollutants, especially dioxins and mercury. So those are your options before you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Francis. Do the members have any questions? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair?
Representative D'Amico.
So yes, just real briefly, you did submit written testimony.
Yes? I did submit written testimony, and I'm involved with Bristol Residents for Clean Air. We, as a part of the public hearing process for the DEEP permits, we submitted extensive testimony on that, over 600 letters of opposition. I myself submitted 10,000 words of substantive comments on the proposal before DEEP. Despite all this opposition and these comments, DEEP is not recommending any changes to the permits they dropped on July 5th of last year.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we have Linda Rogers, followed by Deborah Fenn. Linda, are you online? All right. Seeing none. All right, Linda. All right, we're going to move on to Deborah Fenn. Linda, when you're ready, we will follow up with you. So Deborah, you've got the floor. Deborah, are you online? All right, we do not see Deborah, so we will go back to Linda. Linda Rogers, are you there? All right. We're going to keep on going to Kevin Devis. Kevin, are you online? Okay. All right. Kevin, you may proceed, and then we will follow up with Linda afterwards. Kevin, are you there? Kevin, please unmute yourself. All right. We will keep on going to Francis Pilaro of Renew Northeast. Francis, are you online? We don't see Francis in the
Yeah,
room.
can you hear me?
All right, thank you, Francis. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Francis Polaro, and I'm here on behalf of Renew Northeast, which is a clean energy advocacy association, to offer testimony opposing Senate Bill 63, an act concerning the effects of offshore wind facilities on state fisheries. Renew endorses the testimony you heard earlier today by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection that explained how this bill would impede their efforts to participate in a multi-state compensation fund. Essentially, not all offshore wind projects off the Northeast coast where Connecticut fishermen fish are contracted with Connecticut utilities. This bill may unfairly reduce compensation to Connecticut fishermen who fish in regional and federal waters. A standardized regional arrangement will benefit both offshore wind development and regional fisheries by providing an equitable and efficient system for addressing economic challenges that fishermen may experience. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much, Francis. Appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Francis, I'll throw you one. Can you say what the issue would be from your perspective with having the state plan on top of a regional approach? Because it seems like it makes sense. We should definitely have a regional approach. And the conversations about adding the state, what are the downsides? I haven't quite understood. What are the downsides of adding the state plan?
I think there's certainly a level of efficiency that's in having a centralized fund. And again, these projects aren't actually located in Connecticut. They're in federal waters. There are several sets of projects. Some of these projects are contracting with Massachusetts, but not necessarily Connecticut. Another project may have a contract with Rhode Island. And the fishermen who are in these waters, along the same lines, they're not all located in Connecticut. Some are in Massachusetts, some are in Rhode Island. And don't forget, there are lease areas off of southern New York, and there are fishing fleets in New York and New Jersey in these waters. So, the waters aren't specific to any individual state. The fishermen don't fish in any specific state. So it's much more effective and efficient, but much more effective to look at the whole picture and make sure that all fishermen are fairly compensated by where they're fishing.
But Francis, specifically, is there a downside if we have the regional? Is there a downside in addition to having a state program?
Well, it certainly would be duplicative, and I haven't heard of any reason why the regional approach wouldn't be able to address any harms that weren't able to be mitigated.
Okay, got it. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thanks for joining us today, Francis.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Up next, we have Vilma Gregoropoulos. Yeah, great. Thank you for being with us all day, ma'am. Sure. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Vilma Gregoropoulos, and I own a couple properties on Wyasip Lake. Please vote no on SB 55, which extends the motorboat season because it's detrimental to the environment. In 2013, DEEP denied an application for allowing speedboating before June 15th on the lake. Spring is breeding season, nesting and mating season, and it's when the pollination of the blueberries that are on the islands happens in June, in early June. And those are really important to wildlife. The text of the bill that we were allowed to comment on refers to the summer. There was no mention of the spring. And I just found that out from Heather Summers, and then that was contradicted by one of the people on the board. So I don't really know what they're asking as far as that goes. But anyway, allowing 3 extra weeks into September would be in conflict with bird migration that begins in mid-August in Connecticut. It is also the last great push of pollinators before the frost comes in mid-October. Animals need to bulk up and stock up by then. Like spring, September is a critical time for our lakes. Osprey migration on Wyasip in September is evidenced by the actual tracking of tagged birds. The EPA has found that geese, ducks, and other migratory birds are especially sensitive to noise, that motorboating can disturb waterfowl up to 1,000 meters away, and that even 5 boating disturbances per day increases the energy requirements of birds by 20%. Honeybees will stop moving for 20 minutes due to loud noise. Citations are in my written testimony. Wyasip Lake is comparatively small and entirely within the natural diversity database areas, which not all lakes are. I have submitted pictures that show the power of a single boat's wake hitting the shore, and not surprisingly, I have seen immature catfish flung out of the lake by a motorboat wake. And I have movies of that if you wanted to see them, but I don't have them with me. These issues have not changed since 2013 when DEEP denied motorboating before June 15th, and no evidence has been presented otherwise. In the end, it is not important how many people feel like skiing. It's important that they do it when it doesn't disrupt wildlife. There are plenty of passive water sports that skiers can enjoy during eco-sensitive times of the year. I ask that you keep the speedboating confined to the time between June 15th and Labor Day weekend during the hours of 11 to 6 as is currently allowed, so that human activity is in harmony with our precious and finite natural resources, which is your job to protect. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Gregoropoulos. I appreciate that. Hold on one second. Do we have any questions from the committee or anybody that's online? Thanks for waiting around all day, and we really appreciate what you shared. Thank you. Next up, we have another name, Vilma Gregoropoulos, but I assume that's, thank you.
My name is Tim Crandall.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I'm a resident on Wyasip Lake, and I am opposed to SB 0055, not just because of the negative impact on wildlife, which will be the inevitable result, but also because of the lack of transparency and integrity of the entire process. The lack of information and turnaround time to let people know has guaranteed the stakeholders are left out. In the 2 days since we've heard about the bill, just a couple of days ago, Wednesday, we found out, we've talked to 8 lakefront property owners about this bill, and none of them had heard anything. They weren't informed by the author, by the sponsors, Senator Summers or Representative Howard, or by the Lake Association. I'm not a member of the association, but I am a Wyasip Lake resident, and I care very deeply about the quality of the lake. The Lake Association does not represent everyone who lives there or who owns property there. It does not own the lake. It seems odd that some people were notified and some were not. All residents and property owners should be notified well in advance to any regulation changes. It appears that those who might not be in favor were left out. And I don't even know if that's legal, that you can make a regulation, a boating regulation here, when people there don't even know that it's happening, residents on the lake. But I don't know. I lived on Blue Lake, also in North Stonington, for 45 years, and I was the president of their association for 30 years. And we had, boating regulations come up, weed control issues, road repairs and things. And every time, every property owner, every resident was notified of any kind of meetings or certainly hearings like this. So I'm appalled at that. The Wyasip Lake Improvement Association seems more concerned with improving recreation than they do with improving the lake. And that's not a bad thing. People want to enjoy the lake. If you look at the letters of the people that are in favor, almost all of them just say, you know, yes, 3 more weeks of water skiing and jet skis, that sounds great. And, you know, I can see how that would be fun. But the lake doesn't have a voice. And I'm trying to speak for the lake, and I know that you have the ultimate say. And I just think you should think about the wildlife, the animals that are trying to breed, and know that they're not there for recreation. They're there to survive and exist.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you sharing that. Do we have any questions from the committee? Go ahead, Rep. Baumgartner.
I just wanted to thank you for coming up from North Stonington, obviously quite a drive. I was reading, presume your other half's testimony, and did learn that Wyasip is completely covered by the Natural Diversity Database area, and also noted that Wyasip is actually 3 times smaller than Mashapog Pond, and we have a similar or somewhat similar bill in this committee to reduce the speed
Yes.
for which motorboats can operate. In your time living down North Stonington, have you seen any just behaviors just on the lake that would be a cause of concern to us as we are considering this? Obviously, you know, this bill incorrectly included an increase in speed. And so just wondering if you can just speak to some of those potential issues as to
About
why
the
that
speeding
Yes.
issue. It is an issue, very much so. Not just the wake. We have a 2-year-old grandson, and we're afraid sometimes if the people are out there on a holiday weekend or something, you know, we're afraid to even bring them out there because the people, they don't pay attention to the 200 feet for a boat and 100 feet for a jet ski or the other way around. They just come into the shore as close as they feel like, and it's
Asking about my thing that is that okay?
It's a little, if you could be very brief, just because you can turn your mic on, please, ma'am.
Is that it? So you see, there's a picture there of a wave from the wake of a motorboat. That's pretty severe. So, and it's a very narrow lake, and so the motorboats are just going back and forth in the line, and you really can't swim while that's happening. So it does interfere with passive recreation for sure.
Thank you.
Well, appreciate your time, and
thank you
look
for
forward to
understanding.
having a follow-up conversation with you and
Thank you.
your delegation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you both. Thank you, folks. Thanks for the indulgence, colleagues, on this light, unconventional order there. We appreciate you being here. Next up on our list is Dr. Clifton Nunnally. Help me out with that, Dr. Clifton.
got it great.
Yeah,
I'm
not bad. All
surprised,
right.
though.
Nice to see you. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and the other honorable members of the Environmental Committee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 80, an act concerning burning of medical waste. The proposal by Rewold Inc. to establish the largest medical waste incineration operation in the Northeast at the Bristol facility is troubling. Current state regulations don't require this proposal to meet the standards set by the United States Environmental Protection Agency for medical waste. This regulatory gap is a serious threat to public health and the environment, as medical waste incineration releases toxic, dangerous toxins and pollutants such as dioxins, PFAS, furans, and heavy metals, all well known to have health impacts. It's a critical step in addressing this issue by requiring all medical waste incinerators in Connecticut to comply with EPA standards. Obviously, there's been much discussion on what that actually means and how strict they are, but if it burns medical waste, it is a medical waste incinerator. I will digress a little bit. As an oceanographer, my work has taken to me some of the most isolated and distant places in the globe. My research as a deep sea biologist has led me to the deepest places on the planet. And even there, we still find persistent organic pollutions, PAFSs in animal tissues, large and considerable amounts of microplastics ingested by deep sea organisms. Far removed from these industrial pollutants and point sources, how much deadlier and how much more would we suffer by being so close? 4.5 miles away, this facility is from my house in Bristol. I moved from a state that abused and sold out its citizens to industry and to known pollutants created from them for more than a century. Yes, in Louisiana, it's infamous for Cancer Alley, a swath of land between Baton Rouge and New Orleans where petrochemical plants, refineries, fertilizer, and pesticides are produced on a massive scale that impact the health of local residents. A month into living in Louisiana, my 7-month-old daughter needed to begin nebulizer treatments for pre-asthmatic conditions. Every night for the 4.5 years that we lived there, we hooked her up to machines to help her breathe. Since moving to Connecticut, those conditions ceased and stopped. We moved to a place with better environmental health. I'm not willing to go back and risk further environmental damage, not only to my daughter, the fellow citizens, and the flora and fauna of the state. Medical waste contains a high fraction of materials, including plastics, that release toxic emissions, including when combusted. Approving SB 80 would send a strong message that Connecticut values the health and well-being of its residents over the interests of companies seeking to profit at the expense of our environment and our people. I urge the Environmental Committee to act decisively in favor of this bill and to recommend its passage by the General Assembly. By doing so, you will protect not only the health of Connecticut residents, but also the integrity of our environment for generations to come. That's really all I have to say on that. I am an oceanographer, so I will caution the Environmental Committee to make sure that your information is correct. Of the 154 known maimings, deaths, and serious injuries to North Atlantic right whales since 2017 and 2025, which is this period of mass mortality, 82% of those have been associated with fishing line entanglements or vessel strikes. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for hitting 2 bills there.
Yeah, no problem.
We appreciate you, Dr. Nunley. Does anybody have any? Yes, Mr. Gresco.
Fishing line or vessel strikes as opposed to
Natural or unnatural causes in terms of deaths and mortalities. These have been verified by NOAA.
like a wind turbine?
Yeah, so having also worked in the offshore wind industry as an environmental project manager, overseeing the Vineyard Wind 1 installation that's going in off of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, I know that those vessels are required to stay at a minimum of 10 knots. And in fact, when the New England Aquarium does their aerial surveys every year, or approximately every 6 weeks, they inform any vessels operating in offshore wind fields of a new defined area where North Atlantic right whales might be. This causes them to slow all operations down to 10 knots, which is much slower than any of the other vessels that happen. And most of the confirmed actual strikes by vessels are just transit vessels entering in and out of the ports. And that's one of the reasons why so many North Atlantic right whales do actually encounter that. The offshore wind industry is incredibly careful, because if they do hit one with a vessel that's operating, it will shut down not only their industry for a considerable amount of time, but any work, and that's millions and millions of dollars a day. So they are very careful. Doesn't mean it can't happen, doesn't mean they have some operators that aren't as careful, but I do know that their mitigation efforts to make sure they protect marine mammals and other large organisms such as sea turtles are incredibly specific, and each ship has dedicated observers to make sure that nothing is around. And they do those surveys both visually and acoustically. And so I definitely think that the bill beforehand proposing that work in the Connecticut area, I don't think many turbines will be established out there, but I do know that routes providing power transmission lines are coming through Connecticut waters. And that will be the main detriment to anything within Connecticut's environmental waters in terms of potential environmental hazard. Not the strikes, and definitely not entanglement with right whales, as they're very rarely come into longline. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. there's 4 other public hearings that we have scheduled. Please peruse the bills and feel free to come back and testify. 'Cause
I'd
that
be
was
more
good.
than happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Rep. Mashinsky.
Wanted to ask you about the shark finning bill, which I support, but it does have 2 exemptions in here, which I'm uncomfortable with. One of them is exempting smooth dogfish from the ban on finning, and the other one is the order of rays is exempted. What's your thought on exempting those 2 categories?
Both of those groups are important to marine ecosystems, especially because they do act as both predators and scavengers. They're important in terms of keeping food chains connected and whole. And any action that takes animals out of the wildlife and uses them only for a part without much consideration to their place within the ecological order, not only does it lack some foresight in terms of how we're helping or harming our environment, but I think it's incredibly cruel to bring something out, take a part of it, and throw it back. So beyond the environmental implications, which are clear, they're an important part of food chains and ecosystems. Just the act itself is reprehensible.
I concur. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing from you again, we hope. All right, we're going to try to track back to some folks that we stumbled over a few minutes ago. Linda Rogers, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hi there, Linda. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulty. So honorable chairs and members of the Environmental Committee, thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today. I am in support of the Senate Bill 80. Facilities that burn any medical waste should abide by the emission limits for medical waste incinerators, but advocate to include continuous monitoring. Continuous monitoring would help mitigate any risk of incineration companies from falsifying toxicity tests and addressing issues as soon as they arise to avoid any air pollution issues and violations. The health risks posed by toxic emissions from medical waste incinerators include cancer, neurological, cardiovascular, and respiratory diseases. All are too serious to ignore. In Oregon, ReWorld exploited the federal loophole by bypassing stricter regulations for medical waste incineration at a trash incinerator, much like the operation proposed here for the Bristol facility. Oregon intervened to enforce federal regulations along with additional requirements. This was a facility in an area that was far more remote than the densely populated area the Bristol plant sits in, which leads to another concern. States like Delaware and Rhode Island implemented laws prohibiting incinerators of medical waste within a 1 or 3 mile radius of residential areas, schools, parks, hospitals, and child care facilities. I respectfully request the committee consider this too. Here in Connecticut, the Bristol facility is located within a mile of residential homes, child care centers, and a theme park. It's causing ongoing noise and pollution issues for the community. The facility continuously monitors only a couple toxic emissions. They're informed when the toxicity testing will occur, and that can enable them to alter the contents they burn. And the low-grade hum from the incinerator can be heard 5 miles away, and there are years of documented complaints about this in Google reviews, which highlight a consistent pattern of neglect. I request the committee's support for SB 80 with more monitoring and consider laws similar to those implemented in Delaware and Rhode Island. Residents have the right to rest easy in their homes. Children deserve to play outside. And Connecticut should remain a place people call home.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
We appreciate you sharing with us today. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for your advocacy, Linda. We hope that you'll keep in touch with the committee. And with that, we're going to move along to Kevin Debus. Is Kevin here online? Kevin, are you able to unmute and share your testimony? All right, we'll try you again in a minute, Kevin. Kim Libera, are you available? Is Kim online? Okay. Kim, if you're there, you can unmute. If we miss you, we'll circle back. How about Samuel Vasile? Vasile? All right.
Hello.
Oh, great. Samuel, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, committee chair and all the fellow senators for listening to our testimony. We are in strong support of Bill SB 80 to help alleviate so many concerns that this community has had over a long span of time with this company and its predecessors. They have a long history of neglect and not following the law. And when things are, you try to reach out to people, it typically is redirected to someone else. We implore you for your help. And like most essentially, if you could see why this is being done, follow the money. It will show you. There's substantial profits in doing medical waste, burning that versus municipal solid waste or other compost thereof. So that's where this is headed. It's all about that. Make no mistake about it. And what is justice? Is it for a few people, some of the people, or all the people? It should be for all the people, really. And we're just you're the people that we're looking to for some relief here. And we have a right to enjoy our properties such as everyone else. And if nothing is done, what message are we sending out? That if you're big enough, then you don't have to abide by the laws. And that's not the case here. But I thank you for anything you could do for us. And we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Samuel. Thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Any questions from my colleagues? Otherwise, we will keep moving along. I believe we were trying David James. David, is that you? Great. Hi, David.
Honorable chairs and members of the Environmental Committee. My name is David James, and my family and I live in Plainville, just 3 miles from the ReWorld plant. We are 100% against ReWorld burning biomedical waste. I am here to give my full support to Senate Bill 80, an act concerning the burning of medical waste, and HB 5107. We already struggle with ReWorld's incessant droning noise that has impacted our physical, mental, and emotional health. The home in town that we chose to start and raise our family is no longer the sanctuary a home should be. Allowing ReWorld to burn medical waste creates toxic pollutants that will affect the air we breathe and that are known to cause illnesses and diseases. Those working in the facility and those living or working closest to ReWorld would be most directly and negatively impacted by the burning effects. We are not expendable. Connecticut DEEP's recommendation to approve the permits without requiring ReWorld to comply with federal emission limits for new or newly modified medical waste incinerators, stringent continuous monitoring for toxic chemicals, resolving the constant noise pollution that impacts residents, and instilling protocols for public safety is short-sighted. I mentioned the noise pollution. The constant vibrating drone from ReWorld impacts us nightly. We can't sleep. No combination of white noise machines, fans, air conditioners, and TVs drown out the grating, vibrating hum enough. We can't escape it. Residents and towns have spoken out against the noise, yet ReWorld has done nothing to improve the quality of life issues this has become for so many of us. Now it's impacting our very young son, who notices the sound on his own and asks, "What's that sound?" and then adds, "It's bad." Now his sleep and health are affected too. ReWorld hasn't complied to stop the penetrating noise issues, so why trust it would comply with medical waste monitoring? Their answer is we can't. And it's because of the noise, lack of meaningful action on ReWorld's part, and the real possibility of them burning medical waste that our family is looking to leave Connecticut altogether. The negative effects on our health, air and environment, and financial impacts to our property values and homes that can't or won't sell in the near future are too real and too high. We have attended multiple town council meetings, written to local representatives, and spoke at Connecticut Deep's public hearing. We have been pleading with our local leaders and elected officials, and now you, to prioritize the health and environment of Connecticut families over profits. SB 80 and the related proposed SB 60, HB 5107 and 5108 do that. These bills have our full support, and we urge you to support and advance them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Any questions from the committee? Go ahead, Rep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying. I couldn't help but notice in your testimony just now, you referenced, went to multiple
Yes.
Council meetings.
Yes.
Meetings with Deep.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious to know, what kind of answers did you get when you went to these meetings?
The main answers I can really reply to is the town council that I went to, which is Plainville's. They wrote a letter in against the proposal that Connecticut Deep is leaning towards allowing. When we have been online and done the Zoom sessions with Connecticut Deep, we have spoken out against it, but haven't really gotten a good response other than that they were analyzing the application and we'll say, and we'll either approve it or disapprove it. So we haven't really heard anything concrete back other than the fact that it's tentatively approved. At least I think that was the recommendation that came out in the end of January.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Representative D'Amico. Thank you for your time, for what you shared, and for your answer. It sounds like Kim is available online. Kim, are you there? Okay, Kim.
You hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Kim Libera. I'm an earth scientist. That includes 4 distinct fields. I've tracked the issue of turbine noise and blade impact on whales, birds, and bats, and we do need an adjustment. The whale family possesses special attributes relevant to echolocation and auditory skills. The influx of turbine farms has stressed this animal out, particularly the right whale, and there has been extensive stranding on the East Coast and even in Indonesia. And while some nonprofits say there is no damage, you can't have it both ways and say there's only damage from ships if, say, they carry fish gear or fossil fuels or something like that. I think what was missing is nobody did their homework on an environmental impact study with regard to the ecology. And it was just rush, put all this stuff up, and now you disturb the ecology. There have also been bird and bat impacts as well. And if you lose these predators, you create another ecological mess, given that more insects, especially the pestilent ones, will proliferate there. I would recommend you do a reset. I would restrict the density of planned wind turbines, and I would re-examine the corridors related to reproduction, migration, and feeding there. And I would recommend you go with a different wind turbine type of design, okay? Other nations are creating a new technology known as the vertical airfoil. Some of these are actually used on highways where they can capture the breeze produced by traffic along the median there, and they're not very obstructive there. That is your alternative to do that. So I don't think wind is a panacea to begin with, and I think we've gotten ourselves a little bit too deep in with this, and I would just like to see some more regs on the books with regard to how they travel, and there is some ocean technology out there and stuff like that, that you just can't go and destroy another habitat. I just want to comment on the tires. Shredded tires actually go into materials used in athletic turf and running tracks. That is a good use for it. It's recycling. Tires are also used as an erosion control device over landfills. That is suitable. I would recommend that you impose a fine, because I see a lot of these tires tossed in state parks there. And in terms of the helium balloons, balloons are not required for human survival or entertainment. If you want to enjoy balloons, go watch a balloon festival. But honestly,
Kim.
these
We just
things,
hit 3 minutes. Would you please conclude?
yeah, I think they just create more litter that just lays on the landscape.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the committee? All right. Thank you, Kim, for being here. Thanks for your time. Have a great weekend. We'll go back to our list. I think we were at David James. Sorry, Carrie Lynch. You're right. We're at Carrie Lynch. Is Carrie with us? All right. How about Will O'Meara? Great. Will, you able to hear us and come off mute?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Co-chairs Lopes and Parker, vice chairs Hokedale and Baumgardner, ranking members and the rest of the members of the Environment Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on behalf of House Bill 5064, an act concerning an option to purchase restricted agricultural land at agricultural value. You've heard from a lot of my colleagues and fellow farmers about the details of this bill, so I'm going to try and keep it to my story. And if you're interested, I've got much more detail in my written testimony. My wife, Jill Verzino, and I own and operate Hungry Reaper Farm in Morris, Connecticut, where we cultivate 8 acres of vegetables and manage an additional 106 acres of forest, pastures, and wetland on 2 leased parcels. We sell our produce all throughout the state through a CSA, farmers markets, a farm stand, and a number of wholesale accounts, including several local school districts. In our first 3 years of the farm, which we started in 2020, we moved our farm 3 times due to insecure leases, the COVID real estate boom, and inadequate land and infrastructure to expand our operation. While we were profitable from the start, we had a combined 15 years of experience working on and managing farms at that time. We couldn't compete with the soaring real estate prices, cash buyers, and slow loan processing turnarounds from the Farm Service Agency and others. In the end, we turned to Dirt Capital Partners, a private farmland investment firm, to purchase land on our behalf and execute a long-term lease with a purchase option. So we're really lucky to have that long-term security now. But while we have that lease, we're not building equity in the process. And we are working with the landowners we actually just closed on an agricultural conservation easement on the land with the Connecticut Department of Ag in December of last year. So while that will help make the land more affordable, that reduction in cost will still leave us likely to be, cost burdened by our eventual mortgage, even if we can get a financing package together for what is a pretty large and complicated farm. From our point of view, a thriving agricultural sector in our state requires farmer control, security, and affordability of the land, and we really need to pursue every tool available to meet those goals. As others have alluded to, we have one of the oldest farmland protection programs in the state, but it really lacks the teeth to keep the land in active agricultural production. And where we're located in Litchfield County, examples like the farm in Sharon that was shared before are frankly all around us. And these non-farmers purchasing essentially estate properties for their views and their privacy keeps those essential agricultural soils from being actively managed and used to their fullest capacity as working lands.
Thank you, Will. We've reached the 3 minutes. Can you please summarize?
Sure. Just to close, off farm, I also work with farmers through an organization called Land for Good, and I chair the state's Farmland Preservation Advisory Board. And the thought that I would leave you with is that this is one of the few issues that we have a consensus on throughout the agricultural industry. In those groups that I chair and the farmers that I serve, everyone I talk to thinks this is a good idea and a crucial step to provide a better return on investment for Connecticut's taxpayers' dollars and ensure the future of farming in the state. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and welcome any questions you might have for me.
Thank you, Will. Any questions from the committee? All right. We'll keep moving. Thanks, Will. Next is Fraser from Reworld. Are you with us, Fraser?
I am.
Nice to
And
see you.
I'm sorry that my camera
Another
is
friend
not
from
on,
last
but-
week.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I apologize for my camera not working, but we'll just get rolling. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Fraser Blaylock. I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations for Reworld, formerly known as Covanta. Reworld has provided affordable, reliable, and sustainable waste solutions and generated clean, renewable energy to the state of Connecticut for over 30 years at our two facilities in Bristol and Preston. I am here testifying today in opposition to Senate Bill 80. As has been discussed, Reworld is seeking a permit modification for our Bristol facility, which, once approved, will allow us to adapt to changes in the regional marketplace. It's important for you all, and all Connecticut lawmakers for that matter, to know that Reworld is not seeking to add any additional waste disposal capacity in Bristol. We are in fact limited by state law to taking no more than 8% medical waste. The proposed changes will also not increase total emissions at the facility. We know this because we have been burning up to 10% of medical waste at other facilities in other states for many years. Importantly, all emissions will remain fully compliant with the stringent regulatory standards set forth in Connecticut law and regulated by DEEP. Our current permit process with DEEP has spanned more than 5 years and included extensive opportunity for public engagement and input. It has also included a full environmental justice process. In addition, for example, we participated in public meetings hosted by the sponsor, Senator Martin, in Plymouth, Plainville, Southington, and Bristol in late 21 and early 22. The DEEP permitting process has been lengthy and demanding. Agency staff have been communicative and diligent throughout. At each step of this process, Reworld has conducted all necessary information gathering, communicated our proposed plans in great detail in order for them to be rightly scrutinized by the state experts. We conducted numerous public meetings, hearings, and other outreach ourselves to solicit input from concerned parties, including local environmental justice advocacy groups. As a highly regulated entity, we strongly oppose a bill which would upend an existing state permitting process that is already extremely rigorous. There are no loopholes here. Changing the rules with arbitrary new regulatory standards is contrary to the certainty that any business needs to operate in Connecticut. We respectfully urge the legislature to avoid imposing additional mandates that may cause duplicative efforts or undermine the procedural integrity established by DEEP. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
I'll start with one. We have some testimony that bringing in this, because as you're underscoring, there's no new additional capacity you're looking for. If you replace capacity to make space for the medical waste, are Connecticut municipalities and other folks that we are accountable to going to lose out on their ability to be taken care of through your facility?
No, they are not. And the reason I can say that is because we have long-term contracts with our 14 Bristol communities and under the Bristol Resource Recovery Facility Operating Facility Authority until 2036. our 14 towns have locked in disposal capacity at a very good price for many more years.
So there's some other business that'll be pushed away, but it's not going to be those local.
It would replace the special waste, that 8% that we can currently take in special waste now. Yes, so it would not be municipal waste. It would be some other special waste.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee?
Turn on my camera, but.
Yeah, Rep. D'Amico, please. Frazier, I think it's a thing with the system that you're not allowed to put on the camera if it's set up that in this sort of Zoom meeting. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'll stop tinkering with it. Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Frazier, for coming to testify here, or for testifying virtually, I should say. So I just wanted to ask you a couple quick questions. You made reference just a minute ago to the adhering to the stringent deep regulations. I think I heard you say that. So do these stringent deep regulations include continuous monitoring of various substances, and which substances are continuously monitored, if in fact they are continuously monitored?
Yes, they do. There are 4 constituent pollutant criteria pollutants that we are required to monitor on with our SEMS, continuous emission monitors. And I have the list right in front of me of the 4 of them. They
So
are.
I'm a little bit confused because earlier in the day today, we were told, again, I think I heard this right, correct me if I'm wrong, that only an annual report is required. So annual versus continuous, those are 2 very different things. So what am I misunderstanding here?
For sure, because we do both. So for some pollutants, we basically, I'll just back up. We do a combination of a continuous emission monitoring of some pollutants and annual stack testing. Okay, they're done to cover different pollutants. Some can be effectively monitored on a continuous basis. Others cannot. So the stack test really tells us how the facility is operating. So all year long, we have a number of restrictions: how much waste we can process, the emissions that are allowed, how the air pollution control system is operated. We have somebody in the control room 24/7 monitoring all these different aspects of the facility's operations. And a full and efficient combustion process is really the best way to destroy, whether it's pathogens or any other type of pollutant. So that's our primary goal, is to have a consistent and efficient temperature burn of between 1,500 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a combination of 2 different methodologies, if you will, stack testing and then continuous emission monitoring.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one more question, if I could. So Frazier, thank you. One other question: why are we hearing today, and have we heard in the past, so many complaints about noise?
Well, we are listening to the noise complaints from our community, and we have been responding to those noise complaints. I know not all the citizens are satisfied, and that is why we are continuing to work on it. I sent a letter, actually it was signed by my vice president of operations, out to the mayor and to the council members and to our legislative delegation from the area in Bristol, with a list of numerous additional steps that we're going to take over the next 3 months, starting with some airflow reductions that we're going to put in place next week to see if that can help. We're putting in a new scrubber, which is already planned, but which is an air pollution control device, which that'll go in March. So we have a few things that we're doing. We did meet with the Bristol Burlington Board of Health Friday, this past Friday, a week ago this morning, and explained all of these steps to them, as well as, the things that we've done so far. So it's not, by no means is it as if we're just starting on this, trying to rectify this situation. We've been working on it for, probably almost a year at this point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Frazier. Appreciate you sharing that, and that is certainly a concern to us. Any other questions from the committee? All right, Fraser, thanks for being in touch with us. I'm sure we'll keep the conversation going. Have a
course.
great weekend. Next
Thank
up,
you all. Thank you.
Olak. Mark, are you?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question.
I am so sorry about that, Rep. Dubitsky. Fraser, are you still around?
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, good. Sorry about that, Rep. Dubitsky. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. I'm still a little confused about how this is going to affect the various aspects that people have discussed. But I admit that I have never been to your facility, but I have toured the Lisbon facility a number of times. Are you familiar with the incinerator in Lisbon?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah.
Okay, could you tell, are the two facilities similar?
They are, yes. Now, I can't tell you from I'm not an engineer, so I cannot explain the difference in necessarily, the Stoker great technology that they might use one of or the other. But I can tell you that they are both required to meet the same what we call MAC standards, maximum achievable control technology standards. They take the exact same type of waste that we do, which is municipal solid waste. So and I know the operator, Win Waste, they're a good company, and so I can't really speak. I won't speak for them, but they are similar facilities. Yes.
Okay, now, very simplistically, they burn garbage and turn it into electricity. Is that what you do?
Yeah, it's exactly what we do, and we put our
Okay.
electricity onto the grid, and we can provide electricity for about 20,000 homes.
Okay, because
individually.
that's one thing I actually haven't heard anybody even mention the power you generate. I would imagine that's pretty much an important aspect of the whole operation, isn't it?
It sure is, and I'm grateful that you raised it because I did mention renewable energy in the beginning of my testimony, but this has been so much about the waste flow that's coming through the plant. But these facilities rely heavily on the revenue that we get from selling electricity onto the grid, and then the renewable energy credits that we are able to sell in order for Connecticut to meet its renewable portfolio standards. So it is a key part of the economics of keeping these facilities viable and able to keep them in the meeting the standards that we do year after year, well below the limits that are set for us by EPA and the DEP.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your clarifying that for me. And
Sure,
thank you for your testimony.
come out and see Bristol sometime.
I'd love to.
We'd love to have you. It's yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Dubitsky. Again, my apologies for missing that. And thanks, Fraser, for sticking around for another minute.
Sure.
With that, I think we're ready for Mark. If Mark's not here, how about Aaron Ricker? Next on our list, Jeffrey Cameron. Jeffrey? Great. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking around on this Friday late afternoon.
I would like to thank the committee for their time in hearing my testimony. I'm Jeffrey Cameron, a concerned citizen and fisherman in our state. I am here in support of Senate Bill 63, even with the lack of clarity and ability for people to share their viewpoints throughout the rushed offshore wind process. My concerns start with the blatant disregard for the Marine Mammal Protection Act with the critically endangered right whales and other whale species. Currently, if whales are in the lease area, they are exposed to constant high decibel noise from pile driving and construction. According to Robert Rand of Rand Acoustics, whose findings have been acknowledged by NOAA in the Rand report, the ear-splittingly loud driving emits the same amount of noise as a 2,000 psi seismic air gun. All whales and marine life are exposed to this noise, which has led to 130 or more whales being killed along the East Coast since December due to deafness and loss of ability to navigate. These harms can also lead to ship strike and entanglement. On our shores and in our waters, we are dealing with high-capacity cables being run under public beaches and through public waterways. Cables which produce high levels of EMF, proven to be harmful to humans, fish, and crustaceans. Vineyard Wind Cable Landing Site in Massachusetts has recorded EMF levels at consistent numbers around 100 to 90 to 200 milligauss. We will have these cables running under our public beaches. Flounder, scallops, lobster, and other species have been shown to have adverse impacts from EMF. Lobster in juvenile state experiences adverse conditions in growing. Flounder have been shown to not cross higher EMF cables. Winter flounder, summer flounder will both be affected. Let's see. I support this proposed bill as it takes minor steps to protect our oceans, sea life, and the New England heritage of fishing. But we cannot protect anything sea and shore related while industrializing our ocean, and in this case, for any reason, and in this case, for an inconsistent, expensive energy source, which is detrimental to sea life, our oceans, and our residents. And as was stated earlier by Senator Summers, Connecticut seems to get the short end of stick when it comes to NOAA. Why would we expect this to change with a regional mitigation fund? Please support this bill so we can mirror Rhode Island in their actions and not rely on others.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. What do you fish for?
Everything.
Great answer. Any other questions from the committee? Go ahead, Rep. Baumgartner.
Thank you so
I
much.
see a few online too. I see you, Doug and Pat.
Thank you, and I do want to thank you for waiting to testify for a good chunk of the day. Can you speak to, just in your experience from, since lease areas were issued to many offshore wind developers to today, kind of how just the industry has impacted your everyday way of life?
I have several friends who are commercial fishermen that used to use Cox's Ledge, which is the ground on which these are sited. They no longer find numbers of cod, squid on these grounds and are forced to go elsewhere. These grounds are breeding grounds for the cod and the squid. NOAA has recognized Cox's Ledge as an area of special concern for cod. That only happened after there was steel in the water. This has the possibility of, for Connecticut commercial fishermen, for the most part, they have to travel into the open ocean. Cox's Ledge is one of those major sources. If we don't protect it, Connecticut's going to lose an industry.
Thank you again.
We've got a few more questions for you. Representative Callahan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for testifying, sir. It's great to hear the voices of the fishermen. As I've mentioned during this committee meeting, I have spoken on the phone to several fishermen who are telling us that the major detrimental effects, which I think deserve more study, but we're also hearing people that say, more or less, this is not an issue, and we're hearing directly from the actual people that are on the water that it's detrimental to our fishing industry in Connecticut. So your testimony is very valuable, sir. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. And Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. Now, you mentioned that there is, it sounded like sounds or vibrations coming from the cables and the pile driving. Is that correct?
The cables are emitting high levels of electromagnetic frequency, which is known. It would be the same as a power line, which has been shown to be detrimental and dangerous to humans if they're too underneath high tension power lines. When it comes to the pile driving is emitting noise every 15 seconds. It's bang, bang, bang. And like I stated, it's at the noise levels of a 2,000 PSI air gun.
Gotcha. Now, the pile driving is done mostly during the construction phase, but the cables are consistent during operation, right?
Correct. When
Okay. Now, I have heard others mention that the spinning of the windmill itself also causes a vibration that is affecting whales. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Not as much into affecting whales, but if you look into wind turbines in the Midwest, people living close enough within a mile are experiencing nausea and health effects from the constant low frequency vibrations and resonance of the blade turning.
Okay. So but nobody lives near these windmills, right? So we're more concerned about them affecting the sea life, which does live near them.
When Vineyard 1 was running, I know residents of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard that 12 miles away could hear the vibration and resonance from the turning blades. If they can hear them, the whales can certainly hear them.
Well, okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Dubitsky. Thanks, Mr. Cameron, for being here. Have a great weekend. Good luck with the
Thank
next
you.
season.
All right, next up, Lisa Marshall. Going once, twice. I don't see her. Okay, next up, Juliana LaRue.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, chairpersons, ranking members, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. I will be talking about 4 bills today, so please bear with me. I'll be talking about Senate Bill 80, House Bill 5012, House Bill 5013, and House Bill 5014. My name is Juliana LaRue, and I am an organizer with Sierra Club Connecticut. I have some concerns about Senate Bill 80, particularly as someone who grew up in Bristol and has witnessed firsthand the impacts of incineration, as my dad worked for the city of Bristol and now has some health effects from working closely to this incinerator. So this is really important to me. To me, this bill would allow for worsening our existing waste crisis in Connecticut by attracting out-of-state medical waste, as we would be the only medical waste incinerator in the region. Burning medical waste releases hazardous heavy metals and toxic pollutants like mercury, PFAS, and which endangers public health and air quality. Instead of becoming a dumping ground for New England's medical waste, Connecticut should be focusing on waste reduction strategies. This bill would also displace the waste we generate locally, leading to an unsustainable cycle of exporting and importing waste, which may include infectious and toxic materials. I also think that relying on EPA standards is a bit concerning, which could be weakened under the current administration. I do urge a committee to hold a public hearing on House Bill 5107, which offers a stronger solution by pausing all medical waste incineration in the state right now. I strongly support House Bill 5012, which would ban shark finning in Connecticut, but would urge that smooth dogfish and shark and rays to be included in the prohibition. I strongly support HB 5017, which establishes a producer-funded tire stewardship program to ensure proper disposal. Discarded tires, as you heard earlier, create fire hazards and contribute to pollution in the state. This bill will promote recycling, reduce landfill waste, and encourage sustainable reuse. Not and without burdening consumers. And then additionally, I support House Bill 5013, but urge the committee to immediately add burning bush and running bamboo to the list of banned invasives. Burning bush is already prohibited in neighboring states and spreads aggressively, so I ask that that is immediately banned as well. So lastly, I just urge a committee to hold a public hearing on House Bill 5107 and support HB 5012, HB 5017, and 5013 with necessary amendments outlined above. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I can't believe I fit all 4 bills in just about 3 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you. I see one question from Rep. Dubitsky. Please proceed. Rep. Dubitsky, are you up?
Oh, I am. I'm sorry. I was not able to hear you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Are you aware of any waste reduction strategy for medical waste?
As of right now, no, not on top of my mind, but I believe that there are proposals being faced this legislative session that reduce overall waste in the state, like composting, EPR programs, etc. But I have not looked too far into waste reduction strategies for medical waste, as a lot of the waste is toxic and contains chemicals.
Yeah, that's the whole point. We can all avoid the regular packaging or other regular waste, but I don't know of any waste reduction strategy for medical waste. I don't know if I have not heard anybody talk about it, and I was you had mentioned it, so I thought maybe you knew something.
Yep, I can follow up with you. I have read an article on waste reduction in the medical field, and it does talk about a few ways that medical waste can be reduced in facilities. So I can follow up with you on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Dave Radcliffe. Thank you for hanging around. Please proceed.
Good evening. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Vice Chairs, and ranking members. My name is Dave Radcliffe, and I'm a resident of Bristol, Connecticut, where we've been monitoring the progress of an application by Covanta, now known as ReWorld, for a permit to incinerate medical waste at its plant in our town. I live in relatively close proximity to this plant and have a personal interest in the outcome of this application. The effective management of municipal waste is crucial for the health and well-being of our communities. While the roles of municipal and medical waste combustors differ, it is essential to hold both to the same stringent standards. This approach ensures the safety and health of residents without necessarily resorting to the closure of these essential facilities. Municipal waste combustors handle a wide range of everyday waste, while medical waste combustors deal with potentially hazardous clinical waste. In this case, the application calls for medical waste to account for 8% of the total waste burned daily, 365 days a year. 8% equates to 57 tons of medical waste burned daily. And despite the efforts of residents in multiple communities, there are currently no plans to adhere to the more stringent standards required of a medical waste combustor facility. I've submitted written testimony regarding the effects of dioxin emissions from incinerators. Dioxin exposure has a cumulative effect on humans, and it is absorbed into fatty tissue and breaks down very slowly. Repeated exposure to dioxin can result in a range of health issues, including cancer, reproductive and developmental problems, damage to the immune system, and interference with hormonal functions. Yet it is monitored but once a year during a scheduled stack test. SB 80 calls for the closure of a loophole by requiring municipal waste incinerator facilities permitted to incinerate medical waste, no matter the percentage of total waste burned, to be held to the same federal EPA emission standards as a licensed medical waste incinerator. I also suggest that the language of the bill call for more frequent monitoring of toxic compounds and elements like dioxin and mercury to assure residents that the emissions meet standards every day, not just once a year. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Parker.
Just wanted to say thanks for coming and testifying. I saw you hanging out over there, and I didn't know what you're doing with our committee, but thanks for what you shared.
It's
We
quiet
appreciate
in
it.
public health, so I
Yeah,
get
no, we
busy.
got it. Thank you. Thanks.
Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dave, for hanging in there and testifying late in the afternoon. So just to make sure I heard this properly, so there's been some discussion, throughout the day here about continuous monitoring. And did I hear you say that the dioxins are not included in that group of substances that are continuously monitored?
That's correct, and that is a standard. The standard is to do annual testing, but Covanta or ReWorld was also required to do continuous monitoring of 4 elements, and that is nitrous oxides, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particles. So they do an opacity test. The real risk, I think, there is the particles, and they do a really good job of monitoring that, and they produce that data for us online. We can see that. It's inconceivable to me that the toxins that, like mercury and lead and dioxins and furans, are only required to be monitored once a year. Given the health effects, specifically dioxin, that can occur as a result of dioxin exposure. So we're calling for more frequent testing. We'd like to see the Bristol ReWorld facility held to a higher standard for medical waste incinerator, because they're burning medical waste. Obviously, there's higher standards for medical waste incinerators for that reason. And so if they're going to burn medical waste, I don't care what the percentage is, it should be held to that standard. And we're asking that to be part of this bill.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I see your concerns. Part of me just says, we have medical waste as a concern for these chemicals, but our regular waste also contains batteries, mercury, and all these other chemicals that could also be found. Medical waste could be found in our regular trash exposure. You're also, well aware that this has been a 5-year process. They've gone through permitting. Doing something retroactively is going to be tough. But it is important that, as always, you raise the concern and we have the hearing and we go through the process. But it's going to be a very interesting process to work through this at this point.
And I hear what you're saying, Senator Lopes, but I also know that this would not be setting a precedent doing something retroactively in state government, because we have done that before. And I think we should be able to find a way to have this apply to combustors that have some reasonable length of time that they've been working in the state. We should be able to say, especially because this is going to require some significant renovation at the Bristol plant to handle medical waste, that they should be, because they're building new things, and there's a separate permit for that, that they should be held to that standard.
Good point. All right, thank you.
Okay. There was one other thing I wanted to say, and I don't want to belabor this because you guys have been here a long time, but ReWorld is planning to replace all of the current 57 tons of special waste with biomedical waste because the revenue stream is higher for them, and it makes perfect sense from a business perspective. But what's going to happen to that 57 tons of special waste that they've been burning? Where's that going? We don't have an answer to that question, and that is an issue.
The other side of that question is if they don't burn the 57 tons of medical waste, where is that going?
Yeah, right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Jessica Canizares.
Yep, Jessica Canizares.
Please proceed.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, honorable chairs and members of the Environment Committee for this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 59. I'm Dr. Jessica Canizares, Director of Coastal Ecosystem Projects for the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy in Connecticut expresses support for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to develop a plan for the beneficial use of dredge material. The state has approximately 15,000 acres of tidal marsh that support unique biodiversity, provide irreplaceable ecosystem services, and contribute to the coastal resiliency by forming a barrier between bodies of water and surrounding communities, property, and critical regional infrastructure. Tidal marshes need an external supply of sediment to survive. With the tides, as water moves over the marsh, sediment in the water is trapped and slowly accumulates on the marsh platform. However, rising sea levels can outpace our marsh's natural ability to accumulate sediment. If they can't keep up, the marshes turn into mudflats or open water. Many marshes in Connecticut are degraded or subsiding, and many more are at risk with sea level rise. The good news is that there are solutions to support marsh tidal resilience. Placing a thin layer of dredge material on a degraded or subsiding tidal marsh can emulate natural sediment deposition processes, raising the elevation of marsh platforms and increasing marsh resilience in the face of climate change. Developing a plan for beneficial use of dredge materials would provide restoration practitioners like the Nature Conservancy and many others with materials and techniques that will serve to protect our state's tidal marshes. When performed responsibly, beneficial use is a proven restoration technique that functionally recreates natural sediment deposition. As noted in my written testimony, we suggest the following actions to be considered with this plan. Leverage existing federal programs, including the United States Army Corps of Engineers plan for 70% beneficial use of dredge material from federal channels by 2030. Engage stakeholders to identify beneficial use project sites and restoration targets. Consider innovative funding mechanisms to incentivize and or offset the cost of beneficial use compared with open water deposition. And consider developing monitoring protocols to measure restoration outcomes of beneficial use to evaluate effectiveness and increase what can be learned from beneficial use projects. Thanks for your opportunity to testify in support of this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Diana D. Crescenzo. I don't see you online. All right. After that, we have Dustin Nelson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Senator Lopez, Representative Parker, Vice Chairs. Oh,
Sorry, you made me lose a bet, but please proceed.
Senator Lopez, Representative Parker's Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Environment Committee. I am Dustin Nelson of Tallinn, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 513 or 5013, an act adding certain plants to the invasive plants list. I serve as the immediate past president of the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, and I also serve as a representative on the Invasive Plants Council. The Invasive Plants Council uses a well-defined process to evaluate plants to be listed as invasive or potentially invasive and to be banned by statute. Members of the public can use the form on the IPC website to submit plants that should be taken under consideration. The Connecticut Invasive Plants Working Group then researches the plants to determine if it fulfills the 9 criteria listed in the Connecticut General Statute. When a plant fulfills the minimum number of criteria, It is presented to and voted on by the IPC membership. Plants that receive a majority vote to be listed as invasive are included in the annual report and submitted to this committee. CNLA and the IPC supports adding the plants listed in this bill to the invasive plants list. We appreciate your committee following the process set in statute and to consider these invasive plants. In my written testimony, there are a few corrections to botanical names of the plants, so please refer to that. I will have that submitted. And moving on, though, I do want to mention that the IPC is actively developing recommendations on sterile cultivars that may be reasonably sold in the state of Connecticut as requested in Public Act 24-11, and it will be ready no later than March 1st, 2025 as requested. The IPC and CNLA encourage the adoption of these recommendations as sterile cultivars are versions of the original plants developed to reduce or eliminate the plant's ability to reproduce, thus eliminating the possibility of the plant escaping cultivation. There is still demand for plants like Japanese barberry and sterile cultivars, which will allow people to enjoy these benefits of these plants. Sterile cultivars are carefully developed through breeding programs such as the one at the University of Connecticut conducted by Dr. Mark Brand. Patents on these sterile cultivars generate revenue for breeding programs like the one at UConn to fund future breeding.
Wrap up. Your time's up.
Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Nelson? Rep. Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're late in the evening, so I'll be brief. I know several other people who have testified have mentioned other plant names. I was just wondering, in your time on the IPC, has there been a discussion around English ivy at all?
I will have to refer to our notes just because we talk about so many different potential plants to add to the list, but I'll make note of that and get back to you.
Yeah, and if you don't mind following up in an email, I'd love to have a conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Moira Cyphers.
Hi, good evening. Representative Parker, Senator Lopes, and members of the Environment Committee. I'm Moira Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I am here today to register our concerns in opposition to Senate Bill 63. As quick background, the American Clean Power Association, or ACP, is a national multi-tech clean energy trade association. We represent energy storage, wind, utility-scale solar, and transmission companies. From an industry perspective, we strongly support a fisheries compensation fund. This funding should act as a critically important backstop after avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of potential impacts to the fishing industry. And that's not just lip service. These projects take at least 6 years of federal permitting before they get the okay to start construction. The careful review, monitoring, and enforcement of multiple federal and state agencies for every step of project planning, construction, and operation are in place to ensure offshore wind and fishing can coexist. Connecticut has a robust environmental protection and procurement process for offshore wind, which requires the most upfront financial commitment to the state on top of funding required through the federal leasing process to ensure strong protections for fisheries. Folks have touched on the Regional Compensatory Mitigation Fund, and I think there is a question about enumerating the states. So it's Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. These states and a smaller subset have worked together for the past 3 years to get this fund stood up. In 2021, the states requested assistance from the federal government on mitigation for offshore wind because they were looking at how their neighboring states were considering those impacts and they didn't match up, nor did the way they were considering compensation to fishermen from potential impacts from offshore wind. And if you think about it from commercial fishing perspective, some fisheries are close to shore in state waters, some are much farther out in federal waters. So this is one area where a regional approach makes sense. This process has been about as transparent and open as you can imagine, including a public request for information specifically seeking feedback from the commercial and for hire recreational fishing industry to help design an effective and efficient way to stand up the fund, and a 2-year public comment process of development of final federal fisheries mitigation protections. In November 24, it's not too long ago, the state's chosen administrator to serve and operate the Independent Regional Fund for Fisheries Mitigation, which will provide financial compensation for economic loss from offshore wind development. We echo DEEP's position that this process will result in effective mitigation of fisheries and environmental impacts from offshore wind, and that the establishment of a state-specific mitigation fund is duplicative with the ongoing work of the regional fund. The regional fund in cooperation ensures impacts to East Coast fisheries are first avoided, mitigated, and when there are adverse consequences, fairly compensated by an independent body. On behalf of our members, thank you to the Environment Committee for their consideration of our testimony, your great questions all day, and we respectfully register our opposition to Senate Bill 63.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Moving on to Francis Cohn.
Thank you, Senator Lopes. Honorable Senators and Representatives, my name is Francis Cohn, a lifelong resident of Bristol. I strongly support Senate Bill 80 and urge you to advance the bill. This modest, reasonable measure would require ReWorld Bristol to meet current EPA standards for incinerating biomedical waste. You've already heard from other speakers about the adverse environmental and health impacts of such waste incineration, so I won't go into that. You've also heard eloquent testimony about the need for more stringent standards and testing regimens. So again, I won't reiterate that at this hour. I am dismayed that DEEP has disregarded testimony offered by over 600 concerned and impacted citizens, including those possessing pertinent expertise, and seems ready to grant ReWorld the permit it's seeking to burn biomedical waste. I'm also disturbed that neither DEEP nor the State Attorney General's office seem interested in requiring ReWorld to comply with noise permits it is not in compliance with, and probably has not been for years. You've already heard testimony about the impact those noise violations are having on people's health and well-being in the area. I am not reassured or persuaded in the least by the public statements, a mixture of platitudes, vagaries, and HR speak issued by ReWorld addressing the biomedical waste plan and ongoing noise violations. It's pretty clear to me the company is not operating in good faith and is placing expedience over the welfare of people. Thus, we turn to you, the public turns to our elected officials for relief of some sort, a solution, we hope, and action of some sort. I applaud and thank Senators Martin and Sampson and Representative Mastro Francesco for co-sponsoring SB 80. I am heartened that this measure, as well as related bills, has bipartisan support, which is most fitting. Enacting reasonable public health and safety standards should not be a partisan matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next person up, Wilfred Johnson. Seeing anyone here, anyone online? Next person up, Kevin Blacker.
Senator Lopes, I just want to let you know that we can't hear you online.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Okay, I've heard that complaint before. I'll try to speak louder and closer to the microphone. Thanks for the heads up.
Thank you.
Before I start my comment, I'd like to know if the representatives on the online can hear me. Can you hear me, Representative Dubitsky?
Yes, we hear you fine. Thank you.
So to start, I'd like to say...
State your name.
Name is Kevin Blacker, 11 Church Street in Knowing. As a point of order, Pre-registration may help this committee maintain order, make things easier for the clerks. It is a disservice to the public. If a person wants to get up in the morning and decide that they, have the time or will to come up and sit 7 or 8 hours to learn from their neighbors, and then are, they want to speak, they should be allowed to. So I'll just say that it's a disservice. You tread on the liberty of the citizens to be able to participate in the government. Offshore wind is terrible economically and environmentally. The state is getting hosed. Most of the money used for mitigation is being manipulated by developers to forward their narratives and their goals. So I think it's a good idea to set up a fund for the fishermen that would be controlled by the fishermen to correct the great harm that has been done to them through offshore wind. Beneficial reuse of dredge spoils should be encouraged, not just in thin layer deposition, but also to meet sea level rise and climate change by doing things like raising the Groton to London Airport, which is only 9 feet above sea level, generational investments in our communities. You have 40 to 45 acres of industrial land that has been vacant, unused, contaminated in Norwich. There are approved methods available to use dredge spoils to cap and redevelop that type of land, and the state should be encouraging that. The Ag Experiment Station, you should let them license and patent, but we should, as a state, should also get money because they're using our resources and we're sharing in the risk, so we should share in the reward. With balloons, you don't just see them in the ocean. I see them all the time in hay fields. All the time I stop and pick them up because they break hay equipment. Last point I'm going to make is I have 20 years of trying to purchase a farm. I've been farming for 20 years, trying to buy a farm that entire time. This tool that so many have spoken about creating would just be another good tool that farmers could have to access land. I hope that you support it. Representative Horn probably had the best statement of the entire day when she said in regards to the Sharon situation that DOAG didn't even try to enforce the easement. Commissioner Hobart should have tried. He didn't. He used to run Farm Bureau. If there's one thing that I learned in Farm Bureau, it's just because you can't win doesn't mean you shouldn't fight. And the state should look at replacing the commissioner of the Department of Agriculture with somebody that will fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Blacker? Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, I'd just like to thank one of my constituents, Mr. Blacker, for bearing this long public hearing today and obviously participating and listening in. 2 questions on, you brought up the bill regarding the agricultural land. I'm actually reminded of the farm right up on Noank Ledger Road, for example, as a farm that maybe perhaps in future years could be vulnerable, right? And I think this is a bill that could address some of those concerns as well, right? Making sure that our prime farmlands will continue to be used as farmlands as opposed to a use that virtually the entire neighborhood or certainly our farmers wouldn't want to see. So my question is, do you feel that that measure could actually result in not only protecting more farmland, but also do a lot of good in passing it on to the next generation?
Yes, absolutely. The farm that you reference on Noank Ledger Road, I feed the cows at that farm. I have fed the cows at that farm, sold them hay for the past dozen years. The owner just passed away. His sisters are seeking to develop it. Farmland provides services to the entire community, be they aesthetic value, water filtration, stormwater control, all these other benefits that everybody gets the value from, but they're not recognized with a value. So another tool I'd be interested in buying that farm. It is so grossly expensive. It's not possible. Having access to another tool like this would be a potential avenue to to purchase it, can farm it, and have it provide all the services to the public.
Leslie, and in terms of the mitigation fund, obviously other states like Rhode Island has their own, but have you done any research about kind of the existing regional structure, and if you have any thoughts on kind of that governance structure, or if it will work, to as a standalone as opposed to one that could be augmented by a state?
I think the regional structure is fine. I think that having an additional state fund where there would be local input and those that are affected, that are most effective, so that Kevin Debus was signed up to speak. He's a scalloper. He's kept his boat at State Pier in New London for 20 years, and he very nearly lost his ability and went through years and years of turmoil as a direct result of the state's endeavor into offshore wind. Seeking the input and the practical knowledge. A lot of these fishermen, for example, this sweatshirt, this is a man from Noank who does not have a college degree, is one of the smartest people I know. Judged at face value, his input probably hasn't been given enough weight in the process. So seeking a more local means of tapping the practical brilliance of these fishermen would be a good move.
And I know you care a lot about rocks, certainly the use of dredge material. One frustration I had with State Pier, for example, is once it went to exclusive use for offshore wind development, all the other secondary uses, as you mentioned, and went by the wayside. And so, in your opinion, do you think that's something that could be also a niche industry within our region, southeastern Connecticut, actually using dredge materials, not just for nefarious purposes, but actually intentionally for resilience and projects of that nature?
It's an excellent question. Jay Cashman, one of the largest dredging contractors in the country, has 1,000 employees. He has invested $9 million into a facility in Gales Ferry. He takes on jobs to the scale of dredging Boston Harbor, 14.7 million yards, a project which he completed 1 year in advance. He is extremely interested in the beneficial reuse of dredge materials. Seeking the input and the support of a partner of that scale and magnitude is what's going to allow this state to accomplish the seemingly impossible task of preparing for climate change and sea level rise, doing things like raising the Groton to London Airport.
Thank you again, Kevin, for coming up to testify.
Yep,
and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go to some people that weren't around before. I think the first one we have is Diana Kosis. Diana?
Yes. Hello. Actually, it's someone else by the name of Diana DeSantis who's trying to get in touch with you. I had raised my hand. I spoke earlier today, so I apologize, but Diana is trying. She's got two kids in a car.
Go on, Diana Kostas, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I apologize in advance. Now have my kids in the car, so it might get a little rowdy. But nonetheless, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration. My name is Diana DiFrasenzo, and I'd like to testify in support of SB 80 this evening regarding the burning of medical waste at the Bristol incinerator, owned and operated by ReWorld. My husband and two boys, who are 5 and 2, in the car with me now, live in Southington, about 2 miles away from the Bristol incinerator. 8 years ago, we spent a year building what we thought would be our forever home, and fast forward to today, there's now a good chance that that will not be the case as a direct result of the noise and air pollution and medical concerns coming from the ReWorld incinerator, and more importantly, the lack of accountability or being held accountable, the lack of responsiveness, and the lack of course correction to ongoing concerns, almost to the point of begging and pleading from the local community and affected families who have been left to advocate for themselves. While I appreciate Ms. Frazier from ReWorld being here today, I would consider her testimony a perfect example of why so many people are deeply concerned and unsettled by this corporation and their permit request. When asked by some of your members why so many people are complaining about noise today, the response was they've been, quote, working on it for the greater part of a year. If it were highly toxic lead or mercury leaking instead of noise, would, quote, we're working on it, be an acceptable answer? Probably not. I'm sure this is not news to anyone in this room, but for those who may not be familiar, like I wasn't about 6 months ago, why this bill is so important and close to home. I wanted to cite from the Natural Resource Defense Council a quote: "The process of waste incineration poses a significant threat to public health and environment. The major impact on health is higher incidence of cancer and respiratory symptoms. Regardless of what is being burned, waste incineration creates and releases harmful chemicals and pollutants, including particulate matter, which causes lung and heart disease, heavy metals such as lead and mercury, toxic chemicals, PFAs, dioxins, which cause cancer and other health problems." The mayor of Bristol mentioned that ReWorld provides transparency of emissions metrics on its website, which I went and checked. It looks like they provide levels on 3 and not many of the most dangerous ones in question that can lead to chronic illness and cancer. Earlier, there was a question around what other states are doing to protect their residents more than CT. On July 1st, 2021, the state of Rhode Island signed their bill prohibiting medical waste incinerators near residential neighborhoods, nursing facilities, and delicate environmental areas. Representative Caldwell was quoted saying this facility shouldn't be allowed anywhere, but especially not anywhere near where people live, where children spend their days. Earlier this morning, someone stated Connecticut's taking a stronger stance on safety standards. I'm wondering why the residents and specifically the children of Connecticut are less important to protect than the children of Rhode Island, whose health is being prioritized over a corporation being able to generate additional revenue.
Diana, there's kind of pen up if you want to summarize.
For those who may be unfamiliar where the incinerator is, it's located, one second, sorry. It's located less than a mile of lake compounds, 6 daycares catering to children as young as 6 weeks old, a 55+ community, and thousands of residents who moved to the area with the hope to offer a safe and healthy environment for their families and children. I ask this committee and all representatives in this room who are in a position to influence, approve, deny, or at least increase the regulation and safety standards that ReWorld must comply with. Are you comfortable putting our children and elders at medical risk of chronic illness and fatal diseases and siding with a corporation that has a history of violations and has failed to correct the ongoing noise pollution that has caused the last 2 years?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. DiCrescenzo?
Sorry, I'm not sure if you could still hear me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I've had problems with my microphone. Hello? Nope, may have lost her. Well, I don't see any questions for her. At this point, is there anyone left to testify who wants to testify and has not testified? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I do not see anyone coming up. All right, thank you, everyone. I believe we can call this hearing finished. What's the term for it? Closed? I forget. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you to the staff for sticking around all day and all your work. We appreciate you guys.